Chapter 176, Megami embarks on a journey, Spri Gatito. Chapter 176. Speaking of which, since evolving into Butterfree, it hadn't been as gluttonous as it was during its Caterpie days. Perhaps it no longer needed to desperately accumulate energy like before. Instead, it had become more interested in the flowers in the garden. The task Hayashi Kaede had given it was to pollinate the fruit tree flowers during ordinary times. Butterfree. You've grown more and more beautiful, Hayashi Kaede said, stroking Butterfree's wings and feeling the slight gritty texture. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Butterfree. Butterfree looked puzzled. All right, I'm praising you. Go play now. Hayashi Kaede patted its head and gently sent it soaring into the sky. Just as he was about to continue toward the barn, Rotom flew over. Rotom Master, you have a personal call. Personal call? Hayashi Kaede was taken aback. Because of the breeding house, he had two phones, one for the breeding house connected to his video channel, and the other for personal use, known to only a handful of people. For example, Uncle Genmya from the Multank Ranch, Makoto Akiyama from Grand Bloom Foods, Inc. A&D. The previous breeding house employee, Takagi Megami. Looking at his phone, it was Takagi Megami. Hayashi Kaede's interest was immediately piqued. Speaking of which, since Ndidi arrived, he hadn't thought much about his cheap cousin. Answer it. As soon as the call connected, a young girl's clear voice came through. Big brother Kaede. No need to be so loud. I can hear you. Hayashi Kaede instinctively gestured for Rotom to fly closer, then waved it away again. Now he could see clearly, the girl seemed to be packing in her dorm room all sorts of things like jackets, pokeballs, and essential field items like potions and energy cubes. Hee. You look like you're about to go on a journey. Hayashi Kaede asked curiously. Hadn't school just started not long ago? Had she already passed the theoretical exams? Big brother Kaede, today's my last day at school. Tomorrow, I'll set off on my journey. My first stop is the Junior Cup being held in Nagisuna City this month. Takagi Megami's voice was full of excitement and anticipation. Clearly, she was thrilled about her first journey. After double-checking all the necessary items for the trip, she looked at the phone. Will you come cheer for me then, big brother Kaede? Hayashi Kaede thought for a moment, then nodded. Nagisuna City? If you make it to the semifinals, I'll come cheer you on. The Junior Cup was the same Pokémon battle competition where Bug-type Elite Four member RYF had made a name for himself with his Beedrill, taking second place. It was a official provincial-level competition with restrictions. Trainers must have been certified for less than a year, and their Pokémon must be under 1 year old. If it was in Nagisuna City, riding Dragonite there and back would be very quick. Plus, he wanted to visit the wilderness area on the outskirts of Nagisuna City where his parents had disappeared. He could ask Mewtwo and Mew for help to see if they could discover anything. And, if he remembered correctly, at the Happy Mart in Nagisuna City, he still had one egg mystery chance left. Although it wasn't crucial for him now, since he was going anyway, he might as well see if there were any Pokémon that caught his eye. Okay. Seeing Hayashi Kaede nod, Takagi Megami's expression brightened even more. She insisted she would definitely make it to the semifinals. Seeing this, Hayashi Kaede said, call out Wartortle for me to see. It had been a while since he'd seen his second employee under the contract system, and he missed it a little. Takagi Megami agreed and took Wartortle's Pokeball from her waist. With a flash of light, Wartortle, no longer as goofy as it once was, appeared. It was happy to see Hayashi Kaede at first, but then it couldn't help shrinking back a little. Some sealed memories resurfaced. Hayashi Kaede turned and saw that Sir Prior had slithered over and was watching to see who he was talking to. Seeing Wartortle healthy and clear-eyed, Hayashi Kaede felt relieved. To be honest, he had been a bit worried that after starting school, Takagi Megami might neglect Wartortle's training. After all, he had partly raised this Pokémon himself. It seemed that working as a cashier for a while had made the girl more steady and worn away some of her former flightiness. Otherwise, based on his understanding of the old Takagi Megami, she probably wouldn't have passed the theoretical exams so quickly. Wartortle. Wartortle grinned goofily at Hayashi Kaede, remembering the days it secretly went to the breeding house to beg him for treats. After taking out Wartortle's Pokeball, Takagi Megami didn't stop. She took out another Pokeball, showing off to her elder like a child. "Oh, right, big brother Kaede, I've caught my second Pokémon now." Hayashi Kaede was genuinely curious. "Second one? What is it?" "It's a kitty, a Spri Gatito." Takagi Megami chuckled and released her second Pokémon. A small, light green cat with large eyes and a head larger than its body appeared beside her. Around its neck was a leaf-like collar, and its eyes had slightly reddish whites. Compared to an Eevee, its fur was finer, shorter, and sparser. But the moment Spri Gatito let out its first cry, Hayashi Kaede's eyes lit up. Spri Gatito. As soon as Spri Gatito appeared and saw its trainer, it immediately leaped into her arms, snuggling and acting spoiled. Its soft, delicate voice instantly captivated Hayashi Kaede. He was a bit incredulous. "Spri Gatito? Where did you catch this? There shouldn't be a breeding house in Aogiri City that has this Pokémon, right?" This was a starter Pokémon from the Paldea region, a distant land far from the Eastover region. "Ah, good girl." Takagi Megami held Spri Gatito, stroking its fur, and said without looking up, "The school gave it to me. They said my recent Pokémon test scores were all very good, so they rewarded me with this Spri Gatito. They said it's the only starter from the Paldea region and told me to travel and compete in the Nagisuna City tournament." "The school gave it to her?" Hayashi Kaede's expression froze. The Junior Cup becomes 2v2 by the semifinals. Clearly, the school was hoping Takagi Megami could make it to the semifinals and win some glory for them. But giving away a Spri Gatito, he wanted one too. Chapter 177, Clearing 8 gyms in one day? Chapter 177. After Hayashi Kaede hung up the phone, Sir Prior beside him spoke up. "Sir Prior. She's going to compete." "MHM." Hayashi Kaede nodded. "Sir Prior, can we go too?" "Probably, right. The 1-year restriction for the Junior Cup is calculated from when a trainer obtains their first newborn Pokémon. Even at full count, Sir Prior's age absolutely wouldn't exceed 1 year." "Sir Prior. Strength?" Hayashi Kaede, seeing Sir Prior's eager expression, shook his head. "They're probably far weaker than you. In previous years, even the winning trainer's Pokémon in the headquarters region of the Junior Cup seemed to be only around gym level or slightly above. Having Sir Prior compete felt a bit like bullying." Hayashi Kaede had Rotom pull up last year's Junior Cup headquarters finals video. After Sir Prior watched it, its interest greatly diminished. It was a battle between a fully evolved Venusaur and a Staraptor. Clearly, Venusaur was the final winner. It used the classic substitute, protect, toxic strategy, coating Razor Leaf with poison to defeat Staraptor. But in Sir Prior's eyes, such a battle whether Staraptor or Venusaur's substitute, protect, toxic tactic was easily breakable. Substitute, protect, toxic couldn't stop Leaf Storm's ever-increasing power. Moreover, this Venusaur seemed so much weaker in aura compared to itself. "Let's go check it out that day. If there really are suitable opponents, we can give it a try too," Hayashi Kaede reassured. He felt Sir Prior was somewhat wronged by staying with him. Because even as a Snivy, it had loved battling, and that hadn't changed after evolution. But the reality was, aside from the Baby Cup battles when it evolved from Snivy to Servine, Sir Prior hadn't had any real battles. There was no helping it, its strength increased too quickly. In just over 2 months, it was already nearing Elite 4 level. It was simply not on the same level as the trainers currently coming to the breeding house. But speaking of which, at this rate of strength increase, the Pokémon League conference 3 months later would be perfect for Sir Prior to finally satisfy its battle cravings. Should they try? Hayashi Kaede felt tempted. Winning the Pokémon League Conference Championship would earn an official Elite 4 level trainer certificate from the league, along with a substantial prize. The troublesome part was that participating required challenging 8 official gyms. He didn't have time to travel and challenge them one by one. If he decided to challenge them, he could just have Dragonite carry him, and have Gardevoir speedrun them in a day. Or maybe ask the champion for some kind of proof. Sir Prior. Sir Prior's voice interrupted Hayashi Kaede's thoughts. What's up? Sir Prior lowered itself slightly. Sir Prior. That human from the construction team is here. He said the path connecting the garden and the second berry plantation is open. Oh? Really? Hayashi Kaede's eyebrows rose with interest. The path being open meant the second berry plantation was fully enclosed. Next was handling the soil inside and clearing away the debris and gravel. Although there were plenty of Pokémon in the berry plantation now that could handle these tasks, Hayashi Kaede felt it should be left to Sandshrew. That kid hadn't been around for a long time. He had seen it helping dig soil during the first few days of road construction, but after the digging was done and it wasn't needed, he saw it less often. When Squirtle was still here, it could bring some tasty food back for Sandshrew. But now Squirtle was gone too, and the berry plantation rarely needed tilling, so Sandshrew didn't come by on its own. It didn't have Squirtle's thick-skinned nature. But sometimes, when Sandshrew saw Hayashi Kaede on the road, if he gave it some food, it wouldn't refuse. On the contrary, it would carefully accept it and eat slowly. He could also give it a small daily portion of energy cubes to take home. Or give it some money. So it could learn to buy energy cubes itself later. Anyway, the cashier now was in DD. And there was no rush. It could till a little, and he could plant some berry trees bit by bit. That's right. This new berry plantation Hayashi Kaede planned to use it entirely for planting berry trees. Moreover, this plantation's area was larger than the current one by at least a third. It extended all the way to the river near the forest. For Melodic to water this new plantation, it would have to go through the water channel to the river first, then water the new plantation. This would also increase Melodic's activity, letting it go out occasionally. Alright, let's go take a look. Hayashi Kaede immediately passed through the barn and looked toward the garden. From this angle, on the left was a newly built kitchen, and on the right was the new berry plantation. Newly built really just meant enclosed with wooden fences. Then, a circle of thorn seeds was planted around it. These thorns would grow into dense thickets in about a month. First, for privacy, and second, to prevent other Pokémon from entering, though privacy was the main goal. Then, all the reclamation work still needed to be done by Hayashi Kaede himself. This reclamation included weeding, tilling soil, removing gravel and debris. Hayashi Kaede walked to the end of the garden, opened the gate left here, and stepped inside. Weeds were everywhere, just like when Hayashi Kaede first took over the original berry plantation. But thinking back, Hayashi Kaede had needed to pull weeds with Snivy back then. Now, times had changed, and these weeds were very easy to handle. So, Hayashi Kaede looked at Sir Prior. A reminiscent expression also appeared on Sir Prior's face. Clearly, it remembered the days of pulling weeds with Hayashi Kaede. Back then, it even fought Hayashi Kaede for weeds to eat. Thinking about it now was embarrassing. Now, seeing Hayashi Kaede smiling, it couldn't help but put on a cold face, which left Hayashi Kaede, who was about to ask Sir Prior to help weed, utterly confused. He pondered, his relationship with Sir Prior had been pretty good lately, right? He hadn't done anything to offend it. What's wrong? Hayashi Kaede asked. But Sir Prior just gave him a look, then feeling ashamed, wriggled its body away and slithered forward. As verdant green energy began to emanate, the vitality of the surrounding weeds started to dissipate entirely. Hayashi Kaede couldn't figure it out immediately, so he didn't dwell on it. Just watching Sir Prior use grassy terrain and seeing those weeds vanish swiftly, a thought inexplicably occurred to him. These weeds withered because their growth vitality was absorbed by the grass spurred by Sir Prior's power. So in the future, if he encountered a Pokémon that used Ingrain in battle, could he use grassy terrain to compete with it for nutrients? The thought flashed by. Hayashi Kaede felt it was something to try if the opportunity arose. Now, in just 2 or 3 minutes, all the weeds in this berry plantation, larger than the previous one, were cleared. Chapter 178, A Gift from a Mew. Chapter 178. Planting Trees. Speaking of planting berry trees, Hayashi Kaede began sorting through the berry tree seeds the system had rewarded him with over time. As time passed, the special rewards from the system had recently become fewer. Hayashi Kaede understood this clearly because the trainers and Pokémon who regularly bought from his breeding house in Aogiri City had already tried the energy cubes he produced. No matter how delicious something is, if you eat it for a long time, it won't be as good in making Pokémon feel happy as the first time. But after such a long period of accumulation, the quantity of various berries in his system space was still maintained within a growing range. He even had seeds for various berry trees, though the numbers were scarce. Only a few types. After organizing them, roughly 2 Pedia berry tree seeds, 5 Salak berry tree seeds, 3 Gonlin berry tree seeds, 3 Lychee berry tree seeds, etc. These were all special berries. There was also a type of berry tree seed called a mickle berry. This was a berry that, after eating, could help Pokémon focus more during battle. Essentially, it increased accuracy in battle. But Hayashi Kaede felt the effect shouldn't just be increasing accuracy. After all, focusing should, in theory, also improve a Pokémon's evasion during battle. To be honest, it was quite suitable for the Sky Challenge. Because the Sky Challenge was about increasing accuracy and evasion. If a trainer challenged many times without success, this could be given as a consolation prize. Alternatively, it could be used as a challenge-exclusive energy cube. He believed many people would like that. It's like buying potions and buff supply before challenging a boss. What's wrong with purchasing targeted energy cubes for specific training? Moreover, compared to the single berry rewarded each time when other Pokémon are feeling happy, these berry tree seeds, once grown, would clearly provide a more stable quantity of berries. It's just that from now on, the tasks for Sir Prior and Melodic would be heavier. Melodic was fine, it had Poplio to help. If necessary, Gudra could also use Rain Dance in the future. Sir Prior. After clearing the weeds, Sir Prior returned to Hayashi Kaede's side. Thanks for your hard work. Hayashi Kaede offered an appropriate greeting. Sir Prior. Sir Prior didn't say much, just glanced around. Seeing no one else, it lowered itself slightly until its head was level with Hayashi Kaede's. Sir Prior. Sir Prior called out to him. What's up? Hayashi Kaede asked curiously. Sir Prior's tone was flat. Sir Prior. Do you really like that Pokémon from earlier? You mean Sprigatito? It's alright, Hayashi Kaede breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was going to ask something else. Seeing something you want means you like it, so I guess you could say I quite like it. Sir Prior. Is it because it's small and can be held in your arms? Sir Prior moved a little closer. Hey! Hearing this question, Hayashi Kaede grew curious again. Holding it in my arms? No, liking is the prerequisite. You have to like something to be willing to hold it. If you don't like it, you wouldn't want to hold it. It's like Salamins now would it be willing to give me a hug? It's not about being able to hold it that makes me like it. Hayashi Kaede used Salamence as an example. And besides, if it weren't for Mutuo, wouldn't the old Salamence prefer to give him a hyper beam? Sir Prior. So, were you willing to hold me when I was small because you liked the smaller me more? Sir Prior sounded puzzled, though its tone remained even. Hey! Hayashi Kaede raised an eyebrow, surprised. How could that be? I like you both as you were then and as you are now. It's just, how do I put it? Looking at Sir Prior's confused expression, Hayashi Kaede paused, then simply hugged it directly, to its astonishment. Of course, it was just a light hug, and he let go immediately. Liking to hold you when you were small was only because you were tiny and just the right size to hold. But that doesn't mean I stopped liking you after you grew up. It's because you grew up, and I can't lift you easily anymore. Sir Prior. Hayashi Kaede laughed. Besides, even if I could lift you, you wouldn't want me to hold you in front of everyone, right? Sir Prior. Sir Prior was stunned at first, then pictured the scene in its mind. Suddenly seeming to understand something, its face turned cold and stern. But the next second, Hayashi Kaede's following words broke through its icy expression. Hayashi Kaede raised his hand, placed it on Sir Prior's head, and gently stroked it. Good girl, don't worry. I still like you the most. Sir Prior. Sir Prior immediately became embarrassed, looking around furtively. After confirming no one was there, its eyes met Hayashi Kaede's, filled with a mix of shyness and indignation. It seemed to say, why are you saying all this? But deep down, it couldn't help feeling elated. However, at that moment a faint, light laugh came through the air. Mew. As if space itself had become unstable, ripples appeared before Hayashi Kaede's eyes. Then, Mew, which he rarely saw more than a few times a day, appeared before him. Covering its small mouth, giggling, it flew to Sir Prior's side, then giggled and flew to Hayashi Kaede's side. Hayashi Kaede didn't think much of it. But the moment Sir Prior saw Mew, its heart leapt into its throat. Had this little cat been here the whole time? Mew. Like? Hayashi Kaede likes Sir Prior. Mew's eyes narrowed into slits, smiling mischievously. So what? I do like it. Hayashi Kaede wanted to grab this little cat and give it a good pet, wondering if he could get it to transform into a SPRI gatito to satisfy the longing he felt after seeing one earlier. But Mew turned and landed on Hayashi Kaede's shoulder, looking at him curiously. Mew. Then does Hayashi Kaede like me? Hayashi Kaede said somewhat helplessly, yes, of course I like you. A kitty that occasionally brought him special rewards, who wouldn't like it? It was just a bit too playful. Mew, okay then. Mew also likes the delicious food Hayashi Kaede makes. Hearing this, Mew, still smiling, flew to Hayashi Kaede's other shoulder and took out a pitch-black stone, placing it in Hayashi Kaede's hand. Kaede felt a bit disappointed upon hearing the reply. Why did it have to be about his food? Couldn't it be about his charismatic personality? However, when Hayashi Kaede lowered his head to look at the stone in his hand, he froze, then his eyes widened suddenly. Chapter 179, The Older Brothers in DD New Role. Chapter 179. SSS Grade Ingredient, Darkray's Nether Stone. Long-term attachment by Darkray has imbued it with intense Dark-type emotional energy. Note, water soaked with this stone can be used as a certain seasoning. Wasn't this the stone Darkray gave to Kazephyr that day? Did this street-roaming rascal steal the stone from Kazephyr? That wouldn't be good, would it? Hayashi Kaede quickly turned, wanting to ask Mew if it had taken this stone from Kazephyr. But before he could speak, Mew, perched on his shoulder, had already flown into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. This made him inwardly complain, no wonder everyone calls you a street-roaming rascal. But he thought to himself that he must ask it during dinner tonight. Where exactly did this stone come from? Hayashi Kaede looked back at Sir Prior, only to find it swiftly slithering away toward the berry plantation. He could only sigh helplessly. Whatever, let's go find Sandshrew. After meandering out of this yet-to-be-formed berry plantation, he followed the bluestone trail to the town entrance, near the road. This was where most of the town's residents gathered, and Takagi Megami's home was also here. When Hayashi Kaede arrived at Takagi-San's house, only Sandshrew was inside. As the Pokémon that helped Takagi-san with farm work, it didn't need to stay in a Pokeball every day. In fact, it probably didn't even have the concept of a Pokeball. When he explained to Sandshrew why he had come, the little Pokémon's expression visibly brightened with excitement, but it held back from immediately agreeing. Instead, it clasped its paws together, saying it needed to ask Takagi-san first. Hayashi Kaede wasn't in a hurry. He waited at the entrance of the small Western-style house, watching Sandshrew eagerly roll toward the road construction site. He couldn't help but shake his head with amusement. So easily pleased. A short while later, Sandshrew rolled back, arriving in front of Hayashi Kaede and nodding repeatedly. Clearly, Takagi-san had agreed. So, Hayashi Kaede took it to the new berry plantation. Sandshrew. Sandshrew's eyes widened at the sight of such a large plot of land, followed by sheer delight. So much land! How long would it take to work on? How many bowls of spicy noodle soup would it be worth? Hayashi Kaede stood beside it, watching its astonished expression, and said, "Because the area to be tilled this time is quite large, and we need you to be meticulous removing all the stones from here. Let's take it slow and be careful, okay?" Sandshrew. MHM. Sandshrew's expression instantly turned serious. Hayashi Kaede entrusting such a large plot of land to it meant he trusted it, so it absolutely had to do this job well for him. After Hayashi Kaede showed it the area to be tilled today, the little one immediately got to work. Watching it work so diligently, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but smile. Sandshrew was much more honest and simple in this regard. It would finish whenever the work was done, not like Snivy in the past, which had automatically mastered the skill of slacking off. In this way, this Sandshrew personality was a bit like of the Combi. Shaking his head, Hayashi Kaede stopped focusing here and instead thought about going to buy some tomato berries later. Although his berry plantation no longer produced tomato berries, and it wasn't tomato berry season. In this world where Pokémon possessed various miraculous powers, growing off-season vegetables naturally was incredibly simple. It just meant the price would be slightly higher. Returning to the breeding house, a Pidgeotto carrying a parcel wrapped by Ndidi flew off toward the city outside. Hayashi Kaede looked at Ndidi, "Big brother. How is it? Getting used to it?" It and its sister had been here for quite some time now. Sometimes, he could see the sister playing joyfully with the Eevees, Alolan Vulpix, and Gudra, but the brother always seemed to have a perpetually bitter expression. Without using Viridian power, Hayashi Kaede couldn't really tell what Ndidi, Big Brother, was feeling. Because male Ndidi always had a rather stern-looking face. Ndidi. It's fine. With Rotom here, bookkeeping is very easy. The big brother Ndidi nodded earnestly as usual. It had gradually grown accustomed to the work here and his sister seemed quite accustomed too. But one issue was that these days, he noticed his sister's growth speed seemed to have caught up with his own. This was because the sister, while caring for baby Pokémon and the Alcremie, collected more gratitude emotions in daily life. However, Ndidi, Big Brother, didn't have any other thoughts about it. In its view, as long as his sister was happy, that was enough, because that's what their father had told him before they left. "You are the older brother, so don't let your sister be bullied by the trainer." Actually, Hayashi Kaede had recently noticed these subtle details too. The obvious situation was that when they first arrived, the older brother Ndidi was slightly taller than the sister. However, these days the sister's height was subtly beginning to surpass the brother's height. He just wasn't quite sure how to resolve this yet. After all, the cashier job offered very little opportunity to receive gratitude emotions. Little Kaede, little Kaede. Lost in thought, Hayashi Kaede was suddenly pulled back to attention by a call. A road construction worker, a town resident, and a Machop walked in. The Machop had a large patch of blood on its leg. What's this? Hayashi Kaede snapped awake and went over to Machop. This kid wasn't careful. While moving steel bars, it got cut by a sharp part and started bleeding, the construction worker explained helplessly. This was his first time bringing this Machop out to work, and he hadn't expected an accident on the very first day. Machop didn't seem to be in pain, just a bit embarrassed and awkward. Let me see. Hayashi Kaede crouched down to look at Machop's leg. It was covered in blood, and it looked like quite a lot had been lost. After a simple diagnostic, Hayashi Kaede knew it was just a surface wound. He was about to use his Viridian power to treat it first, but then he noticed the older brother Ndidi had also come out. An idea struck him, and he asked, "Can you bandage it?" Ndidi nodded. "Ndidi. I learned from Mom before." Because of Beedrill, both him and his sister had learned this skill thoroughly from their mother. "Then I'll get a basin of warm water to clean it and see the situation." Pokémon had robust constitutions. By the time Machop was brought here, the bleeding had already stopped, so the construction worker wasn't too worried. After Hayashi Kaede brought warm water, Ndidi skillfully began cleaning the wound, applying medicine, and bandaging it. Finally, Hayashi Kaede added a layer of his own Viridian power to heal the injury. The moment the Viridian power was applied, Machop, which had been somewhat uncomfortable when it arrived, immediately felt much less pain and looked at Ndidi in surprise. "Whew, glad it's nothing serious." "How much do we owe, young man?" the construction worker asked, seeing Machop now bandaged. "It's fine. You're helping our town repair the roads, this counts as a work injury, so it's free. Besides, I didn't do much, it was mostly this Ndidi's effort," Hayashi Kaede said with a smile. After a few more rounds of polite refusal, the construction worker could only thank the older brother Ndidi and leave with Machop. Watching Machop leave and feeling the emotional energy collected from above its head, the older brother Ndidi's mood instantly brightened. Coincidentally, Hayashi Kaede also looked at him then, smiling gently, and said, "It seems from now on, you'll have to take on the additional role of medical Pokémon in the breeding house." "Ndidi? Ndidi? Hey, yes, I will do it." With another matter resolved, Hayashi Kaede's mood improved significantly. Although no Pokémon specifically came to neighbor's breeding house for treatment after getting injured yet. Once challenges started happening one after another, injuries during Pokémon battles would be unavoidable. Then, the older brother Ndidi should be able to collect gratitude emotions. Chapter 180, Another Conversation with Salam Ince. Chapter 180. October 8th. Thanks to the hard work of all the Pokémon and the road construction crew, the road construction project was nearly 3/4 complete. Dragonite's workload had gradually lightened, allowing it to return to the breeding house from time to time. Gudra, encouraged by Ndidi and Alolan Vulpix, had slowly become more active. During meals, it no longer hid solely behind Mewtwo or Hayashi Kaede. Occasionally, it would pick up Alolan Vulpix or an Eevee and place them beside itself to eat together. Overall, their relationships were growing closer and closer. If Hayashi Kaede's eye of exploration could see the friendship levels between Alolan Vulpix and Gudra, he might even suspect that Gudra's bond with them was now higher than its bond with him. Then there was Salam Ince. Hayashi Kaede kept a close watch on it daily. Over time, it had visibly calmed down, no longer snarling at the construction workers below frequently, and the blood-red tint in its eyes had faded significantly. This noon, Hayashi Kaede sought out the often silent large dragon and first checked its stats panel. Pokémon, Salam Ince. Gender, male. Ability, Moxie. Aptitude, Red. IVs. Level, 79. Moves, Roost, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Dragon Tail, Dual Wing Beat, Hyper Beam, Flamethrower, Double Edge, Earthquake. Description: a powerful Salam Ince. Friendship, 30, it thinks you're quite persuasive. Happiness, 10. Seeing these stats, Hayashi Kaede nodded with satisfaction. Compared to when it first arrived, Salamenki's energy level had fully recovered, and its friendship had even risen to 30. It no longer wore a perpetually grim expression like it did initially. After all, he had used quite a few SSS-grade ability development energy cubes on it these past days. It looks like the previous deficits in your body have been mostly made up. Hayashi Kaede familiarly patted its shoulder. Salam Ince glanced back at him, then turned away, even yawning as if it had grown accustomed to this. Mutuo, however, looked at Hayashi Kaede with some surprise. It didn't know what Hayashi Kaede had done to Salam Ince that day, but ever since, Salam Ince had become much quieter. Did he persuade Salam Ince, just like he did with me? What are you thinking about? Hayashi Kaede flew up and landed directly on Salamenki's back. Salam Ince impatiently increased the frequency of its wing beats but didn't say much. It was somewhat interesting. Without psychic power to sustain it, Salam Ince had to flap its wings constantly to remain airborne for long periods. In other words, it was flapping its wings all day long. But this time, it unusually responded to Hayashi Kaede. Salam Ince. Thinking about the human who captured me back then. The human who captured you. Hayashi Kaede's interest was piqued. Logically, your strength in the wild should be quite formidable. Who could capture you? What Pokémon did they use? It wasn't Mutuo, was it? Hayashi Kaede looked at Mutuo. Because in its early days after being created, Mutuo had indeed helped Team Rocket capture many Pokémon. Mutuo's face darkened. It wasn't me. Most of the Pokémon I captured were released by me later. Back then. It recalled the human who had fitted it with restraining armor. His Beedrill was incredibly powerful. Back then, Mutuo believed his words and helped him capture other Pokémon every day, usually entire populations at a time. It was during that period that it slowly began to question the meaning of its own existence. Back then. Hayashi Kaede pressed. The Pokémon captured back then were basically entire populations. Here, Mutuo trailed off. Sensing Mutuo discomfort, Hayashi Kaede didn't push further and instead turned his attention back to Salam Ince. If it wasn't Mutuo who captured you, was it a Beedrill? After all, it was a peak Elite 4 level Pokémon. Shouldn't they have deployed some more impressive operatives? But as soon as he said this, Mutuo's expression froze. It had just been thinking about that Beedrill, but it had never told Hayashi Kaede that that human had a very powerful Beedrill. Salam Ince. Beedrill. A flash of disdain crossed Salamenki's face. Salam Ince. How could it be a Beedrill? Those are just weak bugs. What captured me was a very large group of Pokémon. A bunch of them, with a whole crowd of Pokémon, on a huge airship. At this point, Salam Ince became agitated. If it were just one Pokémon, why would it be afraid? Individually, it wasn't afraid of any of the Pokémon that surrounded it, but together, they slowly wore down its stamina until it was captured. That does sound quite despicable. Ganging up on you like that, Hayashi Kaede echoed in empathy. Salam Ince. Yes, yes. One day, I'll catch them and give them a taste of my claws. Seeing Hayashi Kaede agree, Salam Ince grew even more excited, brandishing its sharp claws. Hayashi Kaede continued in agreement, I agree with that. Hearing this, Salam Ince became even more exhilarated, its claws gleaming. However, the next second, it felt something was off and looked at Hayashi Kaede incredulously. Salam Ince. You agree? Of course. I only asked you not to hold malice toward other humans. After all, most humans are good people. I just don't want you to harm the innocent. Chapter 181, Netherstone Seasoning. Chapter 181. Hayashi Kaede didn't concern himself with Salaman's grudges and grievances. That was Salaman's business. His point was simply to direct this hatred appropriately and not affect the innocent. Just like the story he had fabricated for Salaman's before. If grievances have no specific target and debts no end to collect, hatred would breed hatred and only perpetuately cause hatred endlessly. Salaman's. So you mean, you'll let me go find those people? Salaman's said with considerable excitement. Of course, I won't stop you from that. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Putting himself in its place, if Hayashi Kaede were captured, subjected to daily blood draws and experiments, and then regained freedom and power, he probably wouldn't be much better off than Salaman's. Just like the league champion in the story. So, Hayashi Kaede wouldn't stop Salaman's from such matters. Salaman's. Good. Salaman's initial attitude toward Hayashi Kaede immediately became less resistant. In fact, it found him more and more agreeable. This human was good. Not only did he provide food every day, but now he wasn't even obstructing its revenge. It spread its wings, about to soar into the sky, but Hayashi Kaede timely called out, "Wait, don't move recklessly. Hear me out first." Salaman's. Its wing beats halted. Though excited, with Mutuo still nearby, Salaman's could only obediently pause. "What do you want to do now?" Salaman's. "Get revenge." Revenge. Hayashi Kaede placed a hand on its wing. Revenge? With what? They caught you once, they can catch you again. There are so many of them. Why do you think they'd fight you one by one? Salaman's mind blanked. It suddenly remembered that although its strength had recovered, it was at this same strength level when it was captured before. If its strength hadn't changed, wouldn't it just get captured again if it went now? Seeing your expression, you understand what I'm saying. So, focus on getting stronger first before talking about revenge. Watching Salaman's happiness value rise and then fall again, Hayashi Kaede patted its head. During this time, just stay well behaved in the berry plantation. Salaman's. Salaman's nodded seriously. Dragon-type Pokémon had long lives, it was only in its prime now. There was plenty of time to grow stronger and then seek revenge. Moreover, it could feel that growing stronger here was faster. Doing the math, it wouldn't take long at all. Maybe it could soon get its revenge. With a goal, Salaman's entire demeanor became spirited, as if reborn. Seeing Salaman's like this, Hayashi Kaede smiled contentedly. His recent period of earnest teaching hadn't been in vain. After raising Salaman's friendship level again, Hayashi Kaede returned to the new kitchen in the garden. He took out a bottle from his storage ball containing a black stone. The bottle was filled with quite a lot of liquid. This was the netherstone Mew had brought him a couple of days ago. Initially, he thought it was the one Darkrai had given to Kazefer. But after Mew explained saying it had taken the stone from that Darkrai itself, Hayashi Kaede breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Mew immediately took out a molter's feather and told him this was what it had taken from the molters under Kazefer. Hayashi Kaede's expression at that moment had utterly petrified. Taking a stone from Darkrai, taking a feather from molters. That was so like it. Between surprise and amusement, he couldn't help but ask, "Did they know you were taking these things?" Mew shook its head. "That won't do. Taking things without asking is basically stealing. That's not a good habit." Hayashi Kaede had promptly tapped its forehead. Mew's reply at the time was, "Mew, but they have plenty. These are just consumables for them. Besides, I like collecting odd things." It said it very casually. Like molter's feathers, if it took some, they would grow back. If it didn't, they'd naturally molt during shedding season, or they might even lose some feathers in battles with other Pokémon. Hearing this, Hayashi Kaede immediately found it interesting. So by that logic, my food is also a consumable. Speaking of which, when you first came here, you transformed into a Pidgeotto and secretly ate my food. Here, let me give you an example. See how you'd feel. Say, you guard the World Tree, right? The World Tree is your root. But there's something on the World Tree that is a great treasure for humans. This treasure, as you said, regenerates automatically. It's a consumable. Now, if a human secretly climbed the World Tree and without your permission, took this treasure, would you be happy? Mew. This speech made Mew fall into deep thought immediately. The World Tree was its root. If the World Tree disappeared, it would vanish too, and the entire world's ecosystem would be damaged. Without its permission, it certainly wouldn't like anyone causing any harm to the World Tree. Mew shook its head. Mew. Not happy. The World Tree is very important. Right, the principle is the same. You also know that taking things without permission is behavior that makes others unhappy. Hayashi Kaede stroked its head. Seeing its thoughtful expression, he didn't say more. Ultimately, for a Pokémon like Mew, who knew how many years it had lived in this world, when it came to principles, you could only guide it gradually and methodically, letting it realize things itself. Other methods wouldn't work. Turning back to look at the bottle soaking the nether stone, Hayashi Kaede fell into thought. After Mew brought it out, he discovered that this stone, whether soaked in water or not, would slowly emit its energy. However, if not soaked in water, this dark-type energy would gradually cover the town, potentially turning it into a ghost town again. However, if placed in water, the emitted energy would slowly dissolve into the water. Since that was the case, it was better to let it dissolve in water. Water soaked with the nether stone, when applied in cooking, seems to produce a miraculous change. Food made with this water naturally becomes more attractive to dark-type Pokémon. Side effect, might also summon nightmares, but can be counteracted with opposing energy. Chapter 182, World Leaf Tea. Chapter 182. This nether stone is for dark-type Pokémon, some more it also had side effect of causing nightmares. Not to mention Aogiri City didn't even have a single breeding house specializing in dark-type Pokémon. Who would want to eat something like this? Especially when eating this will cause nightmares. However, when it came to counteracting with opposing energies, Hayashi Kaede thought of Cresselia's lunar wing. Unfortunately, Cresselia wasn't so easy to encounter, was it? The system hadn't rewarded one yet too. Putting away this useless seasoning, Hayashi Kaede took out a grayish-black rock. Though called a rock, its shape was no different from a leaf, it just felt like rock to the touch. This was a leaf from the World Tree, but it wasn't a World Tree leaf rewarded by the system, it was given to him by Mew after their discussion. Presumably, Mew thought Hayashi Kaede's example meant he wanted some treasure from the World Tree, so it took a leaf and gave him. To be honest, Hayashi Kaede was just giving an example and he did not have the intention to actually ask for treasure. But since Mew had already taken it out, there was no reason to return it. SSS Grade Ingredient World Tree Leaf, a leaf taken from the core area of the World Tree. After roasting, it seems it can be used as tea leaves. The system had previously rewarded one World Tree leaf, and Hayashi Kaede had been wondering how to use it. He hadn't expected Mew to give him another one. After the Darkrai incident, Hayashi Kaede understood that in this world, all items dropped by legendary Pokémon basically had a connection. Meaning, if he used an item from a legendary Pokémon, that Pokémon could sense it was Hayashi Kaede using its thing, no matter where it was. So now, the Silver Wing, Sacred Ash, and other such items were still quietly sitting in his system space. He was afraid that after using them, their owners would immediately come looking. To be honest, after learning this, Hayashi Kaede was somewhat worried that the Molter's feather rewarded by the system might attract Molters. However, so much time had passed and Moltres hadn't come. Could it perhaps be the one from one of the 3 legendary birds from the Pokémon movie The Power of One? Back to the present. Now, since this world tree leaf could be roasted, Hayashi Kaede didn't hesitate and directly tossed the leaf into the iron pot. The process of roasting tea isn't very complicated, just 2 steps, roasting and rolling. The goal is to remove moisture from the tea leaves, but to be honest, with the rock-like leaf, Hayashi Kaede couldn't tell if there was any moisture inside. So he kept watching its status with eye of exploration. Once the ingredient's description changed, he promptly used psychic power to remove it. Legendary grade ingredient World Tree tea made from leaf of the World Tree. The description was simple. But seeing the word legendary on it, Hayashi Kaede fell into thought. The last time a legendary grade ingredient appeared was with Muse Eyelash. The culinary effect created from that had boosted Sir Prier and Gardevoir's strength tremendously. Furthermore, he still remembered the cyan flame from last time. So, what kind of dish could this legendary grade ingredient create? Brewing tea is using the tea leaf is the simplest. Just pour hot water and it becomes tea. Then there's tea eggs where the egg is boiled in tea. These are the 2 most typical example of simple use of tea leaf. There's also other uses of tea leaf like tea rice, tea duck, and various other dishes. Should I try making tea first? Hayashi Kaede muttered to himself. Mainly because tea had a great advantage: after brewing, you could add more water and brew again, allowing for cyclical consumption. After thinking of a clear plan, he acted. Since this was a leaf Mew gave him, there was no need to be afraid and hesitate. He directly boiled a pot of water and tossed the leaf in. In an instant, a rich aroma began to spread from the pot. Immediately, a Pokémon followed the scent over. Vulpix. So fragrant. Your nose is still the sharpest. Hayashi Kaede looked down at Alolan Vulpix, the first to arrive, and couldn't help but smile. Alolan Vulpix wagged its fluffy tail, looking very excited. Vulpix, Hayashi Kaede, what delicious thing are you making? Hayashi Kaede, it's not food, it's a drink. Go call the other, tell them to get ready to eat. Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix couldn't help but look at the pot beside Hayashi Kaede, the scent was coming from there. It thought to itself, this was a smell it had never encountered before. What delicious thing was the trainer making today? Then it scampered off to find the others. After shooing away Alolan Vulpix, just as Hayashi Kaede was about to use Eye of Exploration to check the effect, another cry made him turn back. Combusken. Looking back, it was indeed Combusken, drawn by the scent. It had never smelled such an aroma before and couldn't help but come over. Hayashi Kaede could only helplessly shoo it away too. Not ready yet, not ready yet. Go wait honestly in the garden. Combusken. After Combusken also left, Hayashi Kaede breathed a sigh of relief and finally looked at the pot of tea. Legendary grade dish World Tree tea, tea brewed from World Tree leaf. Has mysterious, special effects. Allows Pokémon that drink it to feel closer to nature. Effect 1, the first time a living being drinks World Tree tea, they subtly become more likely to gain the favor of other living beings. Effect 2, Grass-type Pokémon gain deeper insights into nature. The power of Grass-type terrain and special attack moves increases by 50%. Effect 3, gains the World Tree's favor. When near the World Tree, can sense the World Tree's emotions. Effect 4, bears the World's will. The first time after drinking, when hit by a super effective attack, has a certain probability to nullify 75% of the damage. Effect 5, beings that drink the tea have a certain probability of receiving a aura gift from the World Tree. The stronger the tea, the higher the probability. As expected, 5 culinary effects. Hayashi Kaede read them one by one, his eyes shining brighter than ever. There are 5 culinary effects. Except for the third, which was somewhat useless, the other 4 were excellent. The first could increase affinity, this will be useful for Hayashi Kaede. The second boosted grass-type Pokémon move power. Combined with the previous effect from Muse Eyelash, wouldn't Serpentier's move power increase by 80%? Plus contrary. Hayashi Kaede didn't dare imagine how high Serpentier's move power would stack. The fourth was also good, it could reduce move damage, suitable for any Pokémon. As for the fifth. Chapter 183, T is here. Chapter 183. Aura Gift? Hayashi Kaede felt his heart stir upon seeing this. In his mind, the value of aura power was in no way inferior to psychic power. Ever since obtaining psychic power last time, Hayashi Kaede had been thinking, since he already had viridian power and psychic power, would he be able to get other kind of powers in the future? Humans in the Pokémon world could comprehend even more powers, such as Transcendence Power, Aura Power, Heart Power, and so on. However, the one Hayashi Kaede most desired after gaining psychic power was still Aura Power. With Aura, he could monitor his entire breeding house in all aspects. For this, he had even considered whether he should try to please Uncle Genmu's Lucario to see if he could obtain Aura Power. But he went twice, and Lucario wasn't there, it was guarding the forest. Therefore, he could only leave some fruits and vegetables and return regretfully. The stronger the tea, the higher the probability. Reading the description, Hayashi Kaede poured out the first cup of the world leaf tea. You couldn't see the color in the pot, but after pouring, you could see the tea was actually emerald green, looking very fresh and refreshing. Hayashi Kaede lifted the teacup and took a deep breath. God bless me, may fortune be with me. Give me aura. In Hayashi Kaede's experience, the probability for certain probability dishes was generally not high. He then blew on it to cool it slightly and downed it in one gulp. Whoa, so bitter! That was Hayashi Kaede's first impression after drinking this tea. But immediately after the initial bitterness came a sweet aftertaste, a refreshing feeling, as if his whole body had been cleansed. These weren't the key points, Hayashi Kaede was just complaining. He was more concerned about the effects the dish would bring him. After a good while, Hayashi Kaede tried to sense the power within his body and felt half his heart turn cold. Aside from psychic power and viridian power, there was no trace of any other power. Which meant, in matters like this, he was still unlucky. 5 culinary effects, only one was useful to him, making other beings more likely to have a more favorable affinity with him. Sigh. He sighed silently, didn't dwell on it, and instead sealed the pot, planning to let everyone have a taste later. See which lucky one could comprehend aura, no, to be more specific, make progress with aura. Because from what he understood, all things had aura, it was just a matter of strength and whether it could be utilized. Next was cooking. A slight movement came from behind, Hayashi Kaede understood intuitively. These days, because the construction team was still here, he couldn't handle the food alone. Every day around this time, Gardevoir needed to come help. For the construction workers and their Pokémon, Hayashi Kaede specifically selected foods that could speed up stamina recovery and boost energy. This surprised the construction team and they even commented, "It's strange. I originally thought this house would take 2 or 3 months, but now it looks like it'll be done in 2 months at most. Everyone's motivation is so high." Hayashi Kaede just smiled without saying a word. An hour later, at the dining table in the garden, Combuskin today was very fidgeting impatiently as it waited at its dining table, frequently looking back toward the kitchen behind it. It was wondering, what could that incredibly fragrant thing it smelled today be? Also expectantly waiting was Alolan Vulpix, sitting with its group of partners of the Eevee and Goodra. As more and more Pokémon joined, the original cafeteria area, which one pavilion had been enough for, now had to be expanded. Fortunately, the construction team was here during this period, so Hayashi Kaede asked them to help build several dining tables of different types and sizes for convenience, so each Pokémon had a suitably sized table. They also built small sheds for shade, but some Pokémon didn't need to specifically come here to eat. For example, Miltank preferred to stay quietly in their shed. And Combi were even more interesting, they would ingest honey while gathering nectar. When Pokémon or Hayashi Kaede saw this while stopping in the berry plantation, Kaede couldn't help but remark, "Enjoy your meal. Alcremie. You look very happy." The Alcremie, led by Ndd, little sister, came to the dining table. One of them, seeing Combusken frequently looking back, couldn't help but come over and ask. "Combusken. We are going to eat." "Of course I'm happy." Combusken replied as a matter of course. Who wouldn't be happy about eating? Then, looking at the sweet, delicious Alcremie before it, it raised its own bowl and placed it in front of the Alcremie. "Combusken. Some cream, please. I'm so hungry." Alcremie. The Alcremie felt it shouldn't have started the conversation. In the end, it left a bit of its own cream and trotted over to Alolan Vulpix. "Alcremie. What are you all talking about?" "Vulpix." Alolan Vulpix turned and saw it was the sweet-smelling partner from the room, so it said directly, "Vulpix. I smelled a fragrance in the kitchen earlier that I've never smelled before. That means there's new delicious food." Alcremie. New delicious food. Hearing this, the Alcremie immediately felt anticipation for the new delicious food. It called out to the little sister Ndd, "Alcremie." Ndd, little sister, understood, came over, carefully picked up the Alcremie, and carried it to the special flat little table for Alcremie and Bound Sweet. Ndd. Once there, the Alcremie first announced this good news to the other Alcremie, then thanked Ndd, little sister, for bringing it over. "Alcremie, thank you." Ndd, little sister, collecting gratitude emotions, smiled even wider. It had to be said, before, it was really difficult for Alcremie and Bound Sweet to move around because they were small and not very mobile. A distance that other Pokémon could cover in a few steps might take them minutes, even over 10 minutes, to traverse. They used to need to ask Gardevoir for help. But Gardevoir was sometimes too busy to always be by their side. Now, with Ndd siblings here, these problems were much easier. Just then, a blood-red shadow streaked across the sky. The Alcremie, who had just been happily discussing what they might eat today, immediately huddled together, timidly looking at the blood-red shadow descending from the sky. Without a doubt, this was Salamence. There was no helping it, its initial appearance was too frightening. On its first day at mealtime, it had scared the Alcremie terribly. Although its expression was much better now, the first impression it left on the Alcremie was too deep, so everyone was still afraid of it. Fortunately, at that moment Hayashi Kaede and Gardevoir also emerged from the kitchen. The tea is here. Chapter 184, Gym Leader Candidates, Mutuo. Chapter 184. Combusken. Seeing Hayashi Kaede come out, Combusken was the most eager, almost rushing forward directly. Unfortunately, it saw Gardevoir beside Hayashi Kaede. If you asked Combusken which Pokémon it feared most in the entire berry plantation, aside from Hayashi Kaede and Surprier, the next would be Gardevoir. After all, Gardevoir had raised it. Although Gardevoir was usually very gentle, it knew that if it made Gardevoir angry, there would be no good outcome. In contrast, Hayashi Kaede was much better. Hayashi Kaede provide it with food and allow it to eat as much as it want, as long as it completed the training plan Hayashi Kaede set, he wouldn't bother it. Looking at the group of eagerly waiting Pokémon, Hayashi Kaede took out their favorite foods from his storage ball one by one and placed them on their tables. These were all ordinary, everyday foods. So when Combusken saw these, it wasn't very excited and kept looking expectantly at Hayashi Kaede. But when it realized Hayashi Kaede was leaving without bringing out any new food, it couldn't help but freeze. Wasn't there very fragrant food earlier? Why wasn't it served now? Watching Hayashi Kaede get further away, it finally couldn't help but call out, "Combuskin! Hey!" Hayashi Kaede turned back, saw the puzzled Combuskin, and quickly realized it was asking about that food. He explained, "Oh, that's for after you finish your meal." Tea was naturally for cutting grease after a meal. Hearing this, although Combuskin was a bit disappointed, thinking it could taste the deliciousness it smelled earlier after eating, it started eating quickly. Other Pokémon, hearing this conversation, also silently sped up their eating, curious about what delicacy Alolan Vulpix and Combuskin had been discussing. After distributing food to all the Pokémon, Hayashi Kaede went to Mewtwo. "How do you feel being here?" They'd been staying for several days now, and he hadn't asked Mewtwo how it felt. Mewtwo was silent for a moment, glanced at Mew eating happily nearby, then turned back. "It feels good, just a bit idle. Every day, it just watched over Salamence." Although watching Salamanki's personality become increasingly stable gave it a strange sense of fulfillment. As Salamence grew calmer, Mewtwo felt lost again. After no longer being needed to watch over Salamence, what should it do? Idle. Hayashi Kaede was taken aback, then laughed. "There's a Pokémon battle competition in Nagisuna City soon. Interested in going?" Hayashi Kaede was, of course, referring to the Junior Cup. It was held on the 23rd of this month, it was only the 8th now, so there was plenty of time. Battles between trainers. Mewtwo nodded. Okay. Although it had seen many trainer battles during its travels, it wouldn't refuse an invitation from Hayashi Kaede. "Don't worry, you won't be idle for long. Once the road is repaired, I'll have something for you to help with." Hayashi Kaede patted its shoulder, leaving these words. Lately, he hadn't been promoting challenges through his video channel because the road wasn't finished yet, making coming and going inconvenient, and some rules weren't set. For example, challenge time limits, what could be challenged on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays? And Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays? If slots were full, appointments would need to be made at designated times on Mondays or Sundays. Moreover, after the house was built, he wanted to construct a flat area for future battlegrounds or perhaps as a future gym location. If he were to open a gym, the best location would probably be near the town entrance, where there was a large area of wasteland. But to be honest, the procedures for opening a gym were more complicated than Hayashi Kaede had imagined. He'd looked it up these past few days. First, the trainer's strength must have at least 6 powerful Pokémon at gym level, 40 to 49. Secondly, they need a specialized type. This was actually manageable, Kaede have Pokémons that are at or above gym level. Then there were background checks, written exams, league interviews. In addition, to qualify, one must challenge 8 official gyms, and have a top 8 certificate from a provincial competition or a top 16 certificate from the Pokémon League Conference. In short, the procedures made Hayashi Kaede's scalp tingle. The main thing was, if he really opened a gym, Hayashi Kaede didn't really want to be stuck in the gym every day. Because once you become a gym leader, you're essentially a league employee and must follow league dispatches for regional jurisdiction. He didn't want to be constrained. So, the best candidate for gym leader in his mind was actually Mewtwo. He just wanted to make occasional guest appearances. Although Mewtwo was a Pokémon, it could transform into a human. So, couldn't it fully handle gym leader duties? As for the league wanting to dispatch it, that would be between the league and Mewtwo. Combuskin. Lost in thought, Hayashi Kaede had originally planned to have a heart-to-heart with Salamence or Gudra, but halfway there, Combuskin came over holding its plate. The plate was slick and clean, as if licked. Its face was also full of anticipation. Clearly, this guy was here for the delicacy Hayashi Kaede mentioned earlier. Seeing it like this, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but play coy. To be honest, you might not want to drink this. But if you ask for it, you have to finish it, understand? Combuskin. Combuskin nodded seriously. With that fragrance earlier, it was sure this new delicacy must be delicious. So, Hayashi Kaede didn't waste words. He looked around and saw that everyone seemed almost done eating. He then took out the thermos of tea, along with cups or other containers, and used psychic power to distribute it to each Pokémon. He didn't forget the combis and Miltanks either, placing some aside to bring to them later. Then, under Combuskin's impatient gaze, he poured a cup for it. A rich aroma, even stronger than in the kitchen, immediately spread. Hayashi Kaede's eyebrows rose. He seemed to have forgotten a characteristic of tea: the first brew gets stronger and stronger. So the effects should be getting better and better. Thinking this, his eyes lit up. Could it be that he and aura power were still meant to be? Chapter 185, The Pokémon that Masters Aura. Chapter 185. Beside him, Combuskin, having received the tea, wasn't afraid of the heat. It directly opened its beak and impatiently gulped it down. Halfway through, its expression turned disgusted from the bitterness, and it tried to spit the tea out. Naturally, Hayashi Kaede wouldn't allow this. He directly held Combuskin's beak shut and tilted its head back, forcing it to drink. I told you, if you drink it, you have to finish it. This is good stuff, can't waste it. Combuskin, Combuskin, Combuskin. So bitter. After forcibly drinking the tea, Combuskin felt nothing but bitterness in its mouth. It couldn't help but look at Hayashi Kaede in shock. Combuskin. What is this? Even last time's stir-fried bitter melon wasn't this bitter. Tea. I already warned you that you might not like it, but this is precious, so no wasting. Hayashi Kaede replied while pouring tea for the other Pokémon. He had also downed it in one go earlier, so he knew how bitter the tea was. But after the bitterness came sweetness. However, after seeing Combuskin's expression, the other Pokémon grew apprehensive about the tea before them. Helpless, Hayashi Kaede had to explain, everyone, don't be scared by Combuskin. This should be drunk slowly, not gulped down like Combuskin did. Also, this tea is very beneficial for your growth, so, every Pokémon must drink it, at least one sip. Hayashi Kaede felt he shouldn't have teased Combuskin earlier. Now it seemed like he was a parent forcing medicine down a child's throat. The first was Gardevoir. After seeing Hayashi Kaede force Combuskin to drink this tea, it realized the tea was precious. Probably something very good. It carefully took a small sip and frowned. The taste was indeed bitter, no wonder Combuskin didn't like it, but then, it felt something was off. After drinking this tea, Gardevoir could clearly feel its perception of the environment and the movements of the surrounding Pokémon become sharper and clearer. This was different from psychic sensing. Psychic sensing could only detect the auras of nearby Pokémon, not the surrounding objects. Like where there was weeds, where there were stones. It could also vaguely sense a new power within itself. Gardevoir was stunned, even the subsequent sweet aftertaste in its mouth was unconsciously ignored. Gardevoir. It looked at Hayashi Kaede, who was still pouring tea for the other Pokémon. His expression seemed to carry a certain expectation. Was it a dish like last time, where the Alcremie could use moves after eating it? Gardevoir waited quietly. On the other hand, Hayashi Kaede grew anxious. Although he hadn't gained the World Tree's favor the first time, he wanted to test the probability of his Pokémon gaining favor and obtaining aura power. After all, his berry plantation and breeding house had about 50 Pokémon now, right? There should be at least 2 lucky ones. All Pokémon, excluding Mew, under Hayashi Kaede's watchful eye, obediently took a sip of tea. Some Pokémon were resistant at first but, after the sweet aftertaste, found the taste acceptable and drank more like Bound Sweet, Melodic, Mewtwo and the matcha-flavored Alcremie. Some found it very bitter and didn't drink more after the first sip. Like Sir Prior, Hayashi Kaede didn't force this. Many of the tea's effects were only effective the first time. If the probability of gaining aura power was very low, there was no point in forcing them to drink. After almost all Pokémon had taken a sip, Hayashi Kaede looked at everyone expectantly and asked, "Did anyone learn a new move?" Combustion. Alcremie. Sir Prior. No. Pidgeotto. Pidgeot. Looking around, Hayashi Kaede's heart gradually sank. Almost all Pokémon shook their heads. Only Bounsweet and Sir Prior seemed to feel some change, but Hayashi Kaede knew this change was because they were grass-type Pokémon. Out of so many Pokémon, not a single one comprehended aura? Hayashi Kaede looked at the tea in his hand, lost in thought, a trace of disappointment unavoidably appearing on his face. Just then, Mew flew up from its dining table and landed beside Gardevoir, looking at it curiously. Mew. It faintly sensed a hint of the aura from the World Tree on Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Is this it? After a brief hesitation, Gardevoir finally spoke. When Hayashi Kaede looked over, he noticed a small energy sphere in Gardevoir's right hand. The energy sphere was light blue, with what seemed like countless streaks flowing across it. Hayashi Kaede's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, that's it. Aura. He hadn't expected Gardevoir to be the one to master it in the end. He was about to move closer, but upon reaching it, he realized the aura sphere in Gardevoir's hand was growing smaller. And it didn't seem very powerful. Gardevoir also explained, Gardevoir. This power is very faint, so gathering it is troublesome. But it allows me to perceive the surroundings very clearly. At this point, Gardevoir was still quite intrigued with this novelty. Can it be enhanced? Hayashi Kaede asked expectantly. Gardevoir. Gardevoir looked at the teapot in Hayashi Kaede's hand. Meaning it could, but it would probably require drinking more of that tea. I see. Hayashi Kaede came back to his senses. He suddenly remembered the tea's culinary effect description: the stronger the tea, the higher the probability of receiving the World Tree's gift of aura power. It wasn't that the first sip had the highest probability. Which meant, as long as Hayashi Kaede had a steady supply of tea leaves, one day, he could obtain aura power. He just needed World Tree leaves. Hayashi Kaede looked at Mew, who was on the side watching the drama while eating melon seeds. Ahem, little Mew, let's discuss something, shall we? Chapter 186, Evolution, Blaziken. Chapter 186. Mew. Seeing Hayashi Kaede suddenly rubbing his hands and smiling, Mew didn't find it odd and instead asked, Mew. What is it? It's just. Now it was Hayashi Kaede's turn to act awkwardly. Just a few days ago, he had been lecturing Mew about treasures from the World Tree, and now he was coveting its treasures himself. It's just, do you have more of these World Tree leaves? If they're consumables, could you bring some over from time to time? Hayashi Kaede rarely found himself in such a awkward predicament. Mew. Hearing this, Mew tilted its head and looked at the teapot in Hayashi Kaede's hand. It could tell the water inside was made from the World Tree leaf it had given. It seemed, Hayashi Kaede had been right earlier, he did want treasures from the World Tree. Mew couldn't help but imagine, if someone really sneaked into the World Tree and caused damage, would it truly affect the World Tree? Thinking this, Mew decided that upon returning, it would have the World Tree generate its own protective measures to drive away outside humans. It was so clever. Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede, seeing Mew remain silent for so long, thought the leaves might be particularly precious items from the World Tree. He sighed inwardly. If they're very rare and would affect the World Tree, then forget it. Compared to his desire for aura power, the World Tree was clearly far more important. Mew, not really, there are plenty, but they're on the World Tree. Wait for me to go back and get them for you, Kaede. Mew shook its head, covering its mouth as it laughed. You wait for me. After speaking, it flew up into the sky. Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede's smile gradually widened. The word plenty caught his utmost attention. Didn't that mean obtaining aura power was just a matter of time? Hayashi Kaede picked up a cup and poured one for himself. Although this sip was still bitter and didn't grant him aura power, his mood improved significantly. Having hope was better than having none. Looking at the Pokémon who had all finished eating, Hayashi Kaede was about to clear the cups and plates from the table when a surge of energy fluctuation suddenly caught his attention. He turned to look. It was Combusken, who had just drunk the tea. To suppress the bitterness in its mouth, it had gone back to the alcremie for some cream to counteract the taste. However, the moment it ate it, its body began to glow white. Then its form quickly stretched, grew taller, larger, and more proportionate. The sudden scene attracted everyone's attention, but no one found it strange. It is because Combusken had been faintly glowing white lately and now was the right time for evolution. When the white light faded, what appeared before everyone was a Blaziken with a V-shaped mark on its forehead, long cream-colored hair at the back of its head, orange-red fur covering its thighs, and standing nearly 2 meters tall. Unlike the typically handsome Blaziken after evolution. Perhaps because it had just evolved, it still looked a bit dazed. It was still holding a plate with unfinished cream. But the power surging through its body, plus the change in perspective, all told it that it had evolved. Blaziken. Blaziken looked at the plate of cream in its hand, momentarily unsure whether to eat it or put it down. It kind of wanted to eat it, but now, all the Pokémon were looking at it. It felt a bit awkward to eat now. Go ahead and eat, finish what you have on your plate. Hayashi Kaede walked over to it, somewhat helplessly saying. Although his Pokémon rarely experienced battles, so it was difficult for them to evolve during combat. But evolving while eating cream. What more right after evolving, still being preoccupied with the cream in its hand, was really quite something that you would expect from a foodie, Kaede mentally complained. Watching Blaziken start eating again, Hayashi Kaede sighed inwardly. He remembered how he had once wanted to raise Blaziken to be a hero of the town, like that Blaziken in Kalos. But now, the feathers swaying in the wind, the crimson hue on its legs, the slender figure. Everything was fine if you ignored the cream-covered mouth. Pokémon, Blaziken. Gender, male. Ability, speed boost. Aptitude, red. IVs. Level, 40-43. Moves, Ember, Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Sand Attack, Aerial Ace, Night Slash, Brick Break, Dig, Agility, Detect, Flamethrower. Friendship, 94. Happiness, 70, finally not bitter anymore. Since I have evolved, will I be able to eat more too? Blaziken. Only after finishing the cream did Blaziken contentedly examine its current condition. Its arms and legs might look slimmer, but they were clearly stronger. Squeezing the muscles on its left arm with its right hand revealed firm, hard muscle, and the fire energy within was more active too. It looked down and realized that the trainer it once had to look up to now seemed a bit shorter than itself. So, its confidence returned. Blaziken. You want to compete in running? Hayashi Kaede was taken aback, then laughed. Okay, before dinner this afternoon, we'll have a running race. Blaziken. Winner gets barbecue. Blaziken couldn't help but make a demand. Alright, if you win, I'll treat you to barbecue. Hayashi Kaede couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry but agreed to its request. At that moment, Bounsweet was brought over by Ndidi, little sister, and Bryan also swam over leisurely. Both Pokémon expressed their congratulations on Blaziken's evolution. Blaziken just grinned goofily, then raised a fist, vowing that in the future, it would definitely protect them like the Blaziken hero Hayashi Kaede had described. This put Hayashi Kaede's mind somewhat at ease. It seemed the guy hadn't completely forgotten the stories he'd told. Bounsweet, who had just arrived, was initially a bit scared. Seeing its former playmate suddenly become so tall, but upon hearing Blaziken's words, the expression on its pale red flesh immediately turned happy again. Bounsweet, MHM. Bryan, however, looked at Blaziken with a hint of envy. Gardevoir walked over to it and patted its head. Gardevoir. Don't worry, you'll be there soon too. Bryan froze for a moment, then nodded very seriously. It could see that the trainer seemed to be expanding a new berry plantation lately. Once ready, the new plantation would definitely need caretakers. Melodic preferred staying in this plantation, so after evolving, it could help the trainer take care of the new one. Bounsweet. Beside them, Bounsweet, brought by Ndidi, little sister, holding it, had its smiling expression falter. It looked at the increasingly large and powerful Blaziken, then at the determined, evolved Bryan. Its smiling expression gradually fell, and finally, its gaze landed on the micro-everstone it carried. Everyone seemed to be getting stronger and becoming more useful to the trainer. So, should it still keep this everstone? Chapter 187, Sky Challenge Rewards. Chapter 187. October 12th. It was a sunny day. A rare day with clear and bright sunshine. The road construction had reached its final stage. By now, the work Dragonite needed to do for the road was mainly using rain dance. Casting rain dance on the already built road was done to prevent the freshly dried cement from cracking under the sun. After this period, it would be time to lay asphalt and have Pokémon that could remove odors sprinkle powder on the road. Then, it would be complete. Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede was in his room refining the challenge rules for the Sky Challenge and the Nostalgia Challenge. Though called two challenges, it was essentially just the Sky Challenge. This challenge could effectively improve a Pokémon's evasion and accuracy in battle, making it the best training method aside from some guaranteed hit moves. Hayashi Kaede hadn't set any rewards before, so he was now designing them. The first level might be a bit difficult for new trainers. But it shouldn't be hard for trainers who've been on their journey for a while. This should be the reward. B-End Grade Salac Berry Energy Cube made from Salac Berries. Long-term consumption can greatly improve a Pokémon's speed. Culinary Effect 1. Long-term consumption can slightly increase a Pokémon's individual speed value. This was for the first level. To be honest, the energy cubes for clearing the first level were also sold at the breeding house, just at a relatively expensive price. They were energy cubes he casually mass-produced using psychic power. The effects were quite good. For the second level, double the amount, third level, quadruple, fourth level, A grade. The final level, grand prize, haven't thought of it yet. No rush, since no one can clear it anyway. And a consolation prize. Hayashi Kaede fell into thought regarding the consolation prize. This is because Kaede faced with a dilemma. The Pidgeotto in his berry plantation clearly all had the potential to evolve into Pidgeot. Which meant, for future Sky Challenges, participants would definitely be facing Pidgeot. So, he needed to specially train the Pidgeotto to present varying difficulties against different opponents. For the consolation prize, how about offering some Bounsweet juice? Might make them feel better. This thought flashed through Hayashi Kaede's mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. This was to keep those trainers who kept losing from crying too hard. Maybe throw in a bottle of Moo Moo milk too. But speaking of Bounsweet juice, Hayashi Kaede grew puzzled. Pokémon that provided ingredients in his berry plantation usually saw their ingredient quality slowly improve after being raised for a while. You could reference the Miltank. The Moo Moo milk they produced now had reached A grade, on par with the milk produced by Elite 4 level Miltank at the Miltank Ranch. But in reality, the few Miltank had only recently reached around level 30. It was hard to imagine what quality their milk would reach at Elite 4 level. Another issue was, as milk quality improved, so did the price. A-grade Moo milk already cost several thousand on the market. This led to a problem. It was simply too expensive. Sometimes, the Moo milk couldn't be sold out. After all, Aogiri City was still a small town. Few families were well off enough to have Pokémon that could drink such high-quality Moo milk daily. Fortunately, the berry plantation now raised more Pokémon. Unsold Moo milk could be given to the former Combusken, now Blaziken, Gudra, and others to finish. There are also honey. Honey quality was also slowly improving. Although there hadn't been a grade change yet, Hayashi Kaede could feel the quality subtly getting better. On the other hand, Bound Sweet Juice, aside from tasting a bit sweeter, hadn't seen significant quality improvement. This made Hayashi Kaede wonder if the Everstone was inhibiting it. Bound Sweet also didn't want to evolve, so he can't do anything about it. It is a bit of a headache. Rubbing his forehead, Hayashi Kaede didn't want to dwell on it too much. If it didn't want to evolve, then it won't. It wasn't like he was short on juice. After handling these matters, Hayashi Kaede planned to find Rotom and have it promote the challenges through his video channel when the time was right. However, when he reached the breeding house, he discovered that the two high school students from last time had come again. They were consulting Ndidi at the entrance about the challenges. Ndidi, big brother, wasn't familiar with these challenges and was about to have Alolan Vulpix, resting nearby, find Hayashi Kaede to clarify. Coincidentally, Hayashi Kaede emerged from his room just then. Mr. Hayashi? We're here to try the Sky Challenge again. Rikuchi Homura, Suzuki Takeshi. The two's eyes lit up upon seeing Hayashi Kaede, and they hurried over. Last time's challenge, in just one day, had significantly raised their Pokémon's rankings in class battles. Having tasted success, the two discussed and decided not to immediately spread the word about the Sky Challenge at the breeding house. When classmates asked, they modestly said they had intensified their Pokémon training lately. They planned to sneak over for a few more challenges themselves, or perhaps tell their classmates after clearing the first level. After all, they were still students. Considering the cost of another challenge and the energy cubes needed during the attempt, they had only saved up enough funds now. Here for the challenge? Sure, I'll take you over. Hayashi Kaede nodded, thinking it was a good time to also tell the Pidgeotto about implementing difficulty levels for future challenges. It would also help them practice energy control, and perhaps acting skills? Leading the two to the pine tree, Hayashi Kaede called out, and soon, the same two Pidgeotto from before flew down. Although it had only been a one-day experience, the two were somewhat acquainted with these Pidgeotto. So, they quickly followed the Pidgeotto to their designated spots. Hayashi Kaede glanced over but didn't pay too much attention, turning back toward the breeding house. He still needed to figure out how to develop the dream experience. Chapter 188, Together. Chapter 188. Dream experience was a challenge Hayashi Kaede found very meaningful, and one which he can manipulate with immense variety. As it took the form of a dream and he was the architect of these dreams. Even by simply having the ability to let a trainer who had traveled for 3 or 4 years relive their glorious past would likely attract many willing to try, evoking past regrets and nostalgia. Not to mention, he could also alter the memories within the dream. For example, drawing inspiration from Drill's dream, he could let the trainer and their Pokémon defeat opponents they couldn't beat before, win championships they never obtained, and remedy those moments of past regret. Haven't you seen? On the long road of life, Beedrill regrets was the one that haunted the most. He could also set up a level clearing mode within the dream, each level featuring different Pokémon to challenge, allowing trainers and their Pokémon to experience the joy of clearing stages together. Moreover, it could allow Pokémon to gain battle experience against various Pokémon without any actual harm, a precious growth experience through multiple battle. Furthermore, if Hayashi Kaede wanted, he could even bring in legendary Pokémon to act as bosses in the dreams. In short, the possibilities were endless. The main question was what price to set. Returning to the breeding house, Hayashi Kaede took out 3 bottles of spinach juice. Although this dish wasn't high grade, only B+, in Hayashi Kaede's heart, these 3 bottles of spinach juice could play a huge role. Most importantly, this spinach juice had a unique property: after drinking it, the effect wouldn't disappear but could continue even after Hayashi Kaede weave the first dream. Any trainer or Pokémon that drank this spinach juice could have their dreams woven by him again the next time they fell asleep near Hayashi Kaede. That's why Hayashi Kaede came up with the level clearing mode. 1 million. Hayashi Kaede thought to charge the challenge with a large number. Then found it somewhat absurd and couldn't help but laugh himself. 1 million wasn't much for Hayashi Kaede now, but for an average trainer, it was a significant sum. However, the effects of this thing were really good. He wouldn't be satisfied if it were too cheap. Whatever, let's go with that. After much thought, Hayashi Kaede finally decided on 1 million. But before that, he needed to complete the related dream design and promotion. October 16th. The road from Aogiri city to Aogiri town was completely repaired. Amid the town residents' joyful send-off, the road construction team left with their Pokémon. Compared to the previous narrow road that only allowed one small car to pass, it was now at least 3 times wider and it was now paved with black asphalt. That night, on Hayashi Kaede's Mr. Hayashi account, 2 videos were posted. The first was simple, announcing the road was fixed. Everyone was welcome to come to the shop to buy their favorite energy cubes. The response to this video was very high. Most comments were like this: "Wow, finally the road is fixed. Every time I go to Mr. Hayashi's breeding house, I have to squeeze onto the bus. You have no idea how miserable it was. Now I can take a normal kin ride there too. Mr. Hayashi is really leading the town's development for the better. Such a long road, was fixed so quickly. Hey? When was the road fixed? I didn't know. I was there just over 10 days ago. It started just over 10 days ago." The second video, naturally, was about the Sky Challenge plus the Nostalgia Challenge. Compared to the road repair, everyone was clearly more interested in this challenge video. Especially upon hearing that just clearing the first level rewarded a Salak Berry Energy Cube, their excitement skyrocketed. First level challenge rewards an energy cube that sells for nearly 20,000 at the breeding house? Holy crap, that's a rich reward. Little brother Hayashi said the challengers are the Pidgeotto that deliver parcels every day. Just some Pidgeotto, even if we can't beat them, can't we at least hit them? Brothers, I'm in. It's just a $1,000 challenge, right? Damn, there's a time limit too? Only Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 3 slots a day, and you have to grab them. Damn, this week's slots are already gone. Everyone was clearly very interested in the energy cube reward. But the early bird catches the worm. In the blink of an eye, they found next week's slots were already fully booked. Helpless, they could only continue watching the rest of the video. Then they saw the subsequent Nostalgia Challenge and Level Challenge. First, the price. When the 7-digit price appeared before the public's eyes, most people watching the video couldn't help but rub their eyes, finding it unbelievable. What challenge? 1 million. Nostalgia Challenge? An infinitely sustainable challenge? Hypnosis by a psychic-type Pokémon, designed by Mr. Hayashi? Lets you and your Pokémon relive the past? And review it as much as you want. Level Challenge. Can challenge any Pokémon you can imagine, dare to imagine, or wouldn't dare to imagine in your dreams. Including legendaries? Really? Can they even replicate legendary power? 1 million. Wait, isn't this too expensive? A $1 million challenge price? I always thought the breeding house prices were a bit high, but the effects were genuinely good. But 1 million. Is this a cash grab before running away? I had a good impression before, but now, sigh. Has Mr. Hayashi been corrupted by money? Or did the road repair cost too much, and the breeding house is suddenly short on funds? Not right. Mr. Hayashi also mentioned later that this 1 million isn't fixed. If there are special circumstances, he can also set up corresponding dreams for free. Whatever, I'll go ask tomorrow. Any brothers want to go together? Brothers in the comment, let's go together. The road's fixed now anyway. This time, the comments section rarely featured a variety of different opinions. Some good, some bad. But most generally thought 1 million was simply too expensive. Inside the breeding house, looking at the comments section of the latest video, Hayashi Kaede also fell into thought. When publishing this video to promote this nostalgia challenge, he had anticipated this reaction. So, even seeing comments like fan turned hater, he didn't care. This price was inherently set for a minority. Trainers who had been on their journey for 3 or 4 years and were still striving were already established or quite skilled. For these people, 1 million might be a lot, but they could bite the bullet and spend it. And for trainers with special circumstances who wanted to revisit the past, he wouldn't hesitate to fulfill their wishes. Rotom? Master? It seems, some comments aren't right. Beside him, Rotom floating in the air looked at Hayashi Kaede with concern. It was the first time Rotom had seen such a comments section and was momentarily scared. It's fine. Hayashi Kaede smiled at Rotom. I think money is actually secondary. Memories are more precious than money. How about this, Rotom? Help me add a video notice saying that this psychic type nostalgia challenge will only be sold once. Business is business, one willing to buy, one willing to sell. If no one really wanted it, then Hayashi Kaede would design it into a level mode for his own Pokémon to use. Chapter 189, The First Successful Challenge. Chapter 189. When Hayashi Kaede emerged from his room again, aside from the Pidgeotto on his shoulder, he was also holding an Alolan Vulpix in his arms. A few Eevees also followed beside him. It started when Alolan Vulpix, after breakfast, asked Hayashi Kaede if he had anything to do today. Hayashi Kaede replied, there might be people coming to challenge the Pidgeotto today. Alolan Vulpix's eyes immediately lit up, clamoring that it wanted to watch too. Well then, he had to bring Alolan Vulpix along. But if Alolan Vulpix was going, its little buddies the Eevees naturally wanted to join in the fun. Vulpix. But seeing Hayashi Kaede come out holding Alolan Vulpix, the girl who had been talking about challenging earlier immediately brightened up, her eyes practically sparkling with little stars. Degree, wow, can I hold it? Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix stuck its tongue out at her, then snuggled deeper into Hayashi Kaede's arms, meaning no holding. Every human who came to the breeding house wanted to hold it, it wasn't that easy. The trainer said it would get its fur pulled out. The girl's excitement immediately plummeted, a disappointed expression appearing. Hayashi Kaede pinched the nose of the Alolan Vulpix in his arms as a sort of punishment, then said to the girl, "Follow me." With Alolan Vulpix in his arms, Eevees following beside him, and a few people in tow, they reached the familiar venue. Hayashi Kaede patted the Pidgeotto on his shoulder, and it immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. The challenge area is this cement-covered space. 2 modes, offense and defense. You choose. Also, the Pidgeotto won't fly higher than 5 meters. When it came to Pokémon battles, the girl immediately became serious. Offense. Hayashi Kaede nodded and stepped back until he was next to Akira. This was the viewing area Hayashi Kaede had cleared out. For this, he had specifically asked for a few bags of cement during the road construction and asked the construction team to build some cement benches like those in parks for people to watch from. No sooner had he sat down, Akira came over holding a selfie stick and sat beside him. He also raised the selfie stick. Everyone wants to see the challenge difficulty and the Alolan Vulpix next to you. Hayashi Kaede nodded in understanding, then turned his attention to the challenge site. For the offensive side, each challenge lasted 1 minute. But actually, the offensive side had an advantage. Within the 2-hour limit, they could increase the frequency of attacks. Because after each failed challenge, the rest period depended on the Pidgeotto. If the Pidgeotto still had energy, challenges could continue. And the Pidgeotto's stamina, that went without saying, they were all masters of long-distance flight. What surprised Hayashi Kaede was that the girl's Pokémon was a Frogadier, a starter from the Kalos region. And its strength wasn't weak. Pokémon, Frogadier. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Aptitude, Blue. IVs, HP, 12, Attack, 24, SPATK, 23, Defense, 15, SP-Def, 16, Speed, 26. Level, 25-27. Moves, Double Team, Water Gun, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Swords Dance. This strength was considerably higher than the Pidgeotto on the first level. So, the moment the girl started, she said confidently, "Frogadier, take it down with 1 Water Pulse." Intense water-type energy gathered in Frogadier's hands, and then a circular water sphere shot toward the Pidgeotto. Its speed was so fast that the few young people who had come to watch couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Such a fast water pulse! Even Hayashi Kaede expressed praise for its strength. Just this water pulse showed that this Frogadier was very well trained in moves and cultivation. However, just a water pulse like this alone couldn't take down the Pidgeotto in the sky. It flashed its wings, a bright white light shimmering on its body, then swiftly dodged, agilely avoiding the water pulse. Quick Attack. In fact, even these Pidgeotto, used just for deliveries, mostly ate the energy cubes Hayashi Kaede had spent an afternoon perfecting for the first Pidgeotto ones that increased flying-type Pokémon's move proficiency. Plus, during deliveries, some Pidgeotto even used Quick Attack to hurry. So their evasion and speed were truly absurd. This was also why Hayashi Kaede was somewhat worried about whether anyone could clear the challenge. Because in terms of move proficiency, average trainers really struggled to surpass them. For this, Hayashi Kaede had set a series of restrictions on the Pidgeotto, like not flying higher than 5 meters. Seeing this, the initially confident girl below showed a flash of astonishment. She exclaimed in surprise, "So fast!" Then she had Frogadier try Water Pulse a few more times, but to no avail. Soon, the first minute passed. The girl didn't choose to rest, and neither did the Pidgeotto. But the second challenge went the same way. The girl, unwilling to accept it, started a third challenge. Failure. Fourth. Failure. As time passed, the crowd of onlookers from the breeding house grew larger. They marveled at the girl's quick reactions. Because during the fourth challenge, she promptly adjusted her strategy. Since the opponent moved quickly, she had Frogadier also use Quick Attack and then execute Water Pulse. The Water Pulse launched at high speed became even more unpredictable in trajectory. Since she had never tried this kind of attack before, Frogadier's initial attempts weren't smooth. However, it became more proficient later. Finally, on who knows which challenge, after about an hour had passed, the girl first had Frogadier use Quick Attack, then Double Team, using the clones to distract the Pidgeotto, and then secured the hit with Water Pulse. "Woo! Hit it! Frogadier!" When they saw the Pidgeotto hit by the water sphere, the girl and Frogadier were stunned at first, then let out cheers. "Congratulations!" Hayashi Kaede waved, signaling the Pidgeotto to go back to NDD, Big Brother, for medication, then took out a box of Salakberry energy cubes for the girl. The girl, after the tense mental strain, was now left with joyful surprise. She picked up the equally exhausted Frogadier with one hand and took the energy cubes with the other, her expression excited. "Thank you, Mr. Hayashi." Then she looked at Frogadier. "See? Frogadier, this is the fruit of our efforts." "Frogadier." Frogadier also replied excitedly. It felt even more tired than when challenging gyms before. Seeing this, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but smile. For the rest of the day, aside from making energy cubes and preparing meals for the Pokémon and the construction team, Hayashi Kaede moved back and forth between the venue and the breeding house. He was there to explain the rules to trainers who came for the Sky Challenge today and to watch for any special situations. Things went smoothly, but among the 3 trainers who came for the Sky Challenge today, only one fairly skilled trainer successfully cleared the first level and took away the currently expensive box of Salakberry energy cubes from the breeding house. That was the first girl. This was within Hayashi Kaede's expectations. Although the 2 weakest Pidgeotto in the breeding house had just evolved, with energy levels around 23 to 24, it still required trainers who had been on their journey for a while to succeed. During the challenges, Hayashi Kaede also had Rotom follow along to take photos of the process, capturing the moments when everyone's Pokémon challenged the Pidgeotto, and edit the more exciting parts. Like the moment a challenge succeeded, or when the Pidgeotto dodged just in time. Speaking of which, the breeding house had quite a few guests today. Although partly due to the road repair and challenge promotion, many guests who bought energy cubes today didn't leave but stayed to watch the Sky Challenge, pondering if they could clear it themselves. When they saw that while the first level's difficulty was a bit high, Hayashi Kaede really did give away a box of energy cubes upon success, everyone's hearts were instantly aroused for trying out themselves. Chapter 190, The Sour Surprise. Chapter 190. Over 10,000 Poke Dollars worth of energy cubes, and young Hayashi just gives them away. How generous! I agree. I've been watching all week. Out of 9 challenges, 3 trainers succeeded. That means 3 people walked away with the first floor reward. It's amazing. I scraped together the money to buy some once, and the effect is truly great. After my Mime Jr. ate them for a while, its moves became much more precise. Hayashi is such a good guy. A challenge like this only costs 1,000 Poke Dollars. It's just a shame the second floor's difficulty is so high. The challenge slots are also so hard to get. You can only try to book them on Sundays. Aojirai Town, Bluestone Trail. A group of young trainers, looking to be about 17 or 18 years old, walked together under the glow of the setting sun, discussing excitedly before disappearing at the end of the newly built road. Meanwhile, at the breeding house, Hayashi Kaede saw off the last young trainer who had cleared the challenge that day and let out a sigh of relief. He passed through the berry plantation and garden, arriving at the new planting area. It had been nearly a week since he introduced the Sky Challenge. The date was now October 22nd. These past few days, Kaede's focus had been on the Sky Challenge and the newly established planting area. His work mainly involved explaining the rules, managing the arena, and helping to address any concerns, such as treating Pokémon injured during the challenges. He was dedicated to making this challenge run smoothly and formally, so it could continue perfectly even without his direct supervision. To this end, he had even enlisted Mewtwo and Gardevoir's help. This was to allow the Pidgeotto to gradually adapt to the challenge's intensity, helping them understand what level of strength to use against different challengers. Because during this period, 3 of the Pidgeotto had evolved into Pidgeot. That meant the breeding house now had 4 Pidgeot and 17 Pidgeotto. Among them, the energy level of the first Pidgeot that had followed Kaede was now around 45 to 48. In fact, his efforts were not without reward. By now, most of the Pidgeotto were familiar with the first floor's difficulty. As for the later floors, the second, third, even the fourth, he would wait until someone cleared the earlier ones first. Of course, the new planting area was also steadily being developed. With Sandshrews' daily diligent work of tilling the soil and breaking rocks, most of the land had been prepared. Kaede, leading Sir Prior, had already planted the corresponding berries. The priority, of course, were some special berries. In this world, the more unique the berry, the slower its growth. So, Kaede chose to plant the special berries first, sprinkling them with some mid-grade fertilizer. Although he now had a considerable amount of top-grade fertilizer, such a large orchard suddenly springing up would be far too conspicuous. Therefore, he planned to let the brambles grow naturally first, then interplant common oran berries. Once the oran berry saplings had grown a bit, he would then apply the top-grade fertilizer to the areas with the special berries. It was dusk. Sandshrew had just left, taking its tomago-flavored energy cube. The area was now the domain of Kaede, Sir Prior, and Drago Knight. He deftly took out various berry seeds from the storage ball he carried, buried them in the holes Sandshrew had dug, and used Psychic to cover them back with soil. After repeating this process, Drago Knight in the sky began precisely using rain dance. The reason for choosing seeds over saplings was that Kaede felt seeds were more natural. With the boost from Sir Prior's grassy terrain, the potential for mutation might be greater. Once the light rain had dampened the ground, Kaede dispelled the psychic barrier protecting him and Sir Prior and looked at the elegant Sir Prior. Sir Prior. Sir Prior naturally knew what its trainer meant. As energy surged within its body, a faint green glow instantly enveloped the newly planted land. Under the cover of this green light, sprouts about 10 centimeters tall shot up from the yellowish-brown soil. Seeing this, Kaede was taken aback for a moment before looking at Sir Prior. Sure enough, Sir Prior's energy level had now reached 50-53, the pseudo-elite 4 tier. Incredible! Sir Prior. Sir Prior didn't shy away or hide it. As more Pokémon arrived at the breeding house, while it showed nothing on the surface, it had been quietly pushing itself internally. First, the Pokémon coming to the breeding house were getting stronger. From the initial Gardevoir, to later additions like Drago Knight, Goodra, Salamence, Mewtwo, Mew. All were stronger than it. And then there were the little ones. It couldn't help but occasionally feel a twinge of something sour. Yet it understood that its trainer couldn't have only it as a Pokémon. Out of everyone, it was most envious of Alolan Vulpix. Then there was its role in the plantation. Without a doubt, Gardevoir held the top spot. No other Pokémon could be so versatile, picking berries, making energy cubes, caring for the other Pokémon's moods. Basically, it handled all matters, big and small. Sir Prior knew Gardevoir could do all this because, first, its psychic abilities were not only powerful but also extremely convenient, and second, because even with its great strength, it had diligently learned from Kaede, things like cooking techniques. It couldn't match Gardevoir's convenient and powerful psychic. So it could only constantly use grassy terrain to better care for the plants. Because every time a special plant appeared, Kaede would come to the plantation with it to check on the unique growth. This meant that every time it used grassy terrain, Sir Prior did so with great expectation. This was simply its way of wanting Kaede to spend more time with it. However, despite all this internal activity, Sir Prior's expression remained completely unreadable. This is because Drago Knight was watching from the sky, it wouldn't act cute with its trainer. Sir Prior. Right, time to head back. Let's go, Drago Knight. Kaede glanced at the darkening sky, tidied up the area, and after ensuring everything was in order, began walking back towards the breeding house. Behind him, Drago Knight let out a cheerful cry. Its joy came from finishing work, as it was almost mealtime. Kaede, however, was lost in thought. Wasn't the Junior Cup scheduled to be held tomorrow? Chapter 191, Make a Wish on a Shooting Star. Chapter 191. The Junior Cup scheduled from October 23 to 25. It was said to last 2.5 days in total. The first day was the preliminary round, mainly for screening, to eliminate some, how should I put it? Overly novice trainers. According to the Istan's League's trainer assessment system, this time every year, there was a large-scale primary trainer certification exam. So, at this point, a large number of newcomers would become trainers and obtain their first Pokémon. And there would always be some hot-headed young guys who thought they were the chosen ones, believing their newly hatched or newly caught Pokémon could overcome all obstacles. This screening round was designed to filter out such trainers. After screening out 128 trainers, it would move on to a formal elimination system. However, the Junior Cup had a very interesting rule. After advancing to the semi-finals, there would be an audience challenge segment. This meant that audience members, provided they met the conditions, could challenge the trainers who had made it to the semi-finals. The conditions were also being a trainer for less than a year since obtaining their first Pokémon, with one additional stipulation. Strength. The Pokémon's strength had to be at the elite level or above. Otherwise, the first day's screening would be meaningless. To be honest, while this challenge added an element of mystery to the competition, it was very unfriendly to some participants who had entered early. After all, I'm in the open, you're in the dark. Trainers hiding in the audience could completely choose their opponents based on Pokémon typing. Listening to Rotom explain the details of the Junior Cup, Hayashi Kaede looked around at everyone at the dining table. The Alcremie didn't pay it any mind, eating whatever they pleased. Bounsweet and Poplio also acted like they hadn't heard anything. Sir Prior knew what the competition's opponents were like and didn't show much desire to participate. Butterfree was buried in its juice bowl, sucking away. Only when Kaede looked at it did it raise its head and glance at him blankly. At the critical moment, Little Nine, the Eevee, stepped forward. Eevee. Let me go. It thought that for this battle tournament, no Pokémon of Kaede's was willing to go, so it stood up on its hind legs, patted its chest with its front paws, indicating it would go. This made Alolan Vulpix look up too. Vulpix, yeah. Let's go play. Then the two other Eevee, Little 3 and Little 5, who were next to it, also looked up curiously. Finally, the Goodra, who was close with them also became interested. Hayashi Kaede. The Eevee and Alolan Vulpix could go. During the competition, they could be let out to be held by him or Mewtwo. But if Goodra went, if it wasn't battling, it could only stay in its Pokeball. However, judging by Goodra's expression, it probably wouldn't be happy staying alone at the breeding house anyway, so better to let it stay with Mewtwo. Melodic floated in the air, without any opinion, it wasn't fond about battling. Dragonite, however, became interested. It thought of the scene where it fought over a dozen Pokémon for its trainer. But upon hearing that this competition only allowed 1-year-old babies to participate, its interest immediately waned. 1-year-old babies. On their Dragonite Island, half were probably Dratini, half were Dragonair. It wasn't a baby anymore. Salamence also glanced over, but after seeing the previous Junior Cup's battle footage, it lazily yawned and went back to eating its energy cubes. Clearly, this kind of battle couldn't hold its attention. Mewtwo was indifferent. It had already promised Kaede it would go take a look. On the other hand, Mew flew over, watched the video of a battle that Rotom was playing, and then giggled. It didn't tell Kaede whether it was going or not, just snickered there, probably brewing some mischief. Blaziken. Hearing the lively scene, Blaziken finally lifted his head from its food bowl. Blaziken. What? What? We're going out to play, wanna come? Kaede was somewhat speechless, then replied a bit dismissively. Geez, what a foodie, single-mindedly focused on its holy meal, paying no attention to outside matters. But saying it was going out to play wasn't wrong. Watching matches, guessing egg mysteries, visiting developed scenic spots, wasn't that just going out to have fun? Blaziken's eyes lit up. Blaziken. Yes. All right, I'll take you all tomorrow. After a moment's thought, Kaede looked at Salamence. And you, Salamence, you're coming with me too. Salamence. Salamence lifted its head, agreeing. Then everyone, keep eating. Kaede didn't disturb their meal any further. Today's dinner main course was noodles, very simple clear spinach soup noodles, paired with honey-glazed grilled meat and steamed pumpkin cakes. This season was the time for mature pumpkins. As the weather was getting colder, he had removed the previous juices and iced drinks. Instead, he served rice wine and gripa berry wine. Of course, every Pokémon needed to drink an appropriate amount in moderation. It was worth mentioning that the rice purchased from Takagiagi-san last time was almost used up. So, to make more rice wine, he would need to buy raw materials again. Kaede wasn't in a hurry. Mainly because there was a substitute, gripa berry wine. Which little cat Mew, big cat Mew Tuo, Gardvoir, and he quite enjoyed drinking. There was plenty of this at home, so he wasn't worried about supply. By now, especially for dinner, each evening meal often took over an hour to finish. So, by the time it was time to clear the table, the sky had already darkened. But today seemed different. In the deep night sky, to the east of the town, a beautiful arc slowly emerged from an unseen place. Then, the bright blue light grew brighter and brighter, as if about to illuminate the entire sky. This scene quickly attracted the attention of the Pokémon. Blaziken. Alcremie. So pretty. Vulpix. Look, there's a something flying in the sky. Many Pokémon exclaimed in surprise. Kaede also looked over. He saw that the October sky, which should have been pitch black, was suddenly streaked with a brilliant trail of light. Because the front was bright and the back was dim, it really looked like a brush sweeping across the sky. He couldn't help but laugh and explain to the Pokémon, that's a meteor, a natural phenomenon where a meteoroid falls from the sky. The high heat generated from passing through the atmosphere ignites the organic compounds on its surface, creating this gorgeous appearance. Vulpix. Meteor. Alolan Vulpix tilted its head, not quite understanding, but it thought the meteor Kaede mentioned was really beautiful. Kaede was also captivated by this spectacle. Speaking of the origin of meteors, he suddenly remembered that in this world, outer space also had all sorts of Pokémon. However, in the original canon, only a handful of Pokémon had been shown, like Rayquaza and Deoxys. Legend said the Clefairy on Mt. Moon were also Pokémon that came from outer space. This made Kaede think that on other planets in this universe, due to different ecological environments, there must be all kinds of novel and unique Pokémon. They might be vastly different from the Pokémon here, but they definitely existed. It was just that there was no way to traverse the stars and reach other planets. It's getting brighter. The meteor's brightness, the certain aura it carried, made even the usually aloof Mewtwo's eyes light up. Seeing everyone looking up together, Kaede couldn't help but smile. Speaking of meteors, there is a Pokémon related to them. Does everyone want to hear about it? Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Kaede. Kaede was happy to play the Pokémon professor. It's a wish Pokémon called Jiraiya. It descends with meteors, coming to the human world. It's said that if you make a wish to it, it can help you realize any wish. Blaziken. That powerful? Blaziken's eyes widened, interrupting Kaede. With such an ability, if it made a wish, wouldn't it have endless barbecue? Moreover, could he finally be able to outrun its trainer? Interrupted, Kaede paused, then his mouth twitched. Sensing Blaziken's thoughts, he couldn't help but knocked its head sharply. Don't interrupt me. The other Pokémon also looked at Blaziken with displeasure. Even Mewtwo became curious. A Pokémon that could grant any wish? Blaziken. Blaziken immediately took a step back, wronged. Kaede continued, yes, it carries the energy of meteors and can grant any wish. But this kind of Pokémon has a very big limitation. The story-listening Pokémon paused. Right, A limitation. The Creator gave it the ability to grant wishes but also made it bear an unbearable price. It can only exist in the world for 7 days every 1,000 years. What does that mean? Mutuo frowned. Only 7 days? What about the rest of the time? Kaede glanced at Mutuo and explained, at intervals of every 1,000 years, it falls from the sky as a meteor, descends to the world, and then has its own time. After 7 days, it turns back into a meteorite and flies back into outer space to sleep, for another 1,000 years, until the next millennium. Mutuo was shocked. 1,000 years. The other Pokémon also looked at Kaede incredulously. They had all been at the breeding house for a while and naturally knew how long 1,000 years was. Berry trees flowered and fruited every day, vegetables changed with the seasons. RYF struggled for 10 years through many adventures, went to various regions just for Beedrill's injury, but in the end, Beedrill was still dying. Over a decade of bonds, even if severed, would leave a mark in the heart. But 1,000 years? Who would remember such a Pokémon? Or rather, those who remembered would be gone. So every time it descends, no one remembers it? Mutuo asked, astonished. Alcremie. No friends, every time it comes down, it's all alone. The Alcremie also empathized, imagining Jiraki's loneliness. That's right. Very few Pokémon or humans can live for over 1,000 years and it only has 7 days of freedom. For it, every minute, every second, is an extremely precious time. Kaede also sighed. The Creator gave it an extremely powerful ability but also made it bear an unimaginable price. But I think if it knew it had to pay this price to gain this ability, it probably wouldn't be willing either. After he finished musing, he realized most of the Pokémon's moods had sunk. Clearly, they had been affected by the story of Jiraki. Then, Alolan Vulpix tugged at his clothes. Vulpix. It's so pitiful, can you help it? Kaed's mind went blank. Me help it? Asterisk, how do I help it? Go to outer space and help it, asterisk. He shook his head. The span of 1,000 years is too long. No one knows if they can encounter this Pokémon. Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. There's another legend derived from Jiraki, when a meteor falls, if your heart is sincere enough, you can make a wish come true. So, does everyone want to try making a wish? If you don't wish soon, it might be gone. Although it was sad, seeing the meteor was about to descend, plus the idea of wish-making, most Pokémon closed their eyes and secretly made wishes in their hearts. Even Gardevoir, who had been listening silently nearby, quietly closed her eyes. Blaziken, I hope there's endless food, and also, that Bryan and I aren't abandoned. Dragonite, asterisk, life here is so comfortable. I kind of miss Big Fool, asterisk. Sir Prior, asterisk, I hope my grassy terrain grows more special plants. I want to go back to when I was small, asterisk. Alcremie, asterisk, will Coley be sad when she goes home? I don't want her to be unhappy, asterisk. Asterisk, Kaede, don't die. I don't want him to die, asterisk. Asterisk, our new trainer is so good. I want to make cakes for him forever, asterisk. Let Coley's grandfather come back to life. Bryan, asterisk, evolve quickly. I want to water the new planting area. Asterisk. Gardevoir, may they all grow up safe and sound, may the breeding house get better and better, may the trainer be happier and happier, may he catch more and more Pokémon he likes. Mutuo, asterisk, a wish? What should I wish for? Asterisk. Bound sweet, I want to find my mom. Alolan Vulpix, asterisk, Kaede, love me forever. Asterisk. Mew. Looking at the group of Pokémon with their eyes closed, Hayashi Kaede also couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened them again, the meteor in the sky was only leaving its final afterglow, showering the east of the town in gentle light. He spoke. All right. Wishes made, tomorrow is a brand new day. Right at this moment, in a certain wilderness area, a young girl had just finished pitching her tent, when suddenly, a dazzling light fell straight towards her. Chapter 192, Newsprigatitos Egg, Dear, do you want to be a hero? Chapter 192. October 23rd. It was Sunday. Hayashi Kaede was giving instructions to the male in DD. He was leaving the breeding house today for Nagisuna City. If anything happened at the breeding house, Rotom was to call him immediately. Although he wouldn't be gone for long, this was the first time the male in DD would be solely responsible for the entire breeding house. Kaede was still a bit worried. For this reason, he had asked Gardevoir not to come along this time, letting it help the female in DD prepare everyone's meals at noon. As for the ingredients, Kaede had already prepared them and placed them in the refrigerator. In DD. The male in DD nodded seriously. Except for the new planting area and the rooms under construction, most matters at the breeding house were already on track. What it needed to do were tasks it had done many times before and was already proficient in. So, even without Kaede around, it felt it could handle things well. Kaede smiled and praised the male in DD before calling out to Dragonite and Mewtwo standing nearby, "Let's go, time to head out." They set off at 7 in the morning and arrived at the outskirts of Nagisuna City by 7:10. Finding a secluded spot, he had Dragonite bring him down. Kaede then waved, signaling Dragonite to return on its own, and hailed a ride share with Mewtwo to the central area of Nagisuna City, near the stadium where the Junior Cup was recently held. So lively! After getting out of the car, Kaede looked around with novelty and sighed. Since coming to this Pokémon world, his life had been divided between Aogiri Town and Aogiri City. Aogiri City was a small town, most buildings were 2 or 3 stories, rarely any skyscrapers, but Nagisuna City was different. Near the city center, getting out of the car, all he saw were towering high-rises, and then various Pokémon on the streets, walking alongside their trainers. Perhaps because the Junior Cup was being held today, the area was bustling with activity, exceptionally lively. 2 officer Jennies were directing traffic to ensure the city's roads ran smoothly. Growlithe stood majestically by their side. This was quite novel for Kaede. The Eastova League had both the Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy families, but because the Jenny family migrated relatively late, not every city had an Officer Jenny yet. So, since childhood, Kaede had only seen Officer Jennies on TV. Now, seeing 2 identical people felt like some kind of previous life's wish had been fulfilled. Compared to his country bumpkin demeanor, Mewtwo, transformed into a human form, appeared much calmer. Although its travel time was short, given its pace, 2 or 3 months were enough for it to see many human cities. Kaede patted its shoulder. "Let's go, the Junior Cup hasn't started yet. We'll head to Happy Mart first." Mewtwo didn't refuse. It had come here originally to accompany Kaede on his outing. So, going anywhere was fine. Kaede, however, thought, since I'm here, I might as well see if the egg-guessing game has any Pokémon I like. Also, he was a bit worried whether Takagi Megami could arrive on time today. Last night, he had called her. The video showed she was still in a pitch-black wilderness area, using a flashlight, living in a tent. The wilderness environment was truly harsh. Kaede could hear all sorts of Pokémon calls outside. Fortunately, Wartortle now had the ability to hold its own. What was a bit strange was that the girl seemed somewhat busy, her hair was messy, and her tent was collapsed. He didn't know what she was doing. Kaede asked her what she was up to, but she said it was fine, just that a Pokémon outside had just battled Wartortle. He didn't think too much of it. He simply assumed it was because it was Megami's first journey, so she was inevitably a bit inadequate at taking care of herself. After leaving a message, "Take good care of yourself, don't go too deep into the wilderness," Kaede hung up. As the stadium in Nagisuna City wasn't far from Happy Mart, the ride-share drop-off point was near the supermarket. As soon as he led Mutuo into the supermarket, a series of calls greeted them. Guess the egg, guess the egg. Want to take home a novel and exciting Pokémon? We have Pokémon from various regions here, cute, majestic, mighty. At the supermarket entrance, a series of glass counters were set up. Inside the counters were two types of Pokémon eggs. One type was displayed openly, where you could see the patterns and colors. The other type was covered with a black cloth, revealing nothing. You could only rely on touching the egg's temperature to guess what Pokémon was inside. Perhaps because it was the day of the Junior Cup, there were quite a few people. Especially young trainers, they were particularly numerous. Everyone gathered around this area. Even if they weren't guessing, just touching so many Pokémon eggs wasn't prohibited. Kaede first looked at the openly displayed egg. Compared to the hidden mystery egg, the openly displayed one were actually easier to guess. This is because if the types of Pokémon eggs were the same, their appearances were actually similar, so there wasn't much difference. The guess was based on the egg's pattern to speculate on the condition of the Pokémon inside. Kaede looked them over and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Bulbasaur, Caterpie, Oddish. Pokémon eggs with green exteriors are placed together. It was clear. To give this guessing game some uncertainty, the Happy Mart organizers had put some thought into it. Skipping the open egg area, he went straight to the hidden mystery egg section. Arriving here, Kaede's eyes lit up. After activating Eye of Exploration, the first Pokémon egg he saw was a Sandshrew. Sandshrew wasn't rare, but an Alolan Sandshrew was quite special. Do you need me to check the Pokémon inside for you? The voice that suddenly appeared in his mind made Kaede look at Mutuo beside him. It saw that Kaede seemed very interested in these Pokémon eggs hidden under black cloths. Kaede shook his head, but it didn't mean he didn't need help, it meant he had the ability to see what Pokémon was inside himself. Mutuo fell silent, boredly surveying the surroundings. Kaede continued examining the other Pokémon eggs under the black cloths. However, he quickly discovered that although some of the Pokémon in the hidden egg area were indeed rarer, most were relatively still common. Like Venonat, Mankey, Pidgey. Although occasionally Kaede would feel tempted by some Pokémon, after some thought, he ultimately decided against it. For now, the breeding house already had plenty of Pokémon. He couldn't just follow his whims and catch some common Pokémon that weren't essential to the breeding house. After such rational consideration, a Pokémon egg wrapped in black cloth caught his attention. Then, thoughts like, then again, such a rare Pokémon, if I don't take it back, I might not get another chance like this, flashed through his mind. Pokémon, Spri Gatito. Mother, a 2-year-old, highly talented Meowscarada. Egg moves, Leech Seed, Ally Switch. This was the rough information provided by Eye of Exploration. When he first saw the rough information, Kaede already wanted it. After seeing the detailed information, he was even more tempted. Pokémon, Spri Gatito. Gender, female. Ability, Overgrow. Potential, red. IVs, HP, 18, Attack, 28, SPATK, 19, Defense, 27, SP-Def, 24, Speed, 31. Level, 0. Moves, Ally Switch, Leech Seed. Description, an unhatched Spri Gatito egg. Remaining incubation time, approximate 128h. Friendship, 0. Happiness, 0. Although he didn't care much about potential, to be honest, this completely gave him a reason to justify the flag he just raised. The other day, when he saw that girl Takagi Megami showing off her Spri Gatito in front of him, he had already been very tempted. He even wondered, if the school can reward Pokémon from the Paldea region, Does that mean there must be other Paldea region Pokémon in the East OVA League right now? Should I have Rotom look for some and bring them back? Although he later suppressed the impulse, now that a real SPR Igatito was right in front of him, Kaede admitted he couldn't resist. This was much better to pet than the often absent Mew. So, he immediately confirmed his identity with the sales assistant and took the egg. There were no surprises in between. Only when the black cloth was lifted did the sales assistant look surprised and congratulatory at Kaede. "You're really lucky, young man. This is a SPR Igatito from the Paldea region, a Pokémon very popular in any region." Kaede smiled without speaking. Using Eye of Exploration to get information was fine. Using Aura, or Viridian Power, or Psychic Power, he could all know what Pokémon was nurtured inside this egg. As long as he didn't overdo it, it didn't violate the supermarket's rules, because, with so many hidden eggs, the supermarket was profiting no matter what. Catching a future SPR Igatito put Kaede in a very good mood. He turned around to call Mewtwo, Mewtwo. But upon closer look, he realized Mewtwo, who should have been by his side, was now in the trainer goods area, seemingly observing something. Kaede walked over. Only then did he discover it was looking at Pokeballs. Was the environment inside ordinary Pokeballs too crude? Now that he had money, he really should switch to dozens of luxury balls. Thinking of this, Kaede directly picked up a luxury ball and said to Mewtwo, "What do you think of this one? The description next to it is great, it contains all sorts of toys, no, various rooms." Mewtwo was startled, reached out, and took the luxury ball, somewhat not understanding, but this reach made Kaede notice its hand. It was frighteningly white. Kaede looked at his own skin again. Well, after only managing the planting area for a few months, his skin had turned from a fair high school student's to a healthy wheat color. His physique, whether due to his true human constitution or these days of running and farm work, had also become more robust. Sigh. After sighing, Kaede didn't think too much about it. He directly waved his hand and spent 100,000 Poke Dollar to buy 50 luxury balls. If he was changing one, he might as well change them all, adhering to the principle of equality. Before Mewtwo could speak, as if by telepathy, the Pokeballs on Kaede's waist moved first. He looked down. It was Alolan Vulpix. It probably guessed that Kaede had arrived at a new place and was impatient to come out. Kaede didn't hesitate and let it out. "Vulpix, let me see, where is this?" The newly emerged Alolan Vulpix was clearly excited. It looked left and right for a while, then decided walking might be too tiresome and intended to jump into Kaede's arms. Looking up, it saw Kaede's arms were already occupied. Its eyes widened immediately, as if it had seen something unbelievable. He had only been out for a short while, and Kaede's arms already had a new baby. "Vulpix. What is this?" Kaede rather proudly held up the egg. "It's a SPR Igatito." "Vulpix." Alolan Vulpix was stunned for a moment. Was that what it cared about? "Vulpix." Alolan Vulpix pouted and scratched Kaede's pants leg with its paw, meaning "I want a hug." Kaede finally understood why the little fellow seemed a bit unhappy. He looked at the SPR Igatito egg in his hand. This egg couldn't be put into a storage ball. For now, holding it or finding a breeding house to entrust it to seemed best. However, he wasn't too comfortable leaving it at someone else's breeding house. "Good girl." Kaede tried to persuade Alolan Vulpix. "It's hard to hold you while holding the egg. How about I buy you a gift, and you just walk beside me?" "Vulpix. A gift?" Alolan Vulpix was taken aback, then remembered the bell around Eevee's neck. Its mind immediately became active. "Vulpix, okay. So, Kaede took Alolan Vulpix to look around the trainer section of the supermarket. Soon, a cream-colored baby scarf caught its attention. The more it looked at the scarf, the more it liked it. because on it saw the pattern of its favorite Pikachu hero. It was a standing Pikachu, wearing a mask, raising its front paws to the sky, with a lightning bolt emblem above. Kaede saw its liking and couldn't help but ask, "Good girl, do you want to be a hero?" Vulpix. Yes, yes. Alolan Vulpix's eyes shone with expectation. Under the influence of the anime, it thought being a hero was really cool. Especially the feeling of protecting the Pikachu you want to protect and then leaving anonymously was just amazing. The cream-colored scarf was simple, not a special item. There were many patterns on it, in various colors. Kaede picked up a white scarf embroidered with a Pikachu and a red scarf embroidered with an Alolan Vulpix. Then why don't we be our own heroes? Alolan Vulpix was stunned for a moment, then its sparkling pupils burst with a strong liking for the scarf. Chapter 193, Ice Stone, a wild guy jumped out. Chapter 193. Watching the Alolan Vulpix, who adored the red scarf, Hayashi Kaede used a touch of telekinesis to support Sprigatito's egg, then personally tied the scarf around the little fox's neck. Sure enough, with the scarf in place, the restless creature immediately calmed down. It trotted happily at Hayashi Kaede's side, occasionally lowering its head to admire the pattern on its new accessory. In its heart, it was already imagining how it would return home and proudly tell its friends, "This is the mark carried by the future Alolan Vulpix hero." The thought filled it with joy, and soon it began to bounce lightly as it walked. Hayashi Kaede didn't mind. Although they were outdoors, smaller Pokémon like Alolan Vulpix were permitted to roam freely. Just like in the supermarket now. A youthful, bright-eyed girl was accompanied by a Shiftry. A passionate boy walked with a Charmander at his side. A lady in a wool sweater carried a Skitty nestled in her arms. The same could be seen out on the streets. Nagisuna City's public security was excellent, incidents such as Pokémon trafficking were practically unheard of. Besides, though Alolan Vulpix had yet to evolve, her strength was already formidable. Pokémon, Alolan Vulpix. Gender, female. Ability, Snow Warning. Aptitude, Red. IVs. Level, 36-38. Moves, Hypnosis, Moonblast, Tail Whip, Powder Snow, Ice Shard, Icy Wind, Disable. Friendship, 100, it sees you as its parent. Mood, 70, I'm going to be the Vulpix hero of this town. Truth be told, Hayashi Kaede was a little surprised. Despite behaving like an immature child, Alolan Vulpix was already at gym leader level strength. And she could evolve at any time. When their friendship had reached its maximum, the system had even rewarded him with an ice-type item that suited her perfectly. What puzzled Hayashi Kaede most was that he hadn't noticed when the system had awarded the Ice Stone. Only recently, when checking his system space, did he discover a gleaming stone brimming with frigid energy. SSS grade Ice Stone, a stone naturally shed from Regis' body. After long-term absorption of surrounding ice-type energy, it accumulated immense power within and transformed into an ice stone. The first time he laid eyes on it, Hayashi Kaede was stunned. For a moment, he even wondered if he was hallucinating. Normally, the system would notify him when awarding such a rare item. Tracing back, he finally discovered the ice stone had been given at 3 in the morning. Which meant that while he had been asleep, the system had rewarded him with the ice stone. The realization had left Hayashi Kaede wide-eyed in disbelief. Is that even possible? That very day, after asking Little Nine what form she wished to evolve into, Hayashi Kaede had also asked Alolan Vulpix whether she wanted to evolve. Her answer then was that she hadn't decided yet. Hayashi Kaede didn't mind. He thought she was already wonderful just the way she was. Still, he couldn't help imagining her battling her milky little voice calling out, while devastatingly powerful moves shocked her opponents. That would certainly be a sight to see. Just then, Alolan Vulpix tugged at his trouser leg with her paw. Her expression was firm. Vulpix. Battle. I want to become the Vulpix hero. Hayashi Kaede. He had just been thinking about that. Alright then. Originally, he had only been considering whether to participate in the so-called Junior Cup. But now, it seemed he definitely would. Threading his way through the bustling crowd, Hayashi Kaede reached the arena. After paying the entrance fee, he stepped inside. The arena was vast. The flat ground alone was larger than his old berry plantation. With the addition of the spectator stands, Hayashi Kaede felt its scale rivaled the Bird's Nest Stadium from his previous life. It was the first day of the Junior Cup. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with the arena floor divided into several dozen battle zones. Those qualified to compete were required to challenge other trainers within these zones. Each participant needed to complete 3 matches within a single day, though they were free to battle more if they wished. However, winning 3 matches did not automatically guarantee entry into the main tournament. Because this was a comprehensive challenge, the skill of participating trainers varied widely. Defeating 3 complete beginners, for example, would carry little weight. Referees would score participants based on their performance across the 3 battles, then decide whether they qualified. To ensure fairness, scoring was done through cross-evaluation. Therefore, the best strategy was to face strong opponents or battle as many times as possible. Hayashi Kaede, accompanied by Mew and Alolan Vulpix, wandered curiously through the arena. Many of the battles unfolding around him were entertaining, with Pokémon trading blows and rapid exchanges. He had intended to find Takagi Megami first, but after scanning the crowds, he didn't see her anywhere. Perhaps she had lost track of time and hadn't arrived yet. Just as he was about to call her, a wild youngster suddenly appeared in his path. Hey! Looking for a battle? How about me? The boy, wearing shorts and a red headband, stood confidently with a Tepig at his side. His gaze flickered toward the Alolan Vulpix beside Hayashi Kaede, anticipation in his eyes. According to his school teacher, Fire-type Pokémon had a massive advantage against Ice types. Hayashi Kaede raised his brows and looked at the Tepig. The little pig sniffed with its red nose, its long ears perked, its whole stance brimming with fighting spirit. Its gaze was fierce, yet endearingly innocent. For some reason, Hayashi Kaede found the unevolved Pokémon rather cute. There was a clumsy sort of charm about it. That impression deepened when he checked its stats. Pokémon, Tepig. Gender, male. Ability, Blaze. Aptitude, Blue. IVs. Level, 6-8. Moves, Tackle, Ember, Tail Whip. It only have 3 moves, so he probably just starting out. Hayashi Kaede's smile softened. He had been about to politely refuse the challenge. But before he could, Alolan Vulpix leapt forward eagerly. Vulpix! Let's do it! Behold, the first trial opponent of the future Vulpix hero. Her eyes burned with fighting spirit. Alright then, Hayashi Kaede agreed with a helpless sigh. Together with the youngster, they made their way to a nearby vacant arena. Chapter 194, Damn, Where is my Tepig? Chapter 194. And now, outside the arena. A girl in a white long-sleeved shirt, a sports jacket, and light grey casual pants let out a sigh of relief. We're here, Jiraki. You're amazing. Seeing the arena right before her eyes, Takagi Megami exclaimed with joy. As Hayashi Kaede had predicted, she had been delayed in Nagisuna City's wilderness area while chasing a grovel. Originally, she was supposed to arrive in the city yesterday, but the delay pushed her arrival to this afternoon. Yet now, she was already at the entrance to the arena. It was all thanks to the help of a Pokémon she had never seen before. Hee. Behind her, a Pokémon with a yellow star-shaped head, each point of the star adorned with a wish tag, floated in the air. Its tender white body glimmered softly, and its shape gave the impression of small wings. The Pokémon eventually nestled into the girl's arms. Jiraki, you're really powerful. Praised, Jiraiya giggled, then looked around curiously at its surroundings. This was the first day of its 7-day awakening, and it was brimming with joy. After sleeping for thousands of years, it had never expected the human world to have changed so much. You really are amazing. Takagi Megami said, her expression serious. She recalled yesterday's events and still felt a sense of wonder. She had met this Pokémon last night. As a meteor streaked across the sky, a stone by the river where she had camped suddenly began to glow. The stone lifted into the air and transformed into a Pokémon. She had been stunned. A stone turning into a Pokémon? She racked her brain but couldn't identify what kind of Pokémon it was. Instinctively, Takagi Megami assumed it must be extremely rare. So she sent out Wartortle to battle, preparing to capture it. But then, Wartortle was suspended in the air, unable to come down no matter how it struggled. The gap in their power was overwhelming. She sensed from this Pokémon the same kind of aura as the Gardevoir at Hayashi Kaede's home. Just as she braced herself for a crushing defeat, the mysterious Pokémon drifted closer, its eyes curious. "Do you have anything delicious? Or any fun places to go?" it asked directly. It spoke. Takagi Megami froze in shock for the second time. Dazed, she fumbled out Wartortle's energy cubes from her storage ball and handed them over, hoping to appease it with food. After tasting them, Jiraki's eyes lit up. "Wow, so yummy!" Then it blinked at her, full of expectation. Ignoring Wartortle's indignant stare, Takagi Megami was about to hand over more of its energy cubes when a thought struck her: if Hayashi Kaede were here, how would he handle this Pokémon? As if enlightened, she tentatively said, "If you follow me, I have lots more delicious food. And I know a place with even tastier things." The rest was simple. Jiraiya gladly agreed. And then came her third shock: Jiraiya could grant wishes. The reason she had managed to reach the arena so quickly from the wilderness area was entirely thanks to Jiraki's help. Back to the present. Takagi Megami gazed at the huge arena, determination gleaming in her eyes. "The second match, I'm here. Charge, charge, charge!" Jiraiya cried, caught up in her excitement. Inside the arena, Hayashi Kaede and the youngster verified their identities with the referee. After confirming through Rotom's technology that their Pokémon were under 1 year old, they took their positions on the field. The moment the referee shouted, "Begin battle," the youngster opposite grew visibly excited. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Tepig, this is our first battle. Charge! Use tackle and take down that Alolan Vulpix." Tepig scraped its hind legs against the grass, then dashed forward. Its speed was comparable to a child sprinting with all their strength. Alolan Vulpix, prepared and serious, froze in place. "Vulpix! Wait! Is this how battles go? This feels even weaker than when I play hero games with the Eevees." It seemed to her that even little Nine was stronger than this Tepig. She turned her head toward Hayashi Kaede. "Use Snow Warning," he instructed after a pause. Although fire types held an advantage over ice types, the disparity in power was far too great. He couldn't help but be cautious, mainly because he worried that in her first battle, Vulpix wouldn't know how to restrain her strength. "Vulpix!" Upon hearing the command, Alolan Vulpix focused. She mobilized the energy within her body. At once, the temperature across the battlefield plummeted. White clouds rolled across the sky, and within moments, thick snow began to fall. In just seconds, a heavy blanket of snow covered the field. The charging Tepig faltered, bewildered. Each step grew harder than the last. Snow melted around its paws, only to freeze again almost instantly. The cycle repeated endlessly. The snow deepened, swallowing more and more of Tepig's body until half of it was submerged. "Tepig! Where's the opponent?" In the blizzard, Tepig could no longer even see Alolan Vulpix. And it wasn't just Tepig who was confused. The sudden change in weather, the plunge in temperature, drew gasps from spectators and participants alike. Whoa, such heavy snow! Is that snow warning? For real? Wait, I can't even see the Pokémon. Is that red nose the opponent's Pokémon? Hey? From this angle, I see it's a Tepig. Forget that, shouldn't we be talking about that trainer? He's holding an egg, and his Pokémon just summoned a snowstorm in 10 seconds flat. Ugh, it's freezing. No, you're missing the real point. Don't you realize this weather effect is confined only to their battlefield? There's no snow falling anywhere else. That means this Pokémon's control over weather is absolutely extraordinary. Even the referee stood slack-jawed. This speed, this intensity of weather formation. Could a 1-year-old Alolan Vulpix really do this? Most gym leader tier Pokémon couldn't even manage it. What the? Where's my Tepig? The youngster's panic grew. Because in the time it took him to blink, his Tepig had been completely buried in snow. Chapter 195, Jiraki, Grotle vs Wartortle. Chapter 195. Tepig, Ember, use Ember quickly, he shouted. But amidst the vast expanse of snow, only a few fiery sparks flickered before vanishing almost instantly. Clearly, Ember was completely useless. The youngster was dumbfounded. No way! Didn't the teacher say fire-type moves were super effective against ice types? So why was it that when facing another participant in the Junior Cup, the opponent's ice-type Pokémon just used one weather move, and now he couldn't even see his own Pokémon anymore? Watching the opponent, who refused to give up yet looked utterly confused, Hayashi Kaede glanced toward the referee. The referee finally snapped out of his daze. This match goes to Hayashi Kaede and Alolan Vulpix. 1 win recorded. Alright, Vulpix. Only then did Hayashi Kaede call out to a specific spot in the snow. Immediately, the clouds in the sky dissolved, and the snowfall gradually ceased. All that remained was a thick layer of snow, proof of just how heavy the blizzard had been. Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix leapt out of the snow and bounded happily to Hayashi Kaede's side, its face glowing with excitement. Its sparkling eyes shone with anticipation. Vulpix. How was it? How was it? You were amazing. Balancing the egg with one hand, Hayashi Kaede crouched down and patted Vulpix's head. PWQ. Alolan Vulpix glanced proudly at the pattern on its scarf and let out an excited cry. Vulpix. Haha, I'm definitely going to become the Vulpix hero. Hayashi Kaede nodded. Vulpix's fighting spirit was at its peak. It might be a good time to find a few more opponents for it to play with. But when he turned around, he saw the other trainer, with Rotom's help, finally digging his shivering Tepig out of the snow. Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but smile. A fire-type Pokémon frozen like this. This was the sheer dominance of max-level ice against beginner-level fire. But in truth, Tepig wasn't injured. From start to finish, Alolan Vulpix had only used a weather move and never once launched an actual attack. Once its body temperature rose again, Tepig would be fine soon enough. Hayashi Kaede was about to ask the nearby trainers if anyone wanted a battle, but as his gaze swept across them, everyone quickly looked away. Some even laughed awkwardly before slipping out of sight. No way! This kid's Alolan Vulpix might look harmless, but just one weather move had already made their eyes pop. Clearly, this guy was an incredible trainer. Hayashi Kaede fell silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Does anyone want a Pokémon battle?" And with that, the rest of them dispersed even faster. Helpless, Hayashi Kaede could only return to Mew's side with Alolan Vulpix. Vulpix. Why won't anyone battle me? Alolan Vulpix turned around sulkily. It was so fired up, and its trainer had even challenged them, but not a single person stepped forward. Before Hayashi Kaede could explain, Mew, who had watched the entire match, spoke first. "You're too strong. None of them can beat you." That made Hayashi Kaede raise an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at Mew. It was actually capable of giving such praise? That was unexpected. But the innocent Alolan Vulpix was thrilled to hear the compliment. Vulpix is very strong. Excited, it immediately began scanning the surroundings, eager to find more opponents to challenge. Hayashi Kaede also intended to satisfy Vulpix's desire for battles by finding some, relatively skilled participants in the arena. And soon, while searching, he froze. He spotted Takagi Megami at one of the fields. But just seeing Takagi Megami wasn't enough to surprise him. What stunned him was the Pokémon floating beside her. He rubbed his eyes. Once he confirmed it was indeed Jiraiya, Hayashi Kaede's eyes widened. Vulpix, it's the employee and Wartortle. Even Alolan Vulpix recognized them and cried out in delight. Although Takagi Megami always liked to pet it when she was around, after not seeing her for so long, Alolan Vulpix actually missed this always smiling employee. Wait! Hayashi Kaede suddenly remembered, yesterday, when he had told everyone about Jiraiya, Mew had been present. Mew had even smirked mischievously while watching the Junior Cup battle footage. And early this morning, Hayashi Kaede hadn't seen Mew anywhere, which meant this Jiraiya was likely Mew in disguise. I'm so clever. Hayashi Kaede's mind immediately flashed with the perfect explanation, and he couldn't help but praise his own intelligence. Still, he couldn't resist using Eye of Exploration on the Jiraiya with the Megami. Come on, let me see what you little troublemaker is up to. Wait, what? It's really Jiraiya? Pokémon, Jiraiya. Gender, genderless. Ability, Serene Grace. Aptitude, Mythical. IVs, HP, 25, Attack, 25, SPATK, 25, Defense, 25, SPDef, 25, Speed, 25. Level. Moves, Confusion, Wish, Swift, Life Dew, Zen Headbutt, Gravity, Psychic. Friendship, 10, it's curious about you. Mood, 70, where's the tastier food? Description, after accumulating energy through a millennium of slumber, this is its first day of freedom in 7 days. Hayashi Kaede's jaw dropped as he watched Wartortle and Takagi Megami battling on the field. No way he had just mentioned Jiraiya yesterday, and today Jiraiya appeared right before his eyes? Was this coincidence really so absurd? What kind of Pokémon is that? Mewtwo's gaze turned puzzled as it looked at the Jiraiya in the girl's arms, sensing a very special energy from it. Mewtwo then looked at Hayashi Kaede. Although it didn't understand, it felt Hayashi Kaede probably did. Alolan Vulpix also looked up at him curiously. Hayashi Kaede's expression was complicated. What if I told you this is Jiraiya? Would you believe me? Vulpix. What? That wish-granting Pokémon you mentioned. Mewtwo and Alolan Vulpix immediately widened their eyes. Yes. Hayashi Kaede nodded, confirming Jiraiya's identity once more. In his heart, he recalled yesterday's shooting star. Didn't it seem to fall in the direction of Nagisuna City? Was that the reason? Both Pokémon fell silent, carefully examining the Jiraiya with Takagi Megami. Although curious, Hayashi Kaede didn't call out to her since she was in the middle of a battle. But speaking of which, Wartortle had really improved a lot recently. Pokémon, Wartortle. Gender, female. Ability, Torrent. Aptitude, purple. IVs. Level, 29. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Hydro Pump, Rapid Spin, Protect, Water Pulse, Rain Dance. Friendship, 92, it likes you a lot. Mood, 10, another one eating my energy cubes. My energy cubes are going to run out. Level 29, just one step away from gym leader standard. This strength, though not the most outstanding in the entire Junior Cup, was still impressive, especially considering Takagi Megami was only 16, a high school sophomore who had just begun her journey this year. She had a very promising future ahead. Her opponent was a girl about the same age. Her Pokémon was a grass-type Grotle. This Grotle also seemed quite strong. Pokémon, Grotle. Gender, male. Ability, Overgrow. Aptitude, blue. IVs, HP, 28, Attack, 11, SPATK, 19, Defense, 24, SPDef, 27, Speed, 8. Level, 27-29. Moves, Energy Ball, Withdraw, Absorb, Razor Leaf, Mega Drain, Leech Seed, Synthesis, Bullet Seed, Grass Pledge, Grassy Terrain. Interestingly, it had turned into a battle between two turtle Pokémon. But the difference was clear. Grotle clearly relied on a turret-style strategy, its large, heavy body making it slow and clumsy. Wartortle, by contrast, was much more agile. Even more interestingly, both trainers chose moves with similar effects right from the first round. Takagi Megami chose Rain Dance. The other girl chose Grassy Terrain. As a continuous drizzle covered the field, grass-type energy condensed into sprouting grass. However, Hayashi Kaede could see that Wartortle was significantly faster at executing Rain Dance than Grotle. Moreover, the rainfall continuously suppressed the grass's growth momentum. That gave Hayashi Kaede some comfort. This guy swam over from the irrigation channel every day, so of course Hayashi Kaede couldn't let it just eat for free. It had to help Melodic irrigate the land in return. Unexpectedly, its rain dance had grown increasingly proficient throughout their journey. "Alright, Wartortle, use water gun," Takagi Megami commanded with a wave of her hand. During these past days, while traveling along the League's route for new trainers from Aojirai town to Nagisuna city, she had consistently relied on this move combination in battles. Rain Dance plus Water Gun. With the boost from Rain Dance and perhaps thanks to earlier training alongside Snivy's Vines, Wartortle's Water Gun, whether in speed or accuracy, was now virtually impossible to dodge. So, day by day, she had advanced easily along the route for new trainers. Water gun blasts, like swift arrows, struck one after another against Grotle's body. The opposing trainer soon frowned. She knew Grotle's speed was always its weakness. But this Wartortle was beyond her expectations. In both energy control and physical prowess, it was exceptionally outstanding, almost unbelievably so. Even with the type advantage, Grotle couldn't withstand the relentless water gun barrage. But Grotle's trainer was clearly experienced. She quietly had it endure the increasingly fierce water gun strikes while steadily accumulating energy. As Hayashi Kaede raised an eyebrow, she finally called out, "Grass Pledge." In an instant, the Grotle that had been storing up power erupted, no longer able to hold back its frustration at being suppressed by a water type. Several towering grass cyclones, 3 to 4 meters high, burst from the ground, sweeping across the field in indiscriminate fury. In Hayashi Kaede's opinion, it was an excellent choice. Wartortle's mobile turret strategy was exactly what Grotle feared most. Fast, with no startup lag for its moves. That meant any move Grotle chose had to be carefully considered. Because ordinary attacks could be easily dodged by Wartortle, and if dodged, they would only waste energy. So Grotle's trainer had gambled on Grass Pledge in the rain. Aside from the boost from Grassy Terrain, there was another reason. Grass Pledge's power was amplified on wet terrain. With Grassy Terrain and rain both in play, as long as Grass Pledge hit Wartortle, she was confident it would be a one-hit KO. Wartortle. The sudden storm front from all directions threw Takagi Megami into a panic, leaving her unsure what command to give. The cyclones were too many and too sudden, all surging toward Wartortle. Even Wartortle froze, stunned. It wanted to fire water gun to break through, but the attack was too weak. Like arrows through wind, they had no impact if anything, they only added water power to Grass Pledge. Seeing the oncoming storm, Takagi Megami knew dodging was impossible. She shouted, "In that case, use hydro pump. Aim at Grotle." A massive torrent erupted from Warderdle's mouth. As a major water-type move, this hydro pump seemed to carry every ounce of its strength. The stream was over a meter thick. Its force was overwhelming, directly shattering one cyclone of Grass Pledge and surging toward Grotle. At the same time, the remaining cyclones slammed into Warderdle. Boom! The earth-shaking collision instantly drew gasps from the surrounding crowd. Hydro pump blasted Grotle backward, while Grass Pledge swept over Warderdle, tearing up even the grass and soil beneath it. When the cyclones finally subsided, Grotle's body barely managed to halt. Both Pokémon froze in place. Both trainers held their breath, eyes locked on their partners. The silence was so heavy you could hear a pin drop. Finally, Takagi Megami couldn't help but cry out, "Hang in there, Warderdle." As if triggered by her voice, both Pokémon wavered unsteadily, and then collapsed at the same time. But just then, the Jiraiya in Takagi Megami's arms seemed to hear something. Its gaze fixed on the fallen Warderdle. Hang in there? Was this the second wish of the human who had given it delicious food? Chapter 196, Akaze. Chapter 196. Grotle is unable to battle. Warderdle wins. As the referee announced the result, the girl opposite wore a complicated expression. She could tell both Pokémon had similar energy levels, yet despite holding the type advantage, she had still lost to the opposing Warderdle. It was difficult for her to accept. After recalling Grotle, she couldn't help but ask, "How long have you been on your journey?" Takagi Megami, supporting Warderdle as it stood back up, looked at her opponent. "How long have I been on my journey?" Then she smiled. "Actually, I just started. But if you want to know why Warderdle is so strong, I can tell you." "Oh!" The girl's eyes lit up. "How did it get so strong?" "Come, look here. Aogirai City, Aogirai Town, there's a place called Hayashi's Breeding House. If you want to get stronger, just go there." Takagi Megami had slipped into promoting the breeding house again. The girl was skeptical, but she memorized the location anyway. Since she needed to treat Grotle's injuries, she left quickly after getting her answer. Based on previous year's tournament rules, although the battle ended with Warderdle holding only a slight advantage, her overall performance in the match was still enough to advance to the main tournament. For now, her priority was treating Grotle after it had taken multiple water guns. Takagi Megami, meanwhile, immediately fed Warderdle the restorative energy cubes Hayashi Kaede had prepared in the storage ball. Just as she was about to leave the field, she turned and her eyes instantly lit up. "Hayashi Kaede!" Warderdle was the first to rush over. Seeing Hayashi Kaede, it suddenly felt its injuries weren't so painful. It quickly ran to him, its smile overflowing like water. It rubbed its head against Hayashi Kaede's side. "Warderdle! All right, all right. Learning to look up when tackling now, are we?" Looking at Warderdle bumping into his arms, Hayashi Kaede cheerfully placed a hand on its head, eventually settling on its wing-like ears. They were pleasant to rub, soft like jelly yet elusive like clouds. Among Squirtle's evolutionary line, Hayashi Kaede liked Warderdle the most. It felt reliable, yet still retained its cuteness. Unlike Blastoise, which only became reliable after evolving. As Warderdle fawned over him, Takagi Megami ran over with Jiraiya in her arms. Hayashi Kaede waved, signaling Warderdle to go play with Alolan Vulpix, then turned his attention to Takagi Megami. "Were you watching just now, Hayashi Kaede?" "Pretty much. So how did we do?" "Not bad, but asking like this is like showing your exam paper to a parent and asking how you did." Hee. She didn't deny it and just giggled. Was there anything wrong? Maybe. Hayashi Kaede thought about the battle. Since he had insight, he could see all of Grotl's moves. But Takagi Megami didn't, so he put himself in her shoes and said. For example, starting with Rain Dance was correct. But you kept relying on Wartortle's agility to spam Water Gun and whittle Grottle down, without realizing it was deliberately enduring the hits while gathering energy. At that point, you shouldn't have focused greedily on Water Gun's damage. Don't use skill combinations too rigidly. Many combos aren't invincible. Use them flexibly. Also, were you a bit nervous? At the final moment, if you'd reacted quickly, you could have had Wartortle use Hydro Pump directly to break through Grass Pledge's defense. He smiled. But it's not a big issue. Performing like this is already impressive. After all, for someone who had only just begun her journey, achieving this level was remarkable. Thinking back, Takagi Megami realized he was right and looked embarrassed. Then she noticed the egg in Hayashi Kaede's arms. What Pokémon egg is this? It looks familiar. Spr Igatito, Hayashi Kaede said with a smile. Just saying it made him a little excited. But Takagi Megami didn't notice. Instead, she held up the new Pokémon in her arms excitedly. Look, Hayashi Kaede. This is the Pokémon I caught yesterday. It's called Jiraki. It's amazing. It can grant wishes. Before she could finish, Hayashi Kaede raised a finger and made a shushing motion. Takagi Megami blinked, then realized she shouldn't casually reveal such an ability. Even among new trainers, such power wasn't something to broadcast. But then she wondered, she hadn't even mentioned Jiraki's ability yet, so how did Hayashi Kaede already know? Jiraki, meanwhile, curiously examined Hayashi Kaede. Last night, it had heard of a human named Hayashi Kaede who made incredibly delicious Pokémon food. It hadn't expected to meet him so soon. Hayashi Kaede looked at Mutuo beside him. Can you help block off the space around us? Mutuo didn't speak but raised its right hand. Psychic energy surged, and the surroundings fell completely silent, as if the space had been severed. Without a medium for transmission, sound couldn't travel in or out. The downside was it couldn't be maintained for long. Those inside would eventually suffocate. All right, people outside can't hear us now. Hayashi Kaede nodded, then looked at Jiraki with curiosity. Jiraki, a mythical Pokémon capable of trading millennia of accumulated energy through sleep for the ability to grant wishes and 7 days of consciousness. This ability was enhanced when comets streaked across the sky. Was it you who used your ability to restore a bit of Wartortle's stamina just now? Hayashi Kaede asked. Jiraki looked at the psychic barrier but wasn't afraid. It could sense this human meant no harm. It floated out of Takagi Megami's arms and circled around Hayashi Kaede. Yes. Because Takagi Megami said to hang in there, so I made it hang in there. Its natural answer left Takagi Megami and Wartortle stunned. So she hadn't actually won that match? Then, Jiraki flew up to Hayashi Kaede's face and looked at him expectantly. Takagi Megami said you can make very delicious food. Can you make some for Jiraki? Jiraki can grant your wish too. Hayashi Kaede was tempted, but he shook his head. Granting wishes consumes your own energy. The bigger and more difficult the wish, the less time you can stay awake. Jiraki's 7 days of consciousness included rest. But if a wish was too difficult, it would fall asleep sooner, until it recovered enough to wake again. 7 days was already short. If he wished for his parents, or even their Pokémon, to appear before him, the cost might be too great. What surprised Hayashi Kaede was Jiraki's cheerful response. It's okay. Ake said I should be like a star, bringing hope to everyone who sees me. Ake's? Hayashi Kaede and Mutuo exchanged glances. Finally, Takagi Megami asked, who is Ake's? Ake's? He's my very, very good partner. Super nice and always shared his food with me. When talking about Aki, Jiraki's face turned nostalgic. Super nice. Takagi Megami felt disappointed. She thought she had caught Jiraki. Turns out, it already had a trainer. Jiraki nodded. His biggest wish was for his tribe to have enough to eat every day. So we looked for delicious food and ate together. Then why don't you go find him? She asked. I can't find him anymore. He went to a very, very far place, Jiraki replied. 1,000 years had passed. How could Akaze still be around? Before being a star, think of yourself first. Your wish granting consumes your accumulated energy. Hayashi Kaede started to explain to Takagi Megami, but Jiraki flew up and blinked at him, signaling him not to speak. Just then, Mutuo said, "Time's almost up." Even though the psychic barrier could still be maintained, the oxygen inside was running low. Hayashi Kaede looked at Jiraki and nodded, saying nothing. Everyone had their own choices and Jiraki had its own. He turned to Mutuo. "It's fine now." Takagi Megami blinked in confusion, glancing between Hayashi Kaede and Jiraki. It felt like they had discussed something, yet nothing at all. Somehow, Hayashi Kaede seemed to understand Jiraki better than she did, despite just meeting it. "How do you know so much about me?" Jiraki finally asked as the barrier fell. Even Mutuo turned to look. "You guess." Jiraki. Mutuo. "Go compete. At noon, I'll make food for you all. Anything specific you want to eat?" Hayashi Kaede asked. Warderdal. "I want meat. Vulpix, ice cream. Yay! I get to eat Hayashi Kaede's cooking again." Takagi Megami's voice was full of excitement. On her journey, food had nearly depressed her. She couldn't cook, so she mostly survived on instant meals. Though nutritious, they didn't taste good. Every time she saw Warderdal eating so happily, she wondered if she should sneak some of its energy cubes. "What about you? Weren't you just begging for something delicious?" Hayashi Kaede looked at Jiraki. "Delicious. I also want to eat meat," Jiraki declared. "Alright, then we'll have barbecue at noon," Hayashi Kaede said. He always cleaned his barbecue equipment and stored it in the storage ball, ready for use anytime. The rest of the time, the two of them along with Jiraki, Alolan Vulpix and Warderdal looked for opponents in the arena. Though looked for opponents was a stretch. Few battles were as evenly matched as Warderdal vs Grotle. Most ended in one-sided victories for Alolan Vulpix and Warderdal. Because after the previous battle, Warderdal had coincidentally leveled up again. This made Hayashi Kaede curious. During the Junior Cup finals and semifinals, everyone's Pokémon were around level 30, close to 40. Why was the gap so wide during the preliminaries? From the spectators' discussions, he learned most trainers aiming for the championship would hold back, using their second Pokémon in the preliminaries. But this didn't matter to Hayashi Kaede. After both he and Takagi Megami completed 3 battles, and Alolan Vulpix grew aware of its strength, Hayashi Kaede led her out of the arena and checked the map of Nagisuna City. "Apricot Mountain, is it this scenic area?" Hayashi Kaede was investigating the wilderness area where his parents had disappeared 10 years ago. Apricot Mountain. A decade ago, it had been a continuous mountain range wilderness area, most famous for its Shiftry population. Because of their large numbers and proximity to towns, Shiftry and Nuzleaf often caused trouble in markets. Later, the Nagisuna City League opened part of the range near the town and planted apricot trees. Every autumn, apricot leaves blanketed the mountains in gold, drawing crowds of tourists. And now, it was exactly the season of autumn leaves. Hayashi Kaede decided to have lunch there. Chapter 197, Fruit of Prayer. Chapter 197. The sky, clouds, and mountains blended into a single hue. Though it was noon, the horizon glowed like sunset. In this atmosphere, a Salamence descended majestically, landing on a flat area of Apricot Mountain. Apricot Mountain was open to the public free of charge now that the fruiting season had passed. Anyone could enter after registering their identity. Of course, any actions that caused damage to Apricot Mountain were strictly prohibited. Otherwise, the League would legally apprehend the offender. This season was especially scenic, drawing plenty of visitors. The nearby university meant there were also many couples hiking the mountain together. Hayashi Kaede had Salam's search for a while before finding a secluded spot. Another reason was to have Mutuo scan from the air for any unusual signs. There were none. Apart from a few Nuzleaf and other Pokémon of the wilderness area, nothing was out of the ordinary. Hayashi Kaede sighed quietly. If psychic powers couldn't detect anything, then only aura remained. But Gardevoir's aura was far too weak. Even if it came to investigate, it likely wouldn't find anything unusual. He still needed to find a way to obtain aura abilities himself. Having no immediate results didn't discourage him. After reaching the flat area, he immediately began setting up the barbecue gear. These were all familiar tasks, and in no time both the grill and the griddle for searing meat were ready. Then Hayashi Kaede released all the Pokémon he had brought with him, the Eevees, Blaziken, Goodra, and of course Alolan Vulpix and Salamence. He had originally considered letting Butterfree out for a stroll, but Butterfree seemed to think the outside world was inherently dangerous and wasn't interested. Hayashi Kaede didn't force it. He just felt the little one might have a bit of a persecution complex. Not surprising after all, it had lived in the wild since it was a Caterpie, and being shiny had probably made life harder. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Mew this morning. Where was it? Mew. A pink kitten suddenly appeared in front of him, just as he was grilling meat. Hayashi Kaede. Right on time for mealtime. Even outdoors, you're this punctual, hey? Mew, so fragrant. Mew floated around the griddle, nose twitching, smiling happily. But soon its attention shifted to Jiraki, who was following Takagi Megami. She was busy spreading a tablecloth and setting up a picnic area on the ginkgo leaf-strewn ground with Mutuo. Meanwhile, Jiraki kept sneaking glances toward Hayashi Kaede. So fragrant. Really fragrant. In all its long life, it had never smelled anything this delicious. Compared to the roasted meat from over 1,000 years ago, this was unimaginably better. Alolan Vulpix was boasting to the Eevees about its heroic exploits, claiming it had dominated the Junior Cup. None of the other Pokémon there could withstand even a single move. It declared itself the Vulpix hero and planned to form a hero squad. If they joined, they would be the first members, with Vulpix as captain. It specially appointed Little 9 as captain of the first squad, with Little 3 and Little 5 as subordinates. In the future, they would dedicate themselves to the peace of the town, remembered by all. The Eevees listened, dumbfounded. Nearby, Blaziken, who usually only cared about food, overheard and came over. Blaziken. Me. I want to join. It still remembered what Hayashi Kaede had once said about Blaziken heroes. Even Goodra looked over with admiration, clamoring to join the hero squad. Only Wartortle watched with a hint of envy. Its trainer would eventually take it on a journey to challenge competitions, so it wouldn't have such a peaceful and harmonious environment. Then it looked at its trainer. She was playing with Sprigotito, the little kitten nestled in her arms, nuzzling and occasionally licking her hand. Ew, how could it lick her hand? Wartortle turned away in distaste. Hayashi Kaede, however, found the exchange between Alolan Vulpix and Goodra rather amusing. If Vulpix claimed to have dominated the Junior Cup, then if Goodra entered, no trainer would dare challenge it. After all, a 1-year-old Elite 4 level Pokémon? Who wouldn't be stunned by that? The arena might be spacious enough for many low-level battles, but for Elite 4 level fights, the whole place might barely suffice. Even Salamence, usually so stoic, couldn't help but smile in this lively atmosphere. Soon, the first batch of grilled meat and barbecue was ready. The Pokémon who had just been talking about maintaining the peace of the town as heroes rushed over with their bowls. Come, come, future heroes, fill your bellies first, Hayashi Kaede said cheerfully, handing out the meat. Vulpix. Let's eat. Delicious, so delicious sob sob, this is the taste, it's too good. Takagi Megami exclaimed, overjoyed after days of instant food. Wartortle. Wartortle remembered sneaking through the irrigation channel at mealtime back in the day. Its mood value skyrocketed. It even rewarded Hayashi Kaede with an A-grade water stone. Mew and Mewtwo showed minimal change in emotion, only a slight increase. Hayashi Kaede didn't mind. After all, Mew had recently brought him several leaves from the World Tree. He was already thinking that after the Junior Cup, he would use those leaves to create some novel dishes. Congratulations, host, for increasing Jiraki's mood value from 60% to 95%. Reward, 5 bags of top-grade fertilizer, 1 top-grade rare candy, and a mystical wishing fruit, a fruit that fell from outer space, seemingly with magical effects. The sudden notification made Hayashi Kaede glance at the picnic blanket, where Jiraki sat tearfully eating grilled meat. He rarely saw mood values above 90, and 95% was something he'd only seen once before when he was about to catch Phoebus. Now, just one meal had raised Jiraki's mood so high? Was it crying because the food was that good? Hayashi Kaede instinctively opened Jiraki's status panel and saw the mood value, which had just hit 95, plunging rapidly. Within seconds, it had already fallen into negative territory. Did it remember something sad? Hayashi Kaede didn't disturb it. The other Pokémon were too busy eating to notice. Only Mew floated over to Jiraki's side, blinking curiously. Mew. What's wrong? Chapter 198, Mew and Jiraki. Chapter 198. Jiraki. Jiraki wiped away its tears and looked at the Pokémon that had flown over, speaking softly, Jiraki. I just remembered my old partner. When he was around, he'd grill meat for me too, though it wasn't as delicious as this. Mew. Partner. Mew floated beside Jiraki, studied its form for a moment, then its body began to shift and transform, turning into an exact replica of another Jiraki. Mew, look, is this what your partner looked like? Jiraki. Seeing this, Jiraki's eyes widened as it stared at Mew. Jiraki. You. Jiraki, I can be your partner. The Jiraki covered its mouth and giggled. Jiraki. You can transform into me. Jiraki, yes. Jiraki was stunned for a good while before finally snapping out of it and nodding. Jiraki. Then we're partners now. Mew shifted back to its original form. The transformation happened quickly, and since the other Pokémon were busy eating, no one noticed that another Jiraki had briefly appeared. Mew was still curious, because it had never seen a Pokémon like Jiraki before. That was why it couldn't resist testing whether it could transform into one. And it turned out it could. It looked at Jiraki curiously and asked, Mew. What happened to your old partner? Jiraki. I don't know. A look of confusion crossed Jiraki's face. This was its 4th millennium awake. During the first millennium, it knew nothing, not even what purpose it served. So it spent that time wandering here and there, wasting it. It was only after the first millennium that it learned it could only stay awake for 7 days at a time. The second millennium. Jiraki. I don't know where he is. Jiraki. I haven't seen him in a very long time. Back then, the trees were still very, very tall, the grass very deep, and people weren't as friendly as they are now. Jiraki. The Pokémon around were all very scary. Jiraki. Akaze was the son of a tribal chief. His skin was darker than. At this point, Jiraki glanced at Hayashi Kaede. Jiraki. Darker than Hayashi Kaede's. And humans back then were so strange. Some didn't have much clothing to cover themselves, going bare-chested and hunting outside every day. Some wore clothes and kept Pokémon shackled with black chains. They made Pokémon fight every day. As Jiraiya spoke, Mew nodded along. It didn't doubt the truth of Jiraki's words because it had lived through that era too. But at the time, it had guarded the World Tree and hadn't paid much attention to most humans with very few exceptions. Although Hayashi Kaede was busy preparing food, he was also quietly listening to the conversation between Jiraiya and Mew. Jiraiya. But Akaze wasn't like that. All he ever thought about was finding food. We would steal water from Beedrill territory, sneak berries from Ursaring territory, and farm together. Jiraiya. His tribe raised Pokémon called Caterpie that could spin silk to sell as currency to people inside the city walls. Caterpie could evolve into Butterfree, which could help defend against other Pokémon attacks. As Jiraiya spoke, it couldn't help but smile. Clearly, those were very happy times for it. Mew gradually realized that the partner Jiraiya was talking about must have lived a very long time ago. And as far as it knew, human lifespans weren't that long. This made Mew a little sad, and it couldn't help but empathize. Because it had also once known a very good human. That human had a Lucario by his side, and its aura was very pure, earning the World Tree's recognition. But eventually, he was gone too. After that, Mew rarely went outside, instead guarding the World Tree. It wasn't until a few years ago that it slowly regained its vitality. Jiraiya. But Caterpie were too weak. The world back then was far less safe than it is now. Their tribe lived near a Weedle colony, and conflicts would often break out between Akaze's tribe and the Weedle tribe. Jiraiya. On the fifth day, a major conflict erupted between the two tribes. Just as Jiraiya's tone shifted dramatically, the conversation between the two floating Pokémon finally caught the attention of the others. The first to approach was Alolan Vulpix. It looked curiously at the two Pokémon hovering in front of it. Vulpix. What are you talking about? Then the Eevees, Gudra, and Blaziken also gathered around. Blaziken. Aren't you going to eat your meat? If not, can I have it? Blaziken looked politely at the uneaten meat beneath the two Pokémon, though it was already salivating. Eevee, Eevee. Little Nine wants to listen too. Jiraiya. Jiraiya hesitated as so many Pokémon suddenly crowded around, its words trailing off. Mew. No. Mew, which had been listening to the story, saw Blaziken eyeing its plate and immediately flew down to grab it. After a moment's thought, it also used psychic power to protect Jiraiya's plate. It knew exactly how much this tall, lean Blaziken could eat. Blaziken. Seeing that the two Pokémon weren't sharing, Blaziken turned its hopeful gaze toward Hayashi Kaede. But the next batch of grilled meat wasn't ready yet, so it could only watch and drool. Mew. Takagi Megami, holding Spri Gatito, walked over at that moment. She held out a fork with a perfectly sized piece of meat toward Jiraiya. Here, Jiraiya. Thank you for helping Warderdle recover during the battle earlier. Jiraiya. Jiraiya didn't refuse the offered meat, closing its eyes happily as it ate. MHM. Seeing this, Takagi Megami relaxed slightly, then carefully said, Jiraiya. If granting wishes is a burden for you, then maybe don't grant any more wishes for me in the future. Jiraiya. Why? Chapter 199, Embarrassed Ice Vulpix. Chapter 199. Jiraiya looked at Takagi Megami with confusion. Whenever it granted wishes for others, they always seemed so happy. Well. The girl thought for a moment, chin in hand. Hayashi Kaede said that granting wishes comes at a cost for you. It seems the bigger the wish, the greater the cost. If helping me fulfill my wishes means you have to pay an unhappy price, I'd feel guilty inside. She wasn't foolish. Although Hayashi Kaede hadn't explicitly stated the cost of Jiraki's wish granting before, it was clearly not without its price. She didn't know exactly what that price was. But rather than regretting it later because of the cost, it was better to exercise restraint now. Besides, she didn't have any burning desires or major regrets. Becoming a great Pokémon trainer was her dream. But it was a position she wanted to achieve through her own efforts. She had already received so much help already. In life, you eventually have to learn to rely on your own efforts. Takagi Megami looked at Jiraki sincerely. Okay. Okay. Jiraki accepted this explanation readily and even smiled. It would tell those who brought it joy about its wish-granting ability, but Akaze had also said on the 5th day that if it encountered someone unpleasant, it could refuse to grant their wish and leave them. Alright, stop standing around. Let's eat first. Hayashi Kaede, who couldn't hear the story anymore, finally finished grilling the second batch of meat and brought it over using telekinesis. This was the second and final batch. Truth be told, it was mainly because Salamence, Gudra, and Blaziken had such big appetites. Otherwise, one batch would have been enough. But it didn't matter. Hayashi Kaede watched as Blaziken and the others started eating again, a smile tugging at his lips. For a breeder, watching the little ones grow up, mature, and become strong under his care, that was what he most wanted to witness. Similarly, for a cook, seeing the food he made enjoyed by everyone was also something Hayashi Kaede loved to see. You're a lot like Akaze. Jiraki, interrupted by the food, didn't continue its story with Mew. Instead, it flew over to Hayashi Kaede. Hey? I'm like him. Hayashi Kaede was a bit puzzled. Jiraki explained, yeah, Akaze also loved watching the caterpie eat leaves. You also love watching them eat. Is that so? Hayashi Kaede understood and chuckled. It's because I find it really interesting to watch every Pokémon eat. Look, like that big dragon over there, he pointed at Salamence. It eats very heartily. A whole plate of meat, poured straight into its mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. Salamence, noticing Hayashi Kaede looking at it, paused its chewing, then sheepishly looked away. The thing was, it really did eat meat quickly. Its mouth was just that big. So of course it took mouthfuls at a time. Hayashi Kaede then pointed at Alolan Vulpix and the Eevees. Now look at them. They're small, and I cut their meat into pieces beforehand. So they can eat in small bites. Actually, if I didn't cut it up, they'd have to use their claws to tear the meat apart, but that would get their fur dirty. At first, Alolan Vulpix didn't care about that. It used to run into muddy puddles right after watering, just to play in the water, and get all dirty. He remembered how Alolan Vulpix always got its white fur covered in wet mud, requiring a wash. It only got better after it learned to use ice-type energy. But before he could finish, Alolan Vulpix heard him. It immediately put down the food it was eating and pounced over, its face flushed with embarrassment. Vulpix. Don't talk about my embarrassing childhood moments. I'm the Vulpix hero now. I have an image to maintain. Alright, I won't say any more. Sorry, saving your face. Hayashi Kaede felt he might have gone a bit too far and apologized immediately. Though the smile never left his face. I guess I got a bit off track. How should I put it? Hayashi Kaede looked back at Jiraki. I think he didn't just like watching those caterpie eat, but he liked the caterpie themselves? Or maybe, because those caterpie were valuable helpers to the tribe, and also his partners. Akaze must have cherished those caterpie a lot, right? Hayashi Kaede asked rhetorically. Caterpie, whether in the past or now, were considered weak. From Jiraki's description, Akaze's tribe wasn't particularly powerful either. The weak bonding together naturally fosters stronger unity. Akaze cherished the caterpie very much. Jiraki nodded vigorously. Hayashi Kaede didn't ask further, just smiled. The relationship between ancient Pokémon and humans. If possible, he'd like to see it for himself. After lunch on Apricot Mountain, Hayashi Kaede returned to the arena. This time, the main targets were the Eevees. Blaziken and Goodra, after hearing about Alolan Vulpix's glorious deeds, also showed considerable interest. Hayashi Kaede was happy to let them have some fun in the Junior Cup. And so, a peculiar scene unfolded. A young man, occasionally with a few Eevees, battled for a while on one field with mixed wins and losses, then brought out Blaziken to dominate another field. Blaziken's speed was simply uncanny, already reaching gym leader level. Often, the opponent's Pokémon would be knocked out before they even saw it move. One might think that was already hard to top. But surprisingly, after Blaziken, he brought out a Goodra? Goodra. The referees were already wide-eyed after Blaziken reached gym leader level. Several Rotom drones conducted inspections, asked questions, and nearly resorted to blood tests to verify Blaziken's age before finally, reluctantly, allowing it. But now, when a Goodra stood before the referee, he instinctively gulped. No way! This Goodra! He remembered it was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, right? A dragon-type pseudo-legendary, no less. Are you sure it's under 1 year old? The referee, skeptical, had a Rotom take a picture of Goodra and sent it to the tournament officials. Goodra. Don't mention it. Goodra was a bit nervous in its first battle. Mainly because there were so many people around. It couldn't help looking around, occasionally glancing back to confirm Alolan Vulpix's encouraging gaze and Mewtwo's presence before steadying itself. But its opponent? Well, the opposing trainer was currently having a hard time voicing their distress. Chapter 200, Battle of Goodra. Chapter 200. Someone's battling Hayashi Kaede again. Court 3, hurry and watch. Just as Goodra's qualifications were being verified, a small area nearby buzzed with excitement. Unlike the relatively quiet arena in the morning, the afternoon scene was livelier. Thanks to Blaziken's distinctive appearance, even though Aogirai town was some distance from Nagisuna city, some people still recognized Hayashi Kaede. Holy cow, Goodra! When did Hayashi Kaede catch this Pokémon? Using it in the Junior Cup, isn't that just bullying? Didn't they say Pokémon have to be under 1 year old? This Goodra is under 1 year. The referee is confirming, but Rotom didn't sound a red alert. It should be fine. Wait, what are you all talking about? Who's Hayashi Kaede? How can someone raise such a young Goodra? Some people had no idea what they were discussing and could only ask. Those who knew about Hayashi Kaede through various channels or had visited the breeding house enthusiastically filled them in. Meanwhile, on Court 3, the referee stared at the message from above, approximately 10 months old. He fell into deep thought. Are you telling me this Elite 4 level Goodra is 10 months old? But finally, he nodded to Hayashi Kaede. Qualifications confirmed. Age complies. However, after speaking, he paused and added with a hint of advice, please be mindful of the battle intensity. Hayashi Kaede nodded. Then he turned to Goodra. Don't be nervous. Let's take it slow. The opposing trainer, witnessing this, felt his world crumbling. What do you mean, don't be nervous? Shouldn't it be my Pokémon who's nervous? He looked at his trembling Graveler and fell into contemplation. As battle begin, was called, the crowd instinctively cheered for Graveler. Go, Graveler! Don't lose too badly. Show Hayashi Kaede you're not to be underestimated. Don't waver, don't despair. Hearing the encouragement, the trainer mustered a bit of courage. Seeing his opponent hadn't given a command yet, he ordered, Graveler, use Rock Throw. Graveler took a deep breath. Stones the size of dinner plates quickly formed near it, then were hurled one after another toward Goodra. Unlike typical Elite 4 level Pokémon, Gudra panicked upon seeing the attack. But the next moment, a clear, green energy flowed from Hayashi Kaede onto Gudra. Along with it came Hayashi Kaede's calm voice from behind, "Don't panic. Use Protect." Hearing this, Gudra instinctively used Protect. A shimmering membrane instantly enveloped Gudra's entire body. The stones thumped against Gudra's Protect. Feeling no pain, Gudra cautiously opened its eyes. It looked itself over completely unharmed. Hayashi Kaede's gentle, reassuring voice came from behind, "It's all right. Don't be afraid." Why had he agreed to let Gudra participate in a Junior Cup battle like this? Because of Gudra's flaw. Although Gudra was now at Elite 4 level, its temperament was still childlike, even somewhat timid. Its strength had been built up artificially, so it couldn't properly assess itself. Moreover, when Graveler's rock throw came, Hayashi Kaede sensed intense fear from Gudra. This was the psychological pressure from past physical trauma. Even facing a Graveler that had just reached expert level, it feared the attack. Goo. No hurt. Gudra felt strange yet intrigued. Battling wasn't as scary as it thought. Like Alolan Vulpix said, "It's like playing a game, and you're really strong. Win just one battle, and you'll be an official member of the hero squad." Gudra turned excitedly to Hayashi Kaede and Mewtwo. "Gudra, no hurt." It completely forgot it was in a battle. The opposing trainer, seeing Gudra so relaxed, thought Hayashi Kaede and Gudra were looking down on him. Anger rose within him. "Graveler, don't let them underestimate you. Use Brick Break." "So what if it's Protect? Take this Brick Break." As Graveler charged forward, Gudra was still happily telling Hayashi Kaede it didn't hurt. All right, Gudra. Look behind you first." Gudra. Gudra instinctively turned and saw two huge fists coming right at it. But unlike last time, Hayashi Kaede gave no command. Gudra panicked, just raising its small hands to block the fists. Thud. With the sound of impact, Gudra opened its eyes again, staring blankly at Graveler, whose fists were resting against its palms. Strange. Why doesn't this Pokémon's attack hurt? Graveler was even more confused. Wait, no damage? Seriously? Graveler. Gudra grabbed Graveler's fists, curiously examining this seemingly fragile Pokémon. Graveler struggled with all its might but couldn't break free. Finally, Hayashi Kaede smiled with satisfaction. "Okay, Gudra, use Slam. Throw it back to its trainer." The next moment, Graveler was flung back to its trainer, eyes spinning, clearly dazed. The farcical scene made the referee's mouth twitch. Earlier, he'd suspected this Gudra was at least near Elite 4 level. Now, it must be near peak Elite 4 level, right? But this battling style. Why so childish? It felt like watching a toddler cup. Furthermore, what a weird slam move is this? However, his professional integrity made him announce the result promptly. "This match is won by Gudra." "Gudra. I won." Gudra excitedly ran back to Mewtwo and Hayashi Kaede, spreading its sticky arms wide for a hug aimed at Mewtwo. However, Mewtwo sidestepped it effortlessly. Failing to share its joy immediately, Gudra felt a little down, but it was used to Mewtwo's aloofness. In the end, it was Hayashi Kaede who gave it a hug, smiling. There. You're a member of the hero squad now. Omega.Gudra /Omega Gudra. Chapter 201, Grievances. Chapter 201. After its first victory, Hayashi Kaede took Gudra to challenge various participants in the remaining Junior Cup venues. Of course, before the challenge began, he wouldn't release Gudra. Instead, he kept the three little EVs with him. This made everyone think he was just an EV trainer, letting their guard down and accepting his challenges. But when the battle started and Hayashi Kaede released his Pokémon, the trainers he challenged were dumbfounded. Asterisk dude, you have an Alolan Vulpix and Eevee with you, and then you release such a huge Goodra? Is that really okay? Asterisk. Regarding this, Hayashi Kaede could only feel helpless. After all, he just wanted Goodra to become more outgoing through the Junior Cup. In fact, the multiple battle victories were quite effective. Goodra's expression grew brighter, its smile more and more evident. Just like that, they battled several times until most people in the arena recognized Hayashi Kaede and no longer accepted his challenges. Only then did he leave the arena with a still eager Goodra. Having brought so many Pokémon out, he didn't want to waste the little time remaining. So, together with Takagi Megami, he took Jiraiya to the amusement park. He also let his relatively new Pokémon experience the amusement park rides properly. Although Hayashi Kaede could replicate most rides by having Dragonite carry them, the joyful atmosphere of the amusement park was irreplaceable. The ground-based Pokémon Alolan Vulpix, the Eevees, Blaziken, and Goodra had a blast. Especially on the roller coaster and log flume, Alolan Vulpix was genuinely scared. When the roller coaster plunged down and splashed huge waves of water, it desperately used powder snow on the splashes, trying to freeze them mid-air. Sitting next to it, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but laugh at the sight of it puffing its cheeks and blowing out snowflakes while screaming. The other Pokémon just yelled a bit. But Alolan Vulpix's powder snow hit the water, freezing a section of the pool. In the end, an amusement park staff member had to stop them and asked Blaziken to use flamethrower to melt the frozen area before things settled down. However, after getting off, Alolan Vulpix not only forgot its fear but got excited, immediately shouting, "Vulpix! Again! Again!" After that, it was a repeat of the previous experience. This continued until dusk when Hayashi Kaede finally ended the amusement park trip and recalled them into their Pokeballs. Dusk, at the amusement park entrance. Hayashi Kaede, holding the Sprigatito egg, looked at Takagi Megami. "I'm heading back. Do you want to go back too?" "I'd love to. But, is there enough room on Salamence?" Takagi Megami's eyes lit up. Once a journey begins, unless there's an exception, chances to return home become fewer and fewer. So if she had the chance to go back briefly now, she would take it to see her grandfather. "There should be room, no problem. If you want to go back, I'll call Dragonite for you." Mewtwo, a psychic-type Pokémon, didn't need to ride Salamence and could return on its own. But since it was currently appearing in human form, and Takagi Megami didn't know its identity yet, there was no need for it to fly back. Besides, calling Dragonite via Rotom phone wouldn't take long. Aogiri town outside the breeding house. With two gentle gusts of wind, Salamence and Dragonite landed slowly. At the entrance, a figure in serene blue stood quietly watching the two dragon-type Pokémon land, a slight smile unconsciously gracing its lips. After Rotom received the call and Dragonite flew out, Gardevoir knew Hayashi Kaede would be back soon, so it waited outside. Beside Gardevoir were the Ndidi siblings, Sir Prior, Bryan, Bounsweet. Even the Alcremie leaned against bowls on the counter inside the breeding house door. Hearing that Hayashi Kaede was returning, they had all come out to wait. "What are you all doing here? Have you had dinner yet?" Hayashi Kaede, dismounting from Salamence, asked when he saw everyone waiting for him. Gardevoir replied calmly. "Gardevoir, they heard you were coming back, so they came to wait." "We've had dinner." Alcremie. One Alcremie, seeing Hayashi Kaede get off, nudged the female Ndidi beside it. The female Ndidi immediately understood. Ndidi. It used psychic power to lift the Alcremie and float it toward Hayashi Kaede. "Alcremie, Hayashi Kaede, missed you so much." The strawberry green Alcremie flew to him and reached out its hands, an irrepressible smile on its face. All right, all right. Hayashi Kaede caught it with his own psychic power and placed it on his shoulder, feeling it press its cheek against his. Looking at the large group of Pokémon waiting there, he felt touched. Knowing he was returning, they had come to wait at the door in advance. My Pokémon, they're just so heartwarming. Alcremie. Me too, me too. Alcremie. Hayashi Kaede is back. Seeing the Alcremie on his shoulder, the others cheered happily. Hayashi Kaede carried the little Alcremie to the counter and patted each one. Okay, okay, I missed you all too. Did you behave today and help Indd sell all the cakes? The Alcremie nodded in unison, starting to chatter. Alcremie. Everyone liked them. Alcremie. Sold out. Well done. After placating the Alcremie like children, Hayashi Kaede turned to the approaching Bryan, Bounsweet and the Butterfree that had flown over, patting each one. Good girls, thanks for waiting. Bounsweet. Bryan. Butterfree. The three Pokémon expressed it was no trouble. Hayashi Kaede smiled. All his Pokémon, except for Alolan Vulpix, who grew up with him and sometimes caused minor mischief with its whimsical ideas, were very well behaved and dependable, putting him at ease. He then looked at the male Indd and asked if anything had happened at the breeding house today. The male Indd replied truthfully. Indd, no, it's Sunday, so the foot traffic was just a bit heavy. Hayashi Kaede nodded, first acknowledging its work for the day. Thanks for your hard work. Then he affirmed its efforts, a gratified expression on his face as he patted its shoulder. I knew you could handle it. I'll leave the breeding house to you from now on. Hearing this, the male Indd's already serious expression grew even more stern. Indd. I will definitely take good care of the breeding house. At this point, the female Indd, who had been watching the Pokémon egg in Hayashi Kaede's hands, finally couldn't help but come over. Indd. What's this? Hayashi Kaede immediately replied. Oh, right, this is the mystery egg opportunity won back in Aogiri City with Sir Prior. I just picked up a Pokémon egg today. It's a SPRI Gatito. Could you take care of it? Although he could ensure the egg grew safely in his hands, carrying it was somewhat inconvenient, especially since he'd be out and about over the next few days. It was best to leave it at the breeding house for the female Indd to look after. He could nourish it with his Viridian power when he returned at night. Indd, sure. The female Indd's eyes lit up. Taking care of babies was its favorite task. It carefully took the SPRI Gatito egg from Hayashi Kaede's arms and walked into the breeding house. After sensing the life activity inside and realizing the little one was close to hatching, its mood improved even more. As it walked, it thought about what kind of hatching environment to prepare for the little one. Sir Prior. Mentioning their first battle long ago, Sir Prior also felt a bit nostalgic. But seeing Hayashi Kaede greet almost every Pokémon except itself, it pursed its lips and started slithering away, intending to enter the plantation. However, before it could move, Gardevoir's voice sounded in its mind. Gardevoir. Where are you going? Sir Prior paused, looking at Gardevoir in confusion. Gardevoir. Didn't you come to wait for Hayashi Kaede? Why are you leaving now that he's here? Sir Prior. Isn't Hayashi Kaede back now? Sir Prior didn't understand. Gardevoir. Aren't you going to say hello? Gardevoir glided closer to this most contradictory Pokémon. Gardevoir. If you leave without saying hello, what was the point of waiting? As a Pokémon with telepathy, it found Sir Prior quite interesting. Clearly so fond of its trainer, yet always choosing to leave at times like this. Sir Prior. Saying hello later is the same. Sir Prior turned its head away, watching Hayashi Kaede release Alolan Vulpix and the others, its mouth tightening further. Gardevoir. Then you didn't need to be the first one here. The curve of Gardevoir's lips lifted even more. When they'd heard Hayashi Kaede was returning, Sir Prior had been the quickest to react. Sir Prior? That's not. Sir Prior instinctively lowered its head, but remembering it really had been the fastest, it felt a bit guilty. Gardevoir. Don't always keep your grievances bottled up. It's not good. If you're unhappy for too long, he'll worry too. Gardevoir patted Sir Prior gently, then said no more. Sir Prior paused, then watched as Hayashi Kaede, finished with everything, noticed it hadn't completely left. His eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. Sir Prior. Oh, I thought you'd left. Let me hug you, missed you so much. Sir Prior turned its head, intending to leave, but Hayashi Kaede hugged its entire body from behind, stopping it. Sir Prior. Let go. Hey. Sir Prior. Everyone's watching. Oh, okay. Gardevoir, watching from behind, saw this and its smile faded as it shook its head. In its opinion, Sir Prior wasn't as strong as it appeared. Like Blaziken, it was essentially a child that had just evolved. Although they had reached their final forms quickly, they had experienced too little, so their minds hadn't fully matured. The difference between Blaziken and Sir Prior was this. Blaziken's personality before and after evolution was consistent. It loved to eat, didn't pretend, and occasionally said things that annoyed Hayashi Kaede just to get his attention. But Sir Prior was different. After evolving, it became particularly good at acting. Its personality grew increasingly mature. Alone in the plantation, it could direct the other Pokémon and manage everything in order. It wouldn't seek attention or credit from its trainer, as if it were natural. Like a little adult. But in reality, Sir Prior was still a Pokémon not much older than Blaziken. Even after evolution, its personality changed, but age-wise, it was still a child. The more sensible the child, the less candy it gets. But even the most sensible child can't help but feel somewhat wronged at times. Gardevoir worried Sir Prior would keep accumulating those feelings inside. Watching Hayashi Kaede see off Sir Prior, Gardevoir felt it should talk to him about this, to make him pay more attention to Sir Prior's emotions. During the time Hayashi Kaede interacted with his Pokémon, Takagi Megami, who had dismounted from Dragonite, didn't go home immediately either. She first thanked Dragonite, then looked at Jiraiya in her arms. Do you want to come with me, or stay at Hayashi Kaede's place? Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at the Pokémon in the breeding house and was startled. There are so many different kinds of Pokémon. It looked at Takagi Megami, then at Hayashi Kaede, wondering why she was asking it to choose. Couldn't it stay with both? Well, my home is over there, and this is Hayashi Kaede's home. The girl pointed toward the setting sun, then realized Jiraiya wouldn't have much fun following her home. So she said, forget it, you stay with Hayashi Kaede. He hasn't made dinner for Alolan Vulpix and the others yet. You can stay here and eat delicious food. See you tomorrow morning. The girl waved and released Jiraiya. She was eager to go see her grandfather. But Jiraiya, seeing Hayashi Kaede interacting so warmly with so many Pokémon, wasn't sure if joining in would disrupt the mood, so it only waited nearby. It waited until Mew. A pink little cat appeared beside it. Mew. Why are you staying here? Come on, let's find Hayashi Kaede for dinner. Chapter 202, First Day. Chapter 202. Let me introduce to everyone, this is Jiraiya. In the garden. As the Pokémon that had gone out with Hayashi Kaede hadn't eaten dinner yet, he went into the kitchen to cook. After preparing dinner, the first thing Hayashi Kaede did was introduce Jiraiya to everyone. However, the moment the name was spoken, except for the Pokémon that had already knew Jiraiya, the eyes of all the others focused on it, widening slightly in surprise. Jiraiya? The wish-granting Pokémon Hayashi Kaede had recently talked about? Jiraiya. Jiraiya, initially feeling a bit uneasy about integrating into such a large group, became even more uncomfortable under everyone's curious gazes. Soon their focus was turned to the dinner. The dinner Hayashi Kaede made tonight was especially sumptuous: berry salad, steamed bass, from the fish that swam into the reservoir via the irrigation channel, small cakes, juice milk, honey milk. Since he was already at it, Hayashi Kaede had even prepared corresponding food and drinks for the Pokémon staying at the breeding house. Like the honey sweet juice Sir Prier loved. The Grippa berry wine Gardevoir favored. And the fried eggs Blaziken loved to eat. So, in Jiraiya's eyes, there were so many delicious-looking foods, some it had never seen before. Under everyone's gaze, it felt too shy to start eating and didn't know where to hide, so it could only offer an awkward smile. Jiraiya. You all know me. Alcremie. Yes, yes. Hayashi Kaede told us about you. An Alcremie was the first to approach, curiously examining Jiraiya. After looking it over, it said seriously. Alcremie. You really do look like a star. Stars are pentagonal, and so was Jiraiya. Alcremie. Look, this is a small cake Hayashi Kaede made with our cream. After eating it, you'll become sweet-smelling and it is also delicious. Another Alcremie immediately held up a small cake and came closer. Jiraiya. Why would I become sweet-smelling? Jiraiya didn't understand this statement. Alcremie. The Alcremie was stumped. Yet. Why would eating a cake made with their cream make someone smell sweet? It didn't know either. Hayashi Kaede chimed in from the side, it's the power of delicious food. The Alcremie immediately nodded in agreement. Alcremie. Right, right, it's the power of delicious food. Jiraiya skeptically took a bite of the small cake. It was a sweet cake, sugary but not cloying, with the fresh scent of berries inside. The bread, made from eggs and flour, was soft and fluffy. Its eyes instantly lit up. Jiraiya. Delicious. Jiraiya's eyes widened. It awoke only once a millennium. Last time, its daily meals were simple berry roasts. Back then, the roasted meat lacked the flavor of today's versions. It was often dry and sometimes just had a bit of salt. The berries weren't as sweet and juicy as they are now after generations of cultivation, they were just edible. But now, this thing called a small cake, it had never tasted food with such rich flavors before. It is sweet, crispy, and soft. Alcremie. Is it good? Smelling the sweet fragrance emanating from Jiraiya, the Alcremie's eyes narrowed into slits, its face beaming. It wanted to make every Pokémon in the plantation smell sweet. Just as Jiraiya, now ignoring the surrounding gazes, started devouring the cake, Bounsweet also used its tiny hands to lift a small cup containing its own juice and brought it to Jiraiya. Bounsweet, try this, it's my juice. Drinking it can improve your mood. You must stay happy. But its expression carried a hint of comfort and pity. Jiraiya. Improve mood. Jiraiya didn't understand what an improved mood felt like, but looking at this Pokémon that also seemed fresh and sweet, it raised the cup and drank it in one go. After drinking, its already happy mood lifted even further. It exclaimed joyfully, Jiraiya. So sweet. Jiraiya. So tasty. After Bounsweet offered its juice, Alolan Vulpix also pushed its favorite berry salad plate forward. Vulpix. Try this too. Vulpix. This is berry salad. It can improve proficiency with ice-type moves. Next was Blaziken. Though reluctant, it still gave Jiraiya a honey fried egg. Blaziken. This is a honey fried egg. Hayashi Kaede says it increases happiness. If you like it, I can give you another one. Gardevoir, Gardevoir. This is Grippa berry wine. Mew, Mew. This is catnip. Would you like some? The little cat Mew also shared its favorite catnip. At first, Hayashi Kaede was a bit confused, wondering why everyone was offering Jiraki their favorite foods one by one. After seeing the pitying expressions on their faces, he understood. After hearing his description of Jiraki, they all felt sympathy for Jiraki's plight. So, after seeing how happy Jiraki was when Al-Creamy offered it cake, they proactively shared their favorite foods. Hayashi Kaede had initially worried this might hurt Jiraki's pride, but seeing Jiraki's mouth and hands busy, its face full of joy, he realized he was overthinking it. Its happiness value kept rising. In fact, at this moment, Jiraki felt the same way. It thought the humans it met after 1,000 years were truly wonderful. Whether it was Takagi Megami or Hayashi Kaede. Apart from the initial misunderstanding, Takagi Megami gave it delicious energy cubes and, to prevent it from paying a price, specifically told it not to grant her wishes. Moreover, Hayashi Kaede's food was delicious, and he took it to the amusement park to experience modern fun. His Pokémon were also very kind, sharing their favorite foods and became its friends. My first day is so happy. This thought flashed through its mind. It's a pity time passes so quickly. The day is already over. Chapter 203, Sir Prior, you want to play with my tail. Chapter 203. After dinner, Hayashi Kaede lay down on his bed, having finished tomorrow's preparations with Gardevoir. Alolan Vulpix curled up beside him, holding a phone and watching anime with its EV squad. The only problem was that his little room was completely full now. Alolan Vulpix and the EVs were on the bed, Sir Prior had coiled up beneath it, and the Alcremie were settled on the desk. There wasn't any space for more Pokémon, otherwise, he would have brought Goodra in to watch too. But there was still just enough room for Jiraki. It squeezed in next to Alolan Vulpix, its bright eyes glued to the screen. Although Jiraki had lived for who knew how many centuries, if you didn't count its long periods of slumber, it wasn't really that old. It had no resistance to anime. Tonight's show was a comedy, so laughter filled the room. Hayashi Kaede leaned against the wall, quietly watching Jiraki giggle at every funny scene. His heart felt warm. Yet Alolan Vulpix's words from earlier echoed in his mind. Vulpix. It's so pitiful. Can you help it? Help it. Help Jiraki break free from its 1,000-year slumber. Help it remain awake, or at least, keep it from sleeping so long. But how? Hayashi Kaede fell into confusion. According to Jiraki's nature, it slept for a millennium to accumulate 1,000 years worth of energy in exchange for only 7 days of wakefulness. Which meant, if Jiraki accumulated 2,000 years of energy, it could stay awake for 14 days. But how much energy was 2,000 years worth? And what kind of energy was it absorbing? He had no answers. Even the thought of that time span gave him a headache. Maybe this will work. Hayashi Kaede pulled out the wishing fruit Jiraki had rewarded him with earlier that day. It was a grayish-brown fruit, about the size of a fist, its surface uneven and rough. According to the system, the hard exterior was only a shell, the real flesh lay inside. SSS grade ingredient wishing fruit, a fruit fallen from outer space, seemingly imbued with mysterious effects. Mysterious effects, too vague. Hayashi Kaede never fully trusted system descriptions. Still, when it came to energy, he had an idea he could test. Jiraki, want some candy? Jiraki. Jiraki tore its gaze away from the anime, glanced at the candy in his hand, and nodded eagerly. It popped the candy into its mouth and quickly turned back toward the screen, afraid of missing the next joke. Hayashi Kaede immediately pulled up its status screen. Pokémon, Jiraki. Gender, genderless. Ability, Serene Grace. Aptitude, Mythical. IVs. Level. Moves, Confusion, Wish, Swift, Life Dew, Zen Headbutt, Gravity, Psychic. Friendship, 70, it thinks you're nice. Happiness, 70, ha ha ha, that Lycan rock shouting I'll be back is hilarious. Description: after a millennium of slumber to gather energy, this is its second day of freedom from 7. Remaining time, 25h 32 minutes/168h 5 minutes, TSL note, 7x24 equals 168h. The precise 7-day timer had increased by 5 minutes. Hayashi Kaede's eyes lit up, but his excitement quickly dimmed. The candy he'd given was only a primary grade rare candy. He had plenty over 1,000, but at this rate, one piece only added 5 minutes. Even 1,000 would only extend Jiraki's consciousness by a little over 5,000 minutes, barely 3.5 days. 3.5 days, what use was that? He tried feeding Jiraki an intermediate and then a high-grade rare candy. Jiraki blinked at him strangely, but he stopped. Because he realized this path wasn't sustainable. Even if he used every rare candy he owned, it would only buy Jiraki about a week. In a sense, that was already astonishing. 7 days represented a millennium of slumber for Jiraki. But 7 days was still far too short. As Hayashi Kaede sank into thought, a green, leaf-tipped tail suddenly slid across his lap. He jolted, then looked down at Sir Prior coiled on the floor. Sir Prior, you can play with my tail. The Pokémon's voice was hesitant, almost embarrassed. It had been watching him sit there for a long time, brow furrowed, clearly troubled. The last time Sir Prior had seen him like this was back when that trainer, RYF, visited the breeding house. Back then, Hayashi Kaede would spend late nights in the kitchen, lost in thought, always returning to bed much later than usual. Sir Prior had known something was weighing on him, but hadn't known how to comfort him. Now, seeing the same expression on his face, Sir Prior remembered how Alolan Vulpix always loved to play with its tail. So it summoned its courage to offer the same comfort. It couldn't solve Jiraki's problem. But maybe it could help ease its trainer's heart. Pfft! Hayashi Kaede couldn't hold back a laugh. Sir Prior immediately flushed, embarrassed by his reaction. Sir Prior? Well? Are you going to play with it or not? If not, I'm taking it back. Playing? Don't be in such a rush. He quickly rested his hand on the tail. The moment he felt its smooth, jade-like surface, cool and springy to the touch, his worries melted away. This was only the second time he'd touched Sir Prior's tail since its evolution. The leaves along it were soft, fluttering faintly as he brushed them. Instinctively, he began to massage the muscles, the same way he often kneaded Blaziken's legs after its intense runs. Back then, Blaziken would collapse onto the floor, too comfortable to move. He remembered how firm Blaziken's muscles were, and a silly forbidden joke that crossed his mind at the time: these legs would be perfect for brazing. Of course, it had only been a stray thought. Now, as he massaged Sir Prior's tail, he could feel how tense it was at first. Relax, relax. Don't be nervous, Hayashi Kaede murmured softly. Sir Prior. The Pokémon responded faintly, gradually lowering its head onto its coils. It was still a little shy, but when it noticed Alcremie already asleep and Alolan Vulpix still absorbed in the anime, it felt safe enough. Slowly, its body began to relax under his touch. Thank you, Sir Prior. Hayashi Kaede whispered. Sir Prior. Sir Prior. For reasons it couldn't explain, Sir Prior suddenly felt like crying. Chapter 204, Fire-type Elite 4. Chapter 204. Hayashi Kaede slept very late that night. Perhaps it was because Jiraki's waking hours were limited, so he let Jiraki and Alolan Vulpix watch anime until very late. At the same time, he discreetly wiped away the small pearls welling up in Sir Prior's eyes. But he wasn't the only one who stayed up late. At that moment, in the Nagisuna City Pokémon League Center, staff were busy processing the Junior Cup battle videos. As the provincial capital of Shoshu Province, the league center in Nagisuna City was naturally the largest in the province. And now, the building was brightly lit. 36 courts, over 100 referees each watching different battles. Their task, to select the top 128 from thousands of participants. Amidst exclamations of surprise, around 10 p.m., all referees finally completed their work, and their gazes collectively fell on the image of a young man. A Gudra, moreover it is a Elite 4 level Gudra. Gym leader level Blaz icon, and less than 5 months old too. What does everyone think? One of the 3 head referees looked at the others. The 2 exchanged glances, then turned to the rest of the group. Logically speaking, in the Junior Cup, the strongest Pokémon should only be at peak Gym Leader level. Gym Leader level Pokémon were already rare. But this Junior Cup not only had a Gym Leader level Pokémon, it even had an Elite 4 level Pokémon. This truly broadened the horizons of these experienced referees. The referees discussed back and forth, but eventually reached the same conclusion: they didn't know what to do. So, they passed the problem further up the chain. It moved up, step by step, until it reached the ears of an Elite 4 member stationed in Shushu Province. Nagisuna City, though not as developed as a metropolis, was still a standard Tier 1 city within the league. And in such a city, proper bars were indispensable. Nightscape Bar. This was a quiet bar whose main attraction was Orikorio dances. At that moment, the bar's atmosphere was fiery. A group of fire/flying type Orikorio danced in the center of the stage, stepping with flamboyant footwork, scattering fierce flames. Accompanied by bursts of intense DJ music, the seated audience cheered wildly. However, after the dance ended, the bar closed promptly at 11:30 p.m. A young man, about 25 or 26 years old, with fire-red hair and black sunglasses, walked out. He held a piece of fruit skewered on a toothpick. His face carried a rebellious, untamed look, and he walked with a swagger. It was unclear if he was drunk or if this was simply his natural demeanor. A moment later, he picked up his phone, looking puzzled. League message. Strange, why send a message at this hour? Nagisuna City's Junior Cup has a trainer with a Gym Leader level Speed Boost Blaz icon at 5 months old, and a 10-month-old Elite 4 level Gudra. His expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, his mouth falling slightly open. A 5-month-old Gym Leader level Speed Boost Blaz icon? Holy crap, that's even stronger than my Blaz icon? No way, I've got to see this. His stumbling gait halted immediately. Muttering loudly, he left. But soon, his identity was recognized. A child spotted the red-haired young man, blinked in surprise, then walked up curiously. Mister, are you the Fire-type Elite 4? October 24th. Hayashi Kaede woke up early as usual, greeting his Pokémon and preparing energy cubes. Then, he brought a group of Pokémon to the town's exit where he had agreed to meet Takagi Megami last night. Good morning, Jiraki. Jiraki, flying beside Hayashi Kaede, tilted its head in confusion. Hey! Takagi Megami blinked, then recalled Hayashi Kaede's reminder. Jiraki's last memory was from 1,000 years ago. Naturally, it wouldn't know the meaning of good morning. Climbing onto Dragonite's back, she carefully explained the phrase to Jiraki. Afterward, she smiled brightly at Hayashi Kaede. Hayashi Kaede, my parents are also going to Nagisuna City. They said they're going to watch my match. Hearing this, Hayashi Kaede smiled. Then you'll have to perform well. Her parents were ordinary working-class people, but once their daughter decided to become a professional trainer, they gave her full support. The girl pursed her lips. The crisp chill of late autumn made her cheeks glow red as she nodded firmly. As a child, what she wanted most was her parents' recognition on the path she had chosen. Hayashi Kaede didn't say more. He leapt onto Salamanki's back. Unlike yesterday, today's group to Nagisuna City lacked Mutuo but included Sir Prior. Mutuo wasn't comfortable in large crowds. Instead, it had asked Hayashi Kaede for a few luxury balls, presumably for research, and left early that morning. Sir Prior, however, had quietly expressed its desire to come along the night before. Once Jiraki floated into the air, Drago Knight and Salamins flapped their wings and soared skyward. Having already been to Nagisuna City once, the second trip was familiar. In less than half an hour, the two stood at the arena entrance. It was now 7 a.m. The main tournament qualifiers had been announced last night at 10 p.m., delivered directly to trainers via league text message. Given Hayashi Kaede and Takagi Megami's performances yesterday, advancing past preliminaries was no surprise. On the other hand, the match order was only revealed that morning. The rules were simple, numbers 1 to 128 were divided into 64 matchups. Contestants 1 and 2 faced each other, with the winner advanced while the loser will be eliminated. Then contestant 3 and 4 will compete, and so on. The numbers were randomized. Hayashi Kaede drew number 66, while Takagi Megami drew 24. The two entered the arena, checked in, and went to the contestants' area near the fields. Unlike yesterday, today all the participants already recognized Hayashi Kaede. The moment he and Takagi Megami arrived, the contestants around them erupted into intense discussion. Chapter 205, Finals. Chapter 205. That's Hayashi Kaede. Did you hear? His blazing speed is unreal. Wow, it's him. How are we supposed to fight that? A gym level Blaziken. I wonder if my Swampert can withstand it. No, Blaziken isn't even the main issue. The key is he also has a Gudra that acts like a child, and it's rumored to be Elite 4 level. What? Elite 4 level? This is the Junior Cup. How are we supposed to compete? Does the officials even care? Wow, you're all underestimating Hayashi Kaede. He has more than just Blaziken and Gudra. He has plenty of Pokémon under 1 year old. I originally thought his Pokémon were just for show. Who knew they were this strong? Hearing the murmurs around him, Hayashi Kaede was initially taken aback. Then he realized, his performance in yesterday's preliminaries had spread through various channels. Thinking about it, he was a bit busy yesterday and didn't consider this aspect. Plus, he didn't bring Rotom with him, otherwise, he could have had Rotom record some videos to post on his channel. But it wasn't a big deal. The main tournament hadn't started yet. He could always capture some clips from the official tournament footage later. He didn't pay too much attention to the discussions around him and instead turned his gaze to Takagi Megami. As soon as she entered, she scanned the spectator stands and quickly spotted a middle-aged couple. She lightly ran over to them, a sweet smile on her face. They were her parents. Hayashi Kaede also brought Jiraki over to greet them. Uncle Takagi, Auntie Megami. Hayashi Kaede. You've grown so tall in the blink of an eye. We really owe you for looking after our daughter. The couple smiled as they looked at Hayashi Kaede. They both worked in Aojirai City. The father was a teaching staff member at the gym, and the mother was a nurse at the Pokémon Center. Lately, they had naturally heard about the famous breeding house opened in Aojirai town. Through their daughter's phone calls, they learned that this breeding house was run by Hayashi Kaede and that he had helped their daughter a lot. While feeling melancholy, they also felt grateful to Hayashi Kaede. As the saying goes, parents know their children best. It was unlikely she could have progressed to the Junior Cup this quickly on her own. Ahem, Megami helped me a lot before too. Hayashi Kaede certainly wouldn't say he had no ulterior motives. In the early days of the breeding house, he would have been quite troubled without Takagi Megami. First, he couldn't find ideal Pokémon quickly, and second, he was reluctant to entrust the breeding house to someone he didn't trust. He had experienced this deeply before the NDD siblings arrived. Whereas, it was different with someone he watched grow up, whom he felt comfortable relying on. Takagi Megami stuck out her tongue beside him, looking embarrassed. She didn't speak, because last night she caught Wardardle staying out overnight. After some interrogation, she found out that during their time in Aogiri town, Wardardle would swim through the irrigation channel to Hayashi Kaede's plantation every day to mooch meals. She only realized it later, while recalling the past. No wonder Grandpa said Wardardle didn't eat much at home but kept growing bigger and even getting a little fat, suggesting she take it for more runs. So that was the problem. Hayashi Kaede knew about it and never told her. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly said, "Oh, the match is starting. We should head down now." With that, she fled towards the lower area. Hayashi Kaede was momentarily puzzled by her sudden reaction, especially since she hadn't seen her parents in so long. After exchanging a few more greetings, he returned to the contestants' area. The matches were indeed about to begin. With a dazzling flash of light, a commentator riding an Aegis Lash jumped into the center of the field. The sharp suit, the familiar Aegis Lash. Hayashi Kaede instinctively rubbed his eyes. Once he confirmed it was indeed Ken Satoshi, the commentator from the Aogiri Town Baby Cup, he couldn't help but smile. "Hey, it was you commentating at the small-scale Aogiri Town Baby Cup, and now it's still you at the official provincial level Nagisuna City Junior Cup. When it comes to commentary, you're the professional, right?" However, at this moment, Ken Satoshi, flying in the air, was somewhat nervous. As Hayashi Kaede guessed, after evolving Dao Blade into Aegis Lash, due to financial reasons, Ken Satoshi obtained a certificate for major tournament commentary. On one hand, it was to pursue his love for travel, on the other, he needed to earn a living. Originally, this was his first time commentating a provincial-level competition, so he was a bit nervous. Especially today, when he saw the Fire-type Elite Four member sitting in the judge's booth, he grew even more nervous. Goodness, the scale of this competition isn't that big, right? Why did it attract an Elite Four member? Could it be because of? Ken Satoshi's peripheral glance swept over the contestants' area. When he spotted a familiar figure, he couldn't help but sigh. As a professional commentator, before the competition started, he had to familiarize himself with most of the popular contestants' information. This was to engage the audience's emotions once the matches began. Just like during the previous Baby Cup, but this Junior Cup was different. Most contestants wanted to hide their strategies before the main tournament. This resulted in relatively unremarkable matches before the main event. However, this young man named Hayashi Kaede was different. While most were trying to conceal their strength, he openly displayed his Pokémon's power. This caused almost all the spotlight to focus on him. Excluding the Eevees, his remaining Pokémon Blaziken, Goodra, Alolan and Vulpix each made the other contestants feel despair. This young man never mentioned which school he attended or which gym he apprenticed at. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. This led to Hayashi Kaede being called the biggest dark horse of this year's Nagisuna City Junior Cup. And one darker than a black hole at that. Gathering his thoughts, Ken Satoshi flew a circle on his Aegis Lash, took a deep breath, and began his work. "Oh, dear audience members, welcome to this year's Junior Cup hosted by the Nagisuna City Pokémon League Center. I am your commentator, Ken Satoshi. The judges for this event are the head of the Nagisuna City League branch, Tachibana Ryo, and the Fire-type Elite Four member, Kaito. Alright, I'm sure you don't want to hear me ramble any longer. Let the battles begin. Contestants number 1 and 2, please come to the stage. Time limit, 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the winner will be determined based on the damage sustained by both Pokémon. Chapter 206, Productivity. Chapter 206. Jiraki. When they fight, why don't they attack the humans first? In the contestants' area, Hayashi Kaede held Alolan Vulpix in his arms, with Jiraki floating beside him. It looked puzzled at the two trainers battling on the field. The two humans stood on opposite sides, their Pokémon being a throw and a sock. Both were fighting-type Pokémon, so there were no flashy long-range moves, just pure physical collisions from start to finish. Each punch and kick landed with force. But what Jiraiya didn't understand was, since it's a fight, why didn't they go after the humans behind them first? This was a question it had since yesterday. Attack the humans. Hearing this, Hayashi Kaede was momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized that Jiraki's last awakening was 1,000 years ago. Back then, in human history, the Pokémon League was still a distant concept. Battles between Pokémon were often for survival or intertribal conflicts. He patiently explained, Pokémon battles today are no longer just about fighting for territory or essential resources. Most Pokémon partnered with humans in this world won't go hungry. As for why battles still happen, it's mainly because some Pokémon have inherently competitive natures that need an outlet. There's no need to fight for survival like in the past. Jiraiya? Everyone can eat their fill. Jiraiya was taken aback, then thought about what it saw yesterday and today, and it seemed true. Those tall, massive buildings had all sorts of places selling food and clothes. If everyone could eat their fill and didn't have to worry about winter, then naturally, they wouldn't fight for survival anymore. This was easy to understand. Jiraiya fell silent. Hayashi Kaede also felt empathetic for the harsh survival required in ancient times. In fact, the productivity of the Pokémon world was very high. This productivity wasn't just reflected in food supply. Grass-type Pokémon could easily sense the condition of plants. There was also electricity, construction, textiles. In many industries related to human life, Pokémon could help. For example, with electricity, often one Electivire, paired with a few other electric-type Pokémon, could power an entire city. A few hundred Caterpie or a few dozen Woolo could produce tens of thousands of garments. And they'd be silk or wool, no less. Dozens of kilometers of roads could be built in half a month. So, in this world, as long as you were diligent, you could live very comfortably. Standard work hours were often 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Everyone lived quite peacefully under these conditions. Like the workload Hayashi Kaede had at the breeding house earlier, it far exceeded the average for plantation owners in this world. Converted to his previous world, he'd be called a workaholic. But even in such a world, initially, they still had to fight for survival resources. This wasn't about productivity but the lack of information support for utilizing productivity. Shaking his head, Hayashi Kaede didn't dwell on it further and turned his attention to the match. It seemed the outcome between Throw and Sock was about to be decided. In terms of energy level, Sock seemed slightly inferior, so it ended up with more severe injuries, which became the tipping point for its loss. Each battle lasted 5 minutes, 20 matches could be held in an hour. That meant the first round would take about 3 hours. Takagi Megami, watching beside him, was fired up, cheering loudly for whoever, lost in the excitement. Alolan Vulpix in his arms was also watching such battles for the first time, quite interested in the action on the field. Indeed, a lively atmosphere easily stirred up emotions. Hayashi Kaede felt his own mood rising. Down below, match after match passed, allowing Hayashi Kaede to observe various Pokémon battles from the closest vantage point in the contestants' area. This felt different from the previous Baby Cup he participated in. Because the Junior Cup, no matter what, required screening. The trainers here had better understanding of Pokémon battles. It also tested the trainer's ability to perform under pressure. In such situations, some trainers could still issue commands that caught the eye. Time passed quietly, and soon it was Takagi Megami's turn, as her number was earlier. Before heading down, she took a deep breath and looked at Jiraiya and Hayashi Kaede. Jiraiya, Hayashi Kaede. Jiraiya. Cheer for me. Takagi Megami looked nervously at Hayashi Kaede and Jiraiya. The scale of this competition was different from last time. The previous Baby Cup had at most a few hundred spectators, but this time was different. Just the spectator stands behind them held thousands, even tens of thousands of people. Plus, her parents were also there, so it was natural for her to feel nervous. Go for it, at least have faith in your Wartortle, okay? Hayashi Kaede patted the girl's shoulder, offering encouragement. Jiraki. I can make a wish. Jiraki also offered its idea. No need, I'll do it myself. Takagi Megami waved at Jiraki and ran down. In fact, Hayashi Kaede wasn't worried at all about whether Wartortle and Takagi Megami could win this match. Because, based on past Junior Cups, Gym Leader level Pokémon usually only appeared around the semifinals or top 16. Unless she was extremely unlucky, and ran into a Pokémon with Water Absorb, since, as far as he knew, Wartortle wasn't proficient in moves of other types. Or if she encountered a trainer who had raised only one Pokémon to Gym Leader level. But even then, her Wartortle could hold its own. Sure enough, after she went down, the opponent's trainer sent out a Charmeleon around levels 22-24. This surprised Hayashi Kaede a bit, because in the Tika region, beginners with Charizard weren't that common, and most were inland rather than in coastal areas. Coastal areas had ample sunlight, so Bulbasaur were more prevalent. With type advantage, plus energy level suppression, Takagi Megami didn't need any special tactics, just simple rain dance and water gun sufficed. However, even with such a straightforward battle, she was visibly excited when she returned with Wartortle. Perhaps, for a novice trainer, every victorious battle was worth remembering. As he pondered, the Pokeball at Hayashi Kaede's waist trembled slightly. He looked down. It was Serpier's. Do you want to come out, Serpier? Chapter 207, Why didn't the hero leave his name? Chapter 207. The contestants' area was spacious, with plenty of distance between participants, so releasing one's Pokémon there was perfectly acceptable. Since following Hayashi Kaede, Serpier had rarely, if ever, spent much time inside a Pokeball. Now that it wanted to come out, Hayashi Kaede naturally wouldn't force it to stay inside. Thus, alongside Alolan Vulpix, a Serpier nearly 3 meters tall now stood proudly at his side, gazing down at the battles below. This startled the nearby contestants who had just begun focusing on the matches. Wait, another Pokémon? And now a Serpier? Please don't tell me this Serpier is also under 1 year old? Are you even trying to hide your strength at all? From the spectator stands, Kaido raised an eyebrow. For a Junior Cup like this, it was rare for an Elite Four member to attend unless it was their hometown. He had come only because he had heard about a speed boost Blaziken that had reached gym leader level in just 5 months old. He wanted to see how a young trainer, just starting his journey, could raise a Blaziken to such a level. But now, seeing this, wasn't this trainer supposed to specialize in fire types? The quality of this Serpier was something even he had hardly ever seen. This is strange. Gudra, Alolan Vulpix, Blaziken, and now a Serpier. Such a mixed team, with type advantages and disadvantages against one another. How did he raise them all to this standard? Kaido was shocked. Generally speaking, dragon types were weak to ice, fire was strong against ice, dragon was strong against fire, fire was strong against grass, and grass was weak to both ice and fire. Managing the balance in such a team was already impressive. But this young man had raised each of his Pokémon exceptionally well. This isn't good. Seeing Serpier appear, Kaido frowned. This meant the likelihood of Hayashi Kaede choosing Blaziken for his matches had decreased again. He couldn't exactly force him to use it, could he? Should I just ask him for information after the matches? The thoughts wrestled in his mind, but eventually he decided to focus on the ongoing battles. Do you want to go up? Hayashi Kaede asked Serpier beside him. Serpier, came the cool reply. Hayashi Kaede smiled. Sure enough, once outside, Sir Priya reverted to its usual admire from afar demeanor. But he nodded, it just wanted to be out, not confined to the poke ball, even if they were luxury balls now. The matches had reached numbers 45 versus 46. His turn wasn't far off. For the first round, no one knew their opponent's number beforehand. This prevented contestants from looking up battle videos during the waiting period. But for Hayashi Kaede, that wasn't a problem. He was even considering, should he aim for the championship? After all, his original reason for coming was simply to investigate Apricot Mountain and bring a few Pokémon out for a change of scenery. Salam Ince, for instance, had improved considerably. It no longer turned hostile to people at random as it once did. He also wanted to watch Takagi Megami's battles. But then, after a trip to the store, little Vulpix had started clamoring for battles. What could he do? He had to indulge it. In the end, Hayashi Kaede left the decision up to Vulpix. Little one, do you want to win the championship? Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix turned away from the battle it was watching, licked Hayashi Kaede's face, and said seriously, Vulpix. No. Hey. Hayashi Kaede blinked. No? Why? Vulpix. Because I'm the Vulpix hero. Alolan Vulpix declared proudly. Vulpix. True heroes never leave their names. Hayashi Kaede. What a strange quirk. He didn't get it. But honestly, if he put himself in the shoes of anime creators, he could understand. Anime thrived on suspense and anticipation. They often created characters who hid their identities, like certain famous anime from his previous world. Detective Conan never revealed his identity, despite all the illogical maneuvers, and the anime team still managed to wrap things up neatly. Or Ultraman, who transformed into Light Shaman, always revealed his identity only in the final episode. Following that pattern, Detective Conan would probably only reveal his identity at the very end. Looking at Alolan Vulpix, he said, then do you know why the Pikachu hero never reveals his name after defeating the evil Pikachu every time? Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix froze, confused. It had never considered that question. Hayashi Kaede continued, like in that Pikachu Thunder God anime you watch? The protagonist is clearly the one defeating the bad Pikachu every time. But afterward, when everyone criticizes him for disappearing, why doesn't he reveal his identity? Alolan Vulpix shook its head. That was indeed how the anime went. Every time the protagonist was misunderstood, it made Vulpix anxious. Little one, from the protagonist's perspective, his idea is probably to leave after the deed is done, hiding his contributions, not wanting people to know what he did and worship him. Vulpix. Alolan Vulpix nodded. That was indeed what the Pikachu hero had said. But actually, there are many other reasons. Vulpix. Vulpix's curiosity grew. Hayashi Kaede smiled. It's simple, little one. Besides protecting the town, the Pikachu hero also has loved ones he wants to protect, and they live in the town too. If he told them he was the hero, wouldn't they worry every time he went to fight the evil Pikachu? It's dangerous. That's why he willingly hides his identity each time. Vulpix. Is that how it is? Alolan Vulpix's eyes widened. The puzzle in its heart was solved. It's a possibility, Hayashi Kaede said, not fully confirming his explanation. But honestly, whether to leave a name or not ultimately depended on the anime creator's intent. Maybe they just wanted to create some anxious plot points? What Hayashi Kaede didn't notice was that his words made Jiraiya, listening quietly beside him, fall into deep thought. Chapter 208, Do You Want to Race with Blaziken? Chapter 208. Time passed quickly, and soon it was number 66 Hayashi Kaede's turn. Among the contestants, trainer number 65, who was paired against him, scanned the venue, wondering which unlucky soul he would be facing. After all, he was one of the top-ranked trainers in the advanced class of Nagisuna City's #1 high school. In those storybook novels, he would be considered a genius. But as he looked around, he saw only one person standing and moving forward. That was Hayashi Kaede, beside the towering Sir Prior. Holy crap! Watching Hayashi Kaede rise at the same time as him, his eyes widened. It was over. The genius was about to fall. Fighting this big boss? What chance do I have? Filled with disappointment and despair, he slowly walked onto the arena. Based on his strength, he thought the top 4 might be difficult, but the top 16 should have been secure. But now, he would be eliminated in the first round. Hayashi Kaede had no idea what was going through his opponent's head. He was instead considering how far he should go or whether he should let the Eevees get some training. Among his Pokémon, aside from the little Eevees, using anyone else would be bullying. When his opponent released his Pokémon, he stopped pondering. Against this Ponyta, the Eevees were still far too weak. Pokémon, Ponyta. Gender, male. Ability, run away. Aptitude, purple. IVs, HP, 25, Attack, 28, SPATK, 19, Defense, 20, SPDef, 21, Speed, 28. Level, 30-32. Moves, Tail Whip, Poison Jab, Ember, Flame Wheel, Stomp, Fire Spin, Agility, Toxic, Double Team, Strength, Captivate, Attract. Hayashi Kaede's lip twitched when he saw the moveset. It even knew Attract and Captivate? No wonder that when Ponyta came out, it playfully pounced on its trainer, sticking out its tongue and licking his face repeatedly. It licked until the trainer's face turned bright red, and he shouted, "Stop licking! Stop licking! This is a battle!" However, Ponyta didn't listen, it just kept at it. Clearly, the two had a close relationship. But did they really have to flaunt it in front of everyone? Hayashi Kaede glanced up at the audience, their faces all twisted in new expressions. Since the opponent's Ponyta was male and had Attract, he wouldn't send out little Vulpix. So, to deal with it, I'm counting on you, Blaziken. Hayashi Kaede released Blaziken. Blaziken. As soon as Blaziken appeared, it first thought it was mealtime. But with a blink, it realized the human cheers around it were like roaring waves. Some people were even shouting its name. Such a cool Blaziken! Wow, look at that physique! I saw this Blaziken battle yesterday, it was unbelievably fast. That scraggy opponent crashed all over the place but couldn't even touch it. So awesome! Yeah. Someone edited a video of Blaziken vs Scraggy, it looked like it was just toying with a child. Blaziken immediately straightened its back. Blaziken! It struck a proud pose, worthy of the third squad leader of the Vulpix Hero Squad. Though it had no subordinates at the moment, it believed it would sooner or later. Just like its trainer always said. Bread will come, milk will come, and fried eggs will come too. Hey! Even Hayashi Kaede was stunned. He hadn't watched any Junior Cup videos since returning yesterday, so he had no idea what had happened. How had Blaziken's reputation suddenly exploded? Hadn't it just been toying with that Scraggy? He checked Blaziken's stats again. Pokémon, Blaziken. Gender, male. Ability, Speed Boost. Aptitude, Red. IVs. Level, 42-45. Moves, Ember, Peck, Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Sand Attack, Aerial Ace, Sucker Punch, Brick Break, Dig, Agility, Detect, Flamethrower. No changes. As Hayashi Kaede puzzled over what about Blaziken's performance had drawn so much attention, his opponent finally managed to crawl out from under Ponyta's hooves. Then, he had an idea. "Hey, friend," he shouted across the field. There was about half a minute before the battle began, so talking was still allowed. Hey! Hayashi Kaede's thoughts were interrupted. He looked at the other trainer. What's up? Here's the deal, friend. My Ponyta is great at running, and your Blaziken looks like it's amazing at running too. How about we have a race instead? A race? Hayashi Kaede repeated. Yeah. We'll race around the arena. Within 5 minutes, whoever runs faster wins. What do you think? If they were to battle, he would had little hope in winning. However, in running, he might have a chance. He might not outpace Blaziken in a short sprint, but his Pokémon was a Ponyta. Everyone knew horses excelled at endurance. His Ponyta had even helped him place top 3 in Nagisuna City's summer horse race. When it came to running, it was incredibly fast. Over 5 minutes, he just might stand a chance. Hey! Hayashi Kaede raised an eyebrow, his expression turning strange. Are you sure? Blaziken's eyes lit up the instant it heard this. A race? That sounded great. It wanted to imitate its trainer too. Friend, I think it's very feasible. After all, Pokémon aren't just about battling, right? Running is part of their nature too. The opposing trainer spoke nonsense with a straight face. Hayashi Kaede looked up at Ken Satoshi in the commentator's seat. After Ken Satoshi's enthusiastic explanation, the question was referred to the higher judges. With their approval and the audience's eager agreement, Blaziken and Ponyta lined up side by side at the starting line. Ponyta stamped its hooves, serious and focused. At the signal, begin the race. Both Pokémon burst into motion. Chapter 209, Blazing Lightning Speed. Chapter 209. Both Pokémon are on the move. Okay, we can see they're incredibly fast, covering 200 to 300 meters in just a few seconds, and their speed is still increasing. However, Blaziken's speed seems only slightly ahead of Ponyta's. Is this Blaziken's limit? As far as I know, contestant Enrico's Ponyta achieved an impressive 3rd place in Nagisuna City's summer horse racing event. Furthermore, friends who have watched horse racing know that most race horses exert their strength in the later stages. From this perspective, contestant Hayashi Kaede's agreement to contestant Enrico's proposal seems unwise. Ken Satoshi, riding his Aegis Lash, performed steadily. He first created suspense by using Hayashi Kaede's unwise decision as a hook to evoke tension, confusion, and even schadenfreude in the audience. This way, most spectators would mistakenly believe Hayashi Kaede's agreement was truly foolish. A seemingly guaranteed victory, yet he agreed to such a horse racing match. In other words, wasn't this purely using his own weakness against the opponent's strength? Sure enough, upon hearing this commentary and seeing Blaziken occasionally being overtaken, the spectators grew worried for Blaziken. Ah, Hayashi Kaede is too arrogant, still too young. Probably got a bit carried away after raising so many powerful Pokémon. It looks pretty risky. Wait. I often see that Blaziken running in the mornings. This isn't how it usually goes. But in reality, Ken Satoshi was closest to Blaziken and Ponyta. He observed the demeanor of the two Pokémon. Ponyta had steady breathing, but its gait was noticeably rushed. Because the time limit was only 5 minutes, which was far too short for a Pokémon suited for long-distance running. In contrast, Blaziken stayed just a bit ahead of Ponyta, a mere 1 or 2 meters, no more, no less, and its expression was relaxed and natural. Clearly, Blaziken wasn't going all out. So, he knew well that the winner of this horse race would likely still be Hayashi Kaede's Blaziken. He was just commentating this way deliberately for the sake of uncertainty. It couldn't be helped, it was part of the job. If he couldn't engage the audience's emotions, his commentary would be a failure. Sure enough, around the 2.5 minute mark, Ponyta's trainer couldn't hold back. Ponyta, use agility. Suddenly, the flames on Ponyta's body flickered intensely, and its speed surged dramatically. At this moment, its speed within the arena almost transformed into a fiery whirlwind, capable of sweeping across the entire arena in just a minute or two. But its trainer's urgent voice still rang in its ears. Faster, faster, even faster. This confused Ponyta. When it looked up, it realized Blaziken was still just a little bit ahead. The distance remained stubbornly fixed. It refused to accept it. It was the third-place winner in the horse race. How could a Blaziken possibly outlast it in endurance? So, mustering all its strength, it accelerated again. Contrary to expectation, Blaziken was still just ahead, and it even looked quite pleased. Ponyta. Infuriated, Ponyta let out a high-pitched neigh, completely disregarding its own condition. Under these circumstances, its energy surged faintly, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. It felt a flicker of joy, thinking it could finally surpass this chicken. But the next second, the opponent's trainer's voice rang out. All right, Blaziken, enough playing. Use quick attack. Hayashi Kaede, worried this would demoralize Ponyta, finally gave the order. Blaziken. Hee. Blaziken paused slightly, patted Ponyta's hindquarters, then glanced at the vast space perfect for testing its limits. And so, amid Ponyta's expression shifting from humiliation to shock, then to helplessness, Blaziken began to accelerate. The first move, quick attack. The moment it was used, Blaziken's form turned into an orange lightning bolt. In mere seconds, it left Ponyta over 100 meters behind, leaving a dense trail of exhaust in the arena. Satoshi, watching from above, immediately brightened up. A comeback, a comeback. Initially, it seemed unwise for contestant Hayashi Kaede to agree to the race, but who would have thought Blaziken was holding back? It's still accelerating, Blaziken's speed is still increasing. Heavens, what incredible speed! My eyes can't even keep up. Actually, he didn't even need to stir up emotions, because the next moment, the entire audience's eyes were wide with astonishment. Holy crap, is this for real? This speed, 4 laps a minute? Wow, and it's still increasing. Are there any experienced trainers who can tell me, is this really a gym leader level Pokémon? Down below, Blaziken was completely unaware of the audience's gasps, lost in its own world. Because running here felt utterly liberating. Back when the roads weren't properly paved, the cobblestone paths in the town were so short, and there were often tourists or residents, so it always had to be careful. When it was a combustion, it was manageable, but after evolving, it felt increasingly constrained by those narrow paths. Here, it felt its innate nature was fully unleashed. Quick attack alone wasn't enough. It started combining moves the instant quick attack ended. It used agility, followed finally by the fire-type major move, Flare Blitz. Lap after lap, the bonuses from Speed Boost were fully unleashed. Until finally, the entire arena was filled with nothing but a flickering crimson blur. Oh no! This kid! At the trainer's command post, Hayashi Kaede face-palmed. Originally, he wanted Blaziken to win quickly and stop playing around, afraid it would crush Ponyta's spirit. But now, Ponyta and its trainer were utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the orange blazing lightning zooming around in the arena. Seriously, dude? Are you kidding me? With speed like this, challenging you to a race was just giving you a chance to have fun, wasn't it? In a matter of fact, at this moment, someone else was even more astonished. Kaito, seated in the judge's booth, had stood up, his eyes wide. If the layman were watching for the spectacle, he, as the newly appointed Fire-type Elite Four member of the Eastova League, was analyzing the technique. Blaziken has 2 possible abilities, one is the common Blaze, and the hidden ability is Speed Boost. Everyone knows Blaze's effect. But Speed Boost is different. Its name easily leads to the misunderstanding that it directly increases Blaziken's speed. Actually, that's not the case. It works by increasing the activity level of Blaziken's energy after each move is used, making the next move quicker and smoother. However, recent research shows that Blaziken with this ability do indeed have slightly higher speed than average. But, not to this extent, right? He also has a speed boost Blaziken. This speed is almost comparable to when his Blaziken first reached Elite 4 level. No, he must seek advice from this young man on how he trained his Blaziken. Chapter 210, Victory or Defeat. Chapter 210. Whoa, so cool! Is that really a Blaziken? OMG, Blaziken speed is so fast, man, even some flying type Pokémon won't be able to keep up. No more debating. I was still torn about which Pokémon to choose for my kid. Now it's decided, Blaziken. Even if I have to scrimp and save every penny, I'm going to raise a Blaziken this cool. Speaking of which, does anyone know where this Blaziken's trainer is from? Is he on a journey or something? If he's a breeder, I'd love to ask him for advice. I know. It's that young guy, Hayashi. There's a small shop called Neighbor Breeding House in Aogiri town. You should all check it out. Yeah, that's the place. But isn't this speed a bit ridiculously fast? Seriously, is it fair for a Blaziken like this to appear in the Youth Cup? Does anyone know what level of Pokémon this Blaziken's speed is equivalent to? The moment the match-ending bell rang, the entire stadium erupted into noise. Initially, they thought Hayashi Kaede agreeing to the Pontia trainer's challenge was putting himself at a disadvantage. They never expected that he had absolute confidence in his Pokémon strength. This match is won by Blaziken. Hayashi Kaede's Blaziken has demonstrated to us that its strength and speed are truly top tier, Ken Satoshi finally announced, concluding the battle. However, after such an unconventional match, the audience's interest in the following matches noticeably waned. Some people remained deeply absorbed in the recent race, even searching online for keywords related to the Blaziken and Pontia race right from their seats. With so many people present, and a live broadcast running, the highlights were quickly clipped by video bloggers chasing the views shortly after the match ended. Some more thorough bloggers even traced the origins back to Kaede's breeding house and included it in their edits. In this situation, whether Hayashi Kaede and Blaziken intended it or not, the existence of Kaede's breeding house began to quietly spread throughout Nagisuna city. Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede, who had returned to the spectators' area with Blaziken, looked at its slightly sheepish expression and laughed. Why that face? Afraid I'll blame you. Blaziken. Blaziken grinned awkwardly. Well, yet. During the match, Hayashi Kaede had only given a use quick attack command, but Blaziken, getting too excited, had used several other moves. So, it was worried about being reprimanded. A scolding was one thing, it wasn't the first time. What it feared most was Hayashi Kaede cutting its portion of food. That would truly feel like the sky falling for Blaziken. Hayashi Kaede patted its shoulder. It's fine. A race like that isn't a formal battle, so it's okay to follow your instincts a bit. But in proper battles, especially against strong opponents, you still need to follow commands, understand? In a race like that, if Blaziken could enjoy itself and run freely, even not strictly following orders didn't harm other Pokémon. In more formal battles, whether the opponent was strong or weak, if it didn't obey commands, Hayashi Kaede would have to seriously discipline it afterwards. Blaziken. Yeah. Blaziken nodded repeatedly. As Hayashi Kaede walked with Blaziken towards the competitors' seating area, the other competitors looked at him with even more awe, their gazes reminiscent of novice players facing the final boss. Whispers circulated quietly. Is this trainer someone the league is pushing as the next championship candidate? Did you see that Blaziken's speed? It was like watching a speed-type Pokémon in a gym battle against a quasi-Elite 4 candidate. My eyes couldn't keep up. Without slow motion, I wouldn't even know what was happening. Seriously, dude, with skills like that, why isn't he challenging the Pokémon League conference? Why compete with us bunch of 18-19-year-olds? Maybe because he looks about 18 or 19 too. Listening to these discussions, Hayashi Kaede pondered silently as he reached the spot where Takagi Megami, Jiraiya and Alolan Vulpix were. He saw the girl's eyes shining, full of admiration for Blaziken, as she and Jiraiya and Alolan Vulpix praised it. Blaziken, you were so fast. Their praise made Blaziken scratch its head sheepishly, though it felt genuinely pleased inside. It felt like his hard work pay off. Meanwhile, Hayashi Kaede was contemplating, how should he lose? Continuing like this, everyone knew that if he didn't want to lose, none of the other competitors could make him lose. Alolan Vulpix didn't want to win the championship too. Besides, the champion's prize was reportedly just a B-rank Firestone and 1 million Poke Dollars. As for Fire-type rare items, his system inventory contained not only the Sacred Feather but also several A-rank Firestones. He wasn't particularly lacking those rewards. As for her fame, he glanced back at the audience, all eagerly discussing Blaziken's race. At this point, winning the championship might not matter much. Perhaps stepping down voluntarily could even earn him a reputation for knowing when to quit. But how to lose? Send out Eevee? That was the only method Hayashi Kaede could think of besides outright forfeiting. Or just win this match with overwhelming force. Better ask Alolan Vulpix and the Eevees for their opinions. Thinking this, Hayashi Kaede released Little 3, Little 5 and Little 9. Suddenly, he was surrounded by quite a few Pokémon. Eevee? 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 The three fluffy little guys immediately crowded around Hayashi Kaede's feet. Seeing their companions appear, Alolan Vulpix bounded over. Vulpix! Wow, I forgot to ask Kaede to let you out earlier. You missed it. Blaziken ran super fast, like a streak of fire. Eevee. Little 3 looked at Blaziken inquiringly. Blaziken patted its chest, confirming Alolan Vulpix's story. Eevee. Little 9 wasn't interested and simply jumped onto Hayashi Kaede's lap. Little 5, however, seemed intrigued, looking at Blaziken with curiosity. Little 3 also wasn't interested, it turned and cautiously tiptoed towards Sir Prior, gently rubbing its head against Sir Prior before shyly scurrying back to Hayashi Kaede with a timid Eevee. Sir Prior. Sir Prior looked down, puzzled. It was only then that Hayashi Kaede had a chance to explain the situation to the three Eevees and Alolan Vulpix. Chapter 211, Rice Ball, Charizard. Chapter 211. Would you like to have a turn on the battlefield? After explaining the situation, Hayashi Kaede looked at the little Eevees. The Eevees glanced at each other. Finally, Little 5 stepped forward. Hayashi Kaede recognized it. It was the middle Eevee, Little 5. It was the only male among the three Eevees. To be honest, even Hayashi Kaede found this a little strange. Because the male-to-female ratio for Eevee Pokémon had a certain disparity, generally, males were more common. But here, with just 3 random Eevees, 2 were female. Among the 3 Eevees, Little 3 was the eldest, their big sister, but in reality, it was the most timid. Little 9 was the youngest, but also the boldest. The middle one, Little 5, had a very placid personality, without any particularly outstanding traits. It ate and drank, neither striving nor contending. But when it came to battles, are male Pokémon really more active? Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but glance at Little 5's stats panel. Pokémon, Eevee, Little 5. Gender, male. Ability, adaptability. Potential, blue. IVs, HP, 15, Attack, 24, SPATK, 21, Defense, 15, SPDef, 18, Speed, 25. Level, 21 to 23. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Growl, quick attack, sand attack, swift, dig, protect, double team. Friendship, 81, it thinks highly of you. Enjoyment value, 50, wants to give it a try. Little 5 had just reached the top tier level, with a friendship of 81. Speaking of this friendship value, Hayashi Kaede was also a bit puzzled. Little 9's friendship had already reached 94, which should be quite high, right? However, it hadn't evolved into a Sylveon yet. Did it need to reach 100 to evolve into a Sylveon, or was its current level too low? Little 9's level was still in the intermediate tier. But speaking of evolution after this tournament, he needed to buy a few Everstones to have on hand, for Pokémon that didn't want to evolve. Otherwise, evolution was easy, but devolution was impossible, that would be trouble. Or could I also create a type of food that allowed Pokémon to evolve and devolve at will? Hayashi Kaede's eyes lit up. That would be really interesting. EV. Upon seeing Little 5 step up, Little 9's eyes shifted, and it also took a step forward. Its personality was a bit like Alolan Vulpix's, clever, quirky, and endearing. It just didn't quite match the elegance of a Sylveon. You want to go too? EV. Yes, yes. Little 9 raised its paw. Alright then, I'll find a chance for you guys to go on later. Just be mindful not to be reckless, okay? Hayashi Kaede didn't refuse. So the win/loss issue was settled. If the EVs could win, they'd keep winning, if they lost, it wasn't a big deal either. The battles below continued. Hayashi Kaede watched the ongoing matches seriously now, mainly to see what Pokémon the other competitors had. That way, if he encountered them later, he could decide which Pokémon to send out. In this atmosphere, the morning passed quietly. The first round was nearing its end. As the lunch break arrived, the competitors each took their Pokémon to eat, and most of the audience filed out orderly. However, some spectators approached the edge of the competitors' area, asking Hayashi Kaede for autographs. After being refused, and since they couldn't enter the competitors' area, they had to leave disappointed. Hayashi Kaede had initially planned to leave the competitors' area too, to find a spacious park to eat lunch. But then he thought, with everyone gone, the competitors' area was plenty big, with many empty seats, wasn't it the perfect place to eat? So, he set up a meal right there, taking out today's food for everyone. Since the afternoon matches might start soon, he didn't cook again but brought out the large pot of rice balls he'd made in the morning. The rice balls were wrapped around meat and contained cabbage leaves picked from the garden. In short, while not gourmet, these rice balls were filling. Moreover, this type of rice ball was actually quite effective for fighting-type Pokémon. A-rank rice ball with meat. The maker used ordinary happy rice to form rice balls, but added a special blend of meat and sauce inside, giving it a unique flavor. Effect 1, makes Pokémon feel full for a short time. Effect 2, Pokémon that eat this long-term will gain some increase in strength. That was why Hayashi Kaede said these rice balls were specially made for Blaziken. Of course, they were also paired with some ability unlocking energy cubes. This was because Blaziken had used its ability extensively earlier. So, having some SSS rank ability unlocking energy cubes now was best. Blaziken. Food, I'm coming. Sure enough, Blaziken's eyes lit up when it saw the rice balls. Hayashi Kaede shook his head with a wry smile. Without saying much, after asking Takagi Megami to bring her parents over, he also started lunch with his Pokémon. However, they hadn't been eating long. Gruor! A dragon-like cry echoed through the previously empty competitors' area. A massive shadow fell over the spot where they were eating. Hayashi Kaede looked up. A pair of fleshy wings flapped as a large Charizard descended slowly from the sky. Its arrogant face, sharp claws, and the blazing fire on its tail all testified that this was an exceptionally powerful and young Charizard. On its back, a young man jumped down directly. Elite 4 Kaede. Hayashi Kaede was startled, pausing with the rice ball in his hand. Having watched for so long, Hayashi Kaede naturally recognized the referee for this year's Junior Cup main event. Earlier, when he first saw this Elite 4 member, Hayashi Kaede had been curious. Why would an Elite 4 member be interested in refereeing such a tournament? But he hadn't pondered it further. Now, it looks like he is seeking him out? Most likely, Blaziken's performance had attracted his attention. He looked again at the descending Charizard. When he saw its stats panel, he secretly gasped. No wonder this was the Charizard that had crushed RYFS Drill's confidence back then. This strength. Pokémon, Charizard. Gender, male. Ability, Blaze. Potential, Gold. IVs, HP, 30, Attack, 29, SPATK, 28, Defense, 28, SPDef, 28, Speed, 27. Level, 81 to 83. Moves, Ember, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, Dragon Claw, Heat Wave, Fire Fang, Slash, Scary Face. A Charizard over level 80 was no weaker than an average champion's Pokémon. Although its IVs weren't all perfect 31s, they were almost all near maximum. Chapter 212, Let Me See. Chapter 212. Hello there, young man. Kaede was about to greet him, wanting to show he wasn't here to cause trouble. But the next second, his Charizard turned its gaze to the energy cubes behind Blaziken and took a few steps forward, almost pressing its face right up to Blaziken's. It stared intently at the energy cubes Blaziken was shielding. These are special trait energy cubes. This startled Blaziken, and it hurriedly scooped up the energy cubes, clutching them tightly against its chest. Charizard. Let me see. Charizard could sense that these energy cubes would probably be very beneficial for it. Blaziken. No. But why would Blaziken just hand over its food so easily? Charizard's greedy look made Kaede, watching from the side, pause in disbelief. Wait, didn't I give you plenty of energy cubes at home? Why are you eyeing someone else's now? He pulled Charizard back by the tail. Feeling utterly embarrassed, he said, Hey, you're my Pokémon. It's not like I ever let you go hungry, right? Hayashi Kaede immediately understood the reason. Among the special trait energy cubes effects was one specifically for the Blaze ability. The first time a fire-type Pokémon with the Blaze ability consumes this, when its HP is low and its fighting spirit is high, the Blaze effect will be 3 times stronger than usual. Coupled with another cooking effect, after the first consumption, the special trait energy effect within the Pokémon is enhanced by 50%, and it becomes immune to any debuffs caused by its ability for 60 minutes. For a Charizard with the Blaze ability, this was a perfect combination. As a champion-level Pokémon, Charizard had likely sensed these energy cubes would be extremely advantageous for it. Charizard. Charizard snapped out of it as if waking from a dream, scratched its cheek awkwardly, and took a step back. But its eyes still occasionally drifted toward the special trait energy cubes. Just what was it about these energy cubes that made them so appealing to it? My apologies, it's not usually like this. Thanks to Charizard's antics, Kaede felt his Elite Four demeanor had instantly taken a nosedive. However, remembering that he had come specifically to ask this young man about raising Blaziken, he let go of his self-consciousness. It's quite all right, no problem. Understanding the reason, Hayashi Kaede didn't press further but asked curiously, Did you seek me out because of your Blaziken, Elite Four Kaede? Kaede was taken aback, then let out a hearty laugh. You're a sharp one, young man. Since that's the case, I'm not embarrassed to admit it. Yes, I came today to learn from you. He wasn't like some of the older, more set in their ways elites. Since the new champion, Kazefer, took office, he had initiated reforms to the Elite Four system in the Eastova League. The goal was to allow more young, vibrant trainers to emerge and take up key positions within the league. Under this system, the league's core trainers were getting younger. Recently, there were even rumors that Kazefer was considering following other regions by lowering the age for receiving a first Pokémon to 14, or even 12, as long as the candidate passed a basic trainer certification exam. The reasoning was that younger children often have purer hearts, making it easier to gain the trust of wild Pokémon. However, the proposal was still under review due to safety concerns. Before coming, I looked you up online. I heard you're the owner of a breeding house and are an advanced Pokémon breeder yourself. I noticed your Blaz icon shares the speed boost ability with mine, but why is its speed boost so? Kaito paused, searching for the right word. Absurd. That's right. Absurd was the word. He felt this Blaz icon defied logic. Blaz icon? What's so absurd about it? Blaz icon muttered under its breath upon hearing the human who dropped from the sky criticizing it. But glancing at the Charizard beside him, and thinking how Gardevoir wasn't around, it didn't dare retort too loudly. Instead, it ate another energy cube, followed by a rice ball. Well, how should I put this? Hayashi Kaede wasn't sure how to explain it directly. So he picked up a rice ball, changing the subject. It's a bit hard to explain. It looks like your Charizard might be hungry, and it's already midday. You've been busy and probably haven't eaten either. Would you like to try one? Hey! Kaito was momentarily confused, but seeing how enthusiastically Hayashi Kaede's Pokémon were eating, he realized he was indeed hungry. So, he and Charizard each accepted a rice ball. After finishing just one, Kaito sensed something unusual. Upon eating the rice ball, he immediately felt a sense of fullness. That said, the taste was excellent. Both the rice and the meat filling inside seemed packed with energy. Charizard's eyes also lit up. Hayashi Kaede generously offered more rice balls to the Charizard. Then, he gestured for Kaito to observe Charizard and Blaz icon. At first, Kaito didn't understand, but as he watched, he was stunned. This Blaziken's eating speed was actually keeping pace with the Charizard bite for bite. It was stuffing rice ball after rice ball down. However, this Charizard was a champion-level Pokémon. Its usual energy consumption rate was far beyond that of this Blaz icon. This is part of the reason its speed boost ability is so strong. It eats a lot, so it can run very fast, Hayashi Kaede explained. That's why I call its ability Super Speed Boost. This is unbelievable. Kaito's jaw dropped in astonishment. He then eagerly asked, "Did you cultivate this ability?" If this was a cultivated trait, it would be monumental. A speed boost Blaz icon was already powerful, a stronger super speed boost would make it incredibly powerful. If his own Blaz icon had such an ability, he felt he could challenge Kazefer again. However, Hayashi Kaede shook his head. No, it's innate. While Blaziken's current super speed boost was supported by the special trait energy cubes and daily long distance running, he didn't want the secret of these energy cubes effects to get out. I see. Kaito's heart sank slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He thought it made sense, such a Blaz icon did sound too extraordinary. If it could be mass-produced, the strength of the league's fire-type trainers would skyrocket. As the two conversed, spectators began trickling back into the stands. Noticing Kaito in the competitors' area, they started curiously gathering around. Seeing this, Kaito knew it was time for him to leave. After saying goodbye to Hayashi Kaede, he flew off on his Charizard. Next time, he thought, I should visit this young man's breeding house to see for myself. Chapter 213, Gene Sect. Chapter 213. The second round of the competition commenced as scheduled. As the winning contestants' numbers from the previous round were close, the matchups for this round still followed the same rule: the victorious number 1 would face number 3. This immediately sent the contestants surrounding number 66 into a panic. One contestant, number 63, began calculating meticulously, wondering if he would end up facing number 66. After running the numbers, a smile spread across his face. Number 63 won't. It'll be number 67 who has to face him. He was quite pleased with his calculation. However, when contestant number 67 finished his own calculations, his face fell. Ruined, it's all ruined. How am I supposed to fight this match? Hayashi Kaede, at that moment, was unaware that two contestants were meticulously calculating their chances for the next round. He was busy playing with Jiraki. The competition would only last 2.5 days. Once it was over, Jiraki would still have 4.5 days left. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to let it properly experience those remaining 4 days. Jiraki. Hayashi Kaede secretly gestured toward Jiraki. Seeing this, Jiraki immediately wriggled out of Takagi Megami's embrace. The girl was focused on watching the match and didn't even notice Jiraki was gone. Jiraki. What is it? After glancing around, Hayashi Kaede motioned for it to come closer. He leaned in until he was right next to Jiraki's ear, then used his psychic abilities to create a subtle barrier around them, minimizing the sound as much as possible, before whispering. Jiraki, do you have any wishes you want to come true? Jiraki was taken aback. It had never really considered that before. As the wish-maker, it was always the one granting wishes for others, it had never thought about having wishes of its own. It touched its cheek with a small hand, a thoughtful expression on its face. Jiraki? I want to eat delicious food, play fun games, I wish time would pass a little slower, and I wish it wouldn't be so sad every time we have to part. After finishing its thoughts, a cheerful, smiling expression returned to its face. Is that all? Nothing like wanting to be awake for longer. That's very difficult. Jiraki landed on Hayashi Kaede's shoulder. You know, since I woke up, I can feel time passing every day. It's like flowing water, it just slips away so quickly. So time really is fast. And even if I went to great lengths to extend my awake time, in the end, we'd still have to say goodbye. Back when I was with Akaze, his Butterfree colony fought a battle with a Beedrill colony. The reason was that the leader's Butterfree seemed to be getting very old. Akaze asked me to help extend the Butterfree's lifespan. I helped him, and they won that battle, but I slept for a very long time. I didn't wake up until the morning of the 6th day. So, I didn't see the outcome of that battle. I only knew that finally, on that day, the caterpie in the colony had a lot more of their favorite leaves to eat. Jiraki counted on its fingers. Even though it happened over 1,000 years ago, it recalled it very clearly, as if it had happened just yesterday. Akaze was very worried that day. He asked me why I slept for so long. I told him about my wish-granting ability. Akaze was silent for a long time, and then he said the same thing you and Megami did, that I shouldn't make wishes for him anymore. But, on the evening of the 6th day, the Beedrill colony brought another monster with them. This monster didn't look very big, and it had cannons on its body, but it was so powerful. It could blast huge holes with just one shot. It was so fast. My psychic couldn't even catch it. It fired a shot toward where the caterpie were, and so many of them died. When it reached this point, Jiraki's expression visibly darkened. Then what? Did you make another wish? Hayashi Kaede asked. The story was simple. The predicament back then, the Pokémon that arrived, it was clearly a very powerful Pokémon. If even Jiraki's psychic couldn't restrain it, then this Pokémon was likely a legendary or mythical type itself. It is a very fast and formidable Pokémon. Latias or Latios fit that description, but both are typically benevolent and wouldn't usually do such things. Plus, it was described as not very big and having cannons. The identity of this Pokémon was actually quite easy to guess. It was Ginsect. The only bug-type Pokémon that can be considered a legendary. Only it would warrant such an evaluation from Jiraiya. What was slightly strange was why a small Beedrill colony would attract such a Pokémon. But that was 1,000 years ago, there was no point in investigating now. Jiraiya nodded, its expression full of grievance. Even though Akaze told me not to make wishes, but, if I didn't make a wish, everyone would have died. Was it a wish you made on your own initiative? Hayashi Kaede asked a somewhat peculiar question. Jiraiya shook its head. My ability works best only when I'm helping you make a wish. I ran up to someone else and asked him, do you want to resolve this crisis? He said, yes, I wish someone, anyone, would come and drive away this monster. I made the wish, looking around expectantly. That night, it was as if the sky was torn open. There was a flash of lightning, so bright, and a huge, very long monster flew down from the sky. It was so amazing. It just looked at the cannon-bearing monster, and scared it away. It was in the clouds, one moment you could see it, the next you couldn't. And then I fell asleep. Jiraiya became animated talking about that day. It was the first time it had seen such a big, long Pokémon. That gaze was like a light of hope. Unfortunately, it only caught a glimpse before falling unconscious. By the time I woke up again, it was already the final moments of the 7th day. I asked Akaze what happened. He said everything was fine, it had been driven away, and the people from the Beedrill colony wouldn't dare bring anyone again. He said I was like a star, bringing hope to everyone who saw me. I was so happy then. But I was so sleepy. Really, really sleepy. I had just woken up, but I was already getting drowsy, and I fell asleep before I could even say goodbye to Akaze. Chapter 214, The Different Colors of the Sky Deity, the next day. Chapter 214. Did he just dozed off to sleep? Listening to Jiraiya's words, Hayashi Kaede fell into thought. So, when the time came, Jiraiya would inevitably fall asleep. It was a manifestation of its ability and the rules. But the long, big Pokémon that Jiraiya had summoned. There was a high probability it had been Rayquaza. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya's wish could even summon the Sky Deity. The only question was which Rayquaza? From the TV series and movies, it was clear there were multiple individuals of Rayquaza. Based on the shiny Rayquaza from the movies, Hayashi Kaede suspected there might be more than one Sky Deity. Or perhaps, the Sky Deity had obtained something special that changed its color? This thought made him recall the dream cake he had once created. Although very effective, it had a peculiar side effect, it turned Pokémon completely green. If possible, I'd like to see that big Pokémon again and ask it what finally happened to Akaze's tribe. With a hopeful gaze, Jiraiya voiced its wish. Hayashi Kaede's mouth twitched. All right. This was truly a wish. Rayquaza. What level of powerhouse was it supposed to be? Where was he supposed to find one too? Still, he took out his phone, pictured Rayquaza in his mind, and began to draw. Soon, a lifelike image of Rayquaza appeared on the screen. He also sketched Ginsect. He showed them to Jiraiya. Were they like this? Yes, yes, yes. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. This purple Pokémon with the cannon is the one the human from the Beedrill tribe brought. And this long Pokémon is the one I wished for to come help. Then it hesitated, tilting its head. But, it was so dark that night, I couldn't tell if it was green or black. I think it might have been black. Hayashi Kaede nodded. Black is also one of its possible colors. It's the legendary Pokémon that guards the skies in the Sinnoh region. And this Pokémon is called Ginsect. It's a bug-type Pokémon. Jiraiya listened attentively. Since it's a legendary Pokémon, is it usually very hard to find? Yes. As rare as you are and just as powerful. Naturally glossing over its own rarity, Jiraki said in sudden realization, "No wonder I slept for a whole day after calling it for help." Then it sounded a little regretful. "I wonder how Akaze's tribe is doing after its help." "They'll be fine. It's a very good and strong legendary Pokémon," Hayashi Kaede reassured it. In his memory, the shiny Rayquaza had shown a good temperament. For example, in the Hoopa movie, the shiny Rayquaza summoned by Hoopa wasn't under Hoopa's control, but it still chose to help Ash and the others face 7 rampaging legendary Pokémon. It even contributed to one of the franchise's most iconic moments. From that alone, the shiny Rayquaza seemed reliable. If it had answered Jiraki's wish, it would naturally have helped. Gene Sect, while strong, simply wasn't on Rayquaza's level. Hayashi Kaede still wanted to ask why Jiraki hadn't wished to return 1,000 years and see Akaze one more time. But before he could, Jiraki nestled against him, rubbing its face against his chest with a soft smile. "Kaede-nii and Takagi Megami are also very nice. I'm very happy." Hayashi Kaede paused, his question fading. Gently, he patted Jiraki's back. This child, even after millennia of slumber, still kept such an optimistic heart. Down below, while they were talking, it was Takagi Megami's turn again. Jiraki instantly perked up, tugging on Hayashi Kaede's hand and trying to float higher. "Jiraki! Megami, it's Megami's turn." Hayashi Kaede released his psychic energy and lifted Jiraki to give it a better view. "Jiraki! Go, Megami!" The young girl's opponent was a Sandil with an energy level around 29. Its strength was decent, but against Wartortle, it was at a disadvantage. Not only was Wartortle close to evolving, but it also held a type advantage. So although Sandil used Dig to avoid Wartortle's water gun and harassed with Sand Tomb, Takagi Megami quickly found a solution. She had Wartortle withdraw into its shell, spin out horizontally with rapid spin to escape the Sand Tomb, then used the move Muddy Water to turn the dug tunnels muddy and unstable. Sandil's hit-and-run tactic was ruined. It had no choice but to surface, where it fell victim to Wartortle's water gun. Watching from above, Hayashi Kaede nodded in approval. Takagi Megami's improvisation in battle was impressive. When she returned, Jiraki immediately showered her and Wartortle with praise, leaving them beaming. Then Hayashi Kaede flicked her lightly on the head. "It's fine to be a little proud after a match, but don't let your guard down like this in the wild." "Okay, okay." Takagi Megami pressed both hands to her head, forced the smile off her face, and turned to Wartortle. "Did you hear what Kaede-nii said? Don't get so cocky." Wartortle. Wartortle blinked in disbelief. "You were the one laughing harder just now." "Hehe, Kaede-nii scolds me, so I scold you. That way, we both get scolded," Takagi Megami declared matter-of-factly. Wartortle's jaw dropped even further. Hayashi Kaede could only shake his head helplessly. As the second round went on, the average strength of the Pokémon increased. Matches ended faster, often in just a minute or two unless they hit a stalemate. Soon, it was Hayashi Kaede's turn. Contestant number 67 stepped onto the field as though he is heading to his execution. After the commentator's dramatic introduction, Hayashi Kaede glanced at his opponent, a boy with a normal-type Pokémon, a pink, long-bodied Centauret around LV 2426. Its furry, snake-like body and tiny face made it strangely cute. Hayashi Kaede wondered, why can a squirrel be as long as a snake? And it was a shiny. It is even cuter. A Centauret at that level would have been good practice for Little 9 or Little 5. So after Kan Satoshi called, "Battle begin," Hayashi Kaede began, "Little 9, I chew." But his opponent cut him off, panicked. "Referee, I forfeit." "Hey!" Hayashi Kaede had just sent out EV. "Wait, I'm using EV? And you're surrendering?" The newly emerged Little 9 blinked in confusion, looking from one side to the other. Why had the battle ended before it even began? He's surrendered. Contestant number 67 has surrendered. Kan Satoshi announced. What a pity we've lost the chance to see Hayashi Kaede's Pokémon in action. We won't even get to see what ability this EV might hold. Contestant number 67 sighed in relief and practically bolted away from the field, leaving Hayashi Kaede and EV standing there, dumbfounded. At last, Hayashi Kaede recovered, calling into the mic, "Wait, I was using EV. Not my previous Pokémon. It hasn't even evolved yet." But instead of reassurance, his words only made the other contestants warier. They thought this contestant number 66 wasn't just strong, he also enjoyed toying with opponents. Alolan Vulpix, Gudra, Blaziken, every one of them had looked weak or harmless at first, only to crush their opponents in battle. Now this small EV which looked harmless is weak? Surely it was just another act. No doubt it would start firing hyper beams the moment a battle began. Better to forfeit than be humiliated. Seriously. Why though? Back in the seating, holding Little 9, Hayashi Kaede couldn't make sense of it. Fortunately, Little 9 wasn't disappointed. In fact, after Alolan Vulpix cheered, "Vulpix! Little 9, you're so amazing! You scared them off without even fighting," it began to feel proud. The second round concluded, leading to the third and final round of the afternoon. This round was more challenging. Takagi Megami's Wartortle faced a Grovel with an energy level around 30-33. The opponent clearly understood her strategies. Knowing she liked to start with Rain Dance, he immediately opened with Agility and Fury Cutter, denying her setup. Wartortle, despite being faster than most of its species, was still outpaced. From the start, Wartortle was pressured. Fortunately, its solid defenses and special defense allowed it to endure. After weathering repeated Fury Cutters, it used Dig, catching the opponent off guard. Takagi Megami quickly adapted the Sandil tactic from earlier, having Wartortle launch Aqua Tails and Water Guns from underground. The Grovel dodged as best it could, but 2 Water Guns landed, tipping the outcome. The Grovel's trainer was stunned. The accumulated Fury Cutter damage had been weaker than 2 Water Guns? Was its shell really that sturdy? Unbelievable, but undeniable. Takagi Megami returned more solemn this time, clearly reflecting on the battle. Hayashi Kaede was pleased. A little setback is necessary for growth. When his own match came, the same thing happened again. His opponent forfeited on sight. By now, only gym leader level or stronger Pokémon remained. Sending out his EVs would have been impossible anyway. This continued all the way to the top 16 and top 8 in the evening. Takagi Megami's luck finally ran out here. She faced a Breloom with Poison Heal, a seasoned traveler with 7 gym badges and an energy level of 36-38. Its mastery of powders allowed it to poison Wartortle early, then trade blows relentlessly. With poison ticking, Wartortle's endurance was remarkable, but in the end, Breloom was simply too much. This Breloom was considered a top candidate for the Junior Cup runner-up. And so the main event day of the Junior Cup concluded. Takagi Megami chose to remain in Nagisuna City since her parents were there. Hayashi Kaede suggested Dragonite and Salamence could escort them home, but her simple, honest parents insisted they not trouble him further. They would stay at a hotel and return tomorrow. Hayashi Kaede didn't press the matter. It made sense. Later, Jiraki mentioned wanting to see more of the city lights, finding them beautiful. Takagi Megami volunteered to accompany it. Thus, in the end, Hayashi Kaede returned to the breeding house alone. Chapter 215, Eevee's Evolutionary Forms, Bountsuite's Evolutionary Conundrum. Chapter 215. That night, after a full day's work, Hayashi Kaede lay in bed and took out a Grade S Fire Stone. This was a happiness reward from Charizard after it had eaten its fill today. He was thinking about who should use this Fire Stone. There wasn't really much to be conflicted about, though, because there was currently only one fire-type Pokémon at the breeding house, and that was Blaziken. Although the town mayor had mentioned bringing over a Growlithe that could evolve using a fire stone, it had been over a month now and it still hadn't arrived. Best to focus on the present for now. But speaking of evolution, Hayashi Kaede called the three Eevees over from where they were watching anime. He grabbed Little 3 with one hand and Little 5 with the other. Is there any particular evolution form you really want? As he spoke, he pulled up the pictures of Eevee evolutions he had drawn earlier on his phone. Eevee. Eevee. The anime was paused. Little 9 had already chosen its desired evolution form. Now, seeing its companions also about to choose, it quickly scurried over. Alolan Vulpix, feeling it was no fun watching alone since everyone else had stopped, also came over. Eevee, Eevee. What's this? The 8 pictures left Little 5 and Little 3 a bit dumbfounded. Because at the Eevee breeding house, it seemed they could only evolve into 5 forms at most, so what were the remaining pictures? Oh, these are. Hayashi Kaede started to explain, but Little 9 was the first to climb next to the pictures and begin explaining to its 2 friends. Eevee. Eevee. I know. This is Sylveon, Umbreon, and Espeon. Then, with great enthusiasm, it said, Eevee, Eevee. Look at this. This is the form I want to evolve into. Sylveon, isn't it pretty? It then proceeded to Eevee, Eevee explain the types and differences of the 3 new evolution forms. Seeing how eager it was, Hayashi Kaede didn't interrupt, only occasionally adding a word or two. However, this left the 2 little ones rather confused. There were already so many forms Eevee could evolve into, and now there were 3 more. They didn't know which form they should choose. Looking left and right, finally Little 3's gaze settled on Leafeon. It thought of Surprier. Its color seemed similar, looking both cool and aloof. Thinking this, it secretly glanced at Surprier resting under the bed, a look of admiration in its eyes. But when Surprier looked back curiously, it immediately turned its head away, fixing its gaze firmly on Leafeon. Its eyes filled with determination. Eevee, Eevee. I want this one. Leafeon, hey. After noting Little 3's choice, Hayashi Kaede nodded and checked his system space. Finding that the highest grade grass-type energy-related stone he had was only grade A, he thought for a moment and decided to let Little 3 wear an Everstone for now. We'll evolve once we find a good leaf stone, okay? Eevee, Then everyone's attention turned to Little 5. It still seemed conflicted about which evolution form it should choose. Initially, it had wanted to evolve into Flareon. After seeing AGS Flareon's performance in the Indigo League, it thought Flareon looked very cool. But now, it was feeling torn. Umbreon or Flareon? Flareon looked passionate, with a direct kind of boldness, but this Umbreon, its eyes were so captivating. The jet black body with yellow rings, and those crimson eyes, it had a cold, mysterious feeling. For some reason, it once again felt a restlessness in its blood, like a sudden thrill in an otherwise peaceful life. The last time it felt this was when it had run away from home with Little 9. If you're unsure, then we don't have to choose right now. We can decide later when you've made up your mind. Seeing it hover between the 2 pictures, Hayashi Kaede understood it wasn't psychologically prepared yet. Moreover, the evolution conditions for both Flareon and Umbreon weren't very strict. Eevee. After the Eevees made their choices and put on their Everstones, they excitedly ran back to watch anime. Hayashi Kaede didn't disturb them. Instead, he pushed open the door and walked towards the berry plantation. The night sky near November was lacking in stars. The plantation was quiet. Blaziken was already asleep. Bryon and Melodic were faintly visible under the moonlight. Bounsweet was still awake, blinking as it looked at the sky, then at the Everstone it was wearing. When it saw Hayashi Kaede enter, it immediately hid inside its little wooden house. Only the Pidgeot perched on the pine tree outside cast a sharp glance towards the source of the noise, retracting its gaze upon seeing it was Hayashi Kaede. The plantation was utterly silent. Walking through the plantation, passing the barn, he looked at the sleeping Multank and Combi and couldn't help but smile. Crossing the garden, Hayashi Kaede arrived at another newly fenced plantation area. Even though he hadn't been around for the past couple of days, there were still signs of the soil being loosened and progress made on clearing the stones inside. Clearly, this was Sandshrews' doing. That kid was really diligent and hard-working. The special berry trees planted earlier were now as tall as Bound Sweet. Looking up, the villa area in front of the new plantation already had its foundation laid out. He estimated they could move in by the end of December. And that time would coincide with the lead up to the new year. The festive spirit of the new year, combined with moving into a big new house, just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but start envisioning the future. He would lead a group of Pokémon into the new house. In the morning, he'd hug Sir Prior, then go out and play with the evolved Alolan Ninetales or the evolved Eevees. At noon, he'd check on Melodic and Bryon. Hey? By then, Bryon would have evolved into Primarina. That was also a very beautiful Pokémon. In the afternoon, he'd take Blaziken and Salamence to watch challengers face Pidgey or Pidgeotto. Or make energy cubes with Gardevoir, treat injured Pokémon with the male NDD. In the evening, he'd play with the new SPRI Gatito, feeding the big and small cats. All these wonderful visions slowly surfaced in his mind. But then he thought of Jiraiya. If only he could help it stay. Just then. Gardevoir. A soft voice sounded from behind, interrupting his reverie. Hayashi Kaede turned instinctively. Gardevoir. Its light blue dress drifted gently in the moonlight as it floated over. Sorry, did I disturb you? Hayashi Kaede came back to his senses, thinking his late-night appearance in the plantation had alerted Gardevoir. Gardevoir. No, I came to check on Bound Sweet. Gardevoir shook its head. Gardevoir, it said it's been feeling conflicted lately. Conflicted? Hayashi Kaede was startled, then quickly asked, what's it conflicted about? Why haven't I heard it mention anything? It hadn't called out to him when he passed by earlier, instead, it actively retreated into its little house. Gardevoir. Seeing his concerned look, Gardevoir placed a hand on his shoulder. Gardevoir, it's nothing too serious, it's okay. Then it added, everyone is resting here. Let's talk in my room. Oh, okay. As soon as Hayashi Kaede nodded, the scene before him changed instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in Gardevoir's room. Entering this room again, Hayashi Kaede instinctively glanced around. The main layout hadn't changed much, except that the Pokémon Plus highs he had previously put away were now back out, placed on top of the wardrobe. Of course, the wardrobe was empty, his clothes had all been moved to his own room. Hayashi Kaede turned, about to ask Gardevoir what Bound Sweet had been struggling with lately. But he saw Gardevoir's psychic energy spreading out, enveloping the entire room and forming a pink protective barrier. He was very familiar with this technique over the past couple of days. It used psychic power to surround the space, making it difficult for sound inside to leak out. Wait, what are you? Hayashi Kaede looked at Gardevoir, puzzled. He didn't believe Gardevoir would do anything bad to him. After all, their affinity was already at 95. Meeting Hayashi Kaede's slightly confused gaze, Gardevoir walked over to the bed and beckoned him. Once Hayashi Kaede also came over, it spoke. Gardevoir. Your room and my room are close, so this is an extra precaution, to prevent the little ones in your room from hearing. Hayashi Kaede raised an eyebrow. How did this involve the Pokémon in his room? Was it Sir Prior? What's wrong? Gardevoir said calmly, Gardevoir. About Bound Sweet, recently, it's been conflicted about whether to evolve or not. Hey! To evolve or not? Hearing this, Hayashi Kaede was taken aback, then immediately understood. Is it because it saw Blaziken and Bryon evolving, and that gave it the idea? The three little ones were brought over together by Gardevoir. They were all very weak back then. But now, the Torchic that had once clamored to leave had become Blaziken. The Poplio, whose potential had been damaged and who was incredibly weak, was now on the verge of evolution. And it, Bounsweet, was still running around the plantation on its little legs every day. Sometimes, it even needed Gardevoir or the female Indeedee to carry it around. Gardevoir. That's about right. Also, it wants to be able to help you in some way. Then it should evolve. Hayashi Kaede said in confusion. Just take off the Everstone. With Bounsweet's current energy level, evolving into Steenie should be easy. Gardevoir. Gardevoir smiled. Gardevoir. I knew you'd say that. But it's a bit afraid to evolve. Afraid to evolve? Why? Hayashi Kaede was astonished. Gardevoir. It says it's afraid you'll blame it. Hey! Hayashi Kaede was even more confused. If it wanted to evolve, then evolve. Why would he possibly blame Steenie for something like that? Gardevoir. Have you forgotten what it told you before? Gardevoir looked at him with a somewhat knowing smile. But inwardly, it felt a little wistful. Bounsweet had once told its trainer that it didn't want to evolve because it wanted to stay in the plantation, and only wanted Hayashi Kaede to like it as it was. But now it felt like it was being a bit of a bother in the plantation. It needed help from other Pokémon for everything. That didn't feel right. So it started wanting to evolve. But this conflicted with what it had previously told Hayashi Kaede. It was also unwilling to explain the situation to him. It had kept this matter bottled up inside. In the entire plantation, only Gardevoir, with its sensitive nature and ability to probe emotions, had detected this. Hayashi Kaede suddenly remembered what Bounsweet had told him back then. But his first thought upon remembering was, wasn't that just a joke? How could it take it seriously? But then, he immediately thought of Beedrill. Back when Beedrill was just a Weedle, it had also said something similar to RYF. RYF had also treated it as a joke at the time, but in the dream, it became Drill's lifelong obsession. I see. Hayashi Kaede sighed. It seems I've been somewhat neglecting its feelings. As he sighed, Gardevoir sat down beside him, placed a hand on his head, ruffled his hair, and smiled encouragingly. Gardevoir. It's okay, you're already doing very well. Hayashi Kaede didn't stop it. If Sir Prior was the manager of the plantation, then Gardevoir was of the entire breeding house. He couldn't think of a good adjective at the moment. But many Pokémon really liked Gardevoir because, while it was powerful, it could also take care of their emotions, especially Blaziken. Whenever Blaziken had grievances, it would tell Gardevoir. Like just after returning tonight, Blaziken complained to Gardevoir. It said that today, a Charizard Elite Four Pokémon had tried to ask it for food. Gardevoir would then ask, Gardevoir. So did you give it any? Blaziken. No. Even though it's strong, I guarded my energy cubes. Blaziken said proudly, hands on its hips. Then it looked slyly at Hayashi Kaede. Blaziken. But I shared a little of my onigiri with it, so I hurried to eat more. Those were given by the trainer, it didn't dare say there was a problem with the trainer's cooking. Gardevoir would smile and ask, Gardevoir. Then, are you full? Blaziken. Still a little bit hungry. Blaziken said sheepishly. It had run around quite vigorously today, so it was a bit hungry now. Gardevoir. Wait a moment, I'll heat up some more onigiri for you. The process was roughly like that. However, Gardevoir, at times like this, could detect the little bit of grievance hidden in Blaziken's emotions. Whereas he, if he didn't use his Viridian power, would find it difficult to perceive. Chapter 216, Catch Dolls. Chapter 216. What about Sir Prior? Hayashi Kaede asked next, recalling the Pokémon Gardevoir had mentioned earlier. Gardevoir. It seemed much better after returning today. But you still need to pay attention. Lately, it's been carrying a bit of hidden grievance too, the kind that quietly builds up inside. Gardevoir's voice was soft yet thoughtful. Hayashi Kaede nodded repeatedly. This was something he had actually noticed. After all, no matter what, Sir Prior was one of the first Pokémon to be with him. Coincidentally, just yesterday Sir Prior had proactively shown him its tail that certainly called for some proper comforting. Gardevoir. Well then. Seeing Hayashi Kaede agree, Gardevoir smiled warmly. Gardevoir. You don't need to worry too much. I'll help you keep track of the little one's emotions. Thank you, Gardevoir. You're the best. Hayashi Kaede's gaze softened with gratitude. Truly, the breeding house only felt like a real breeding house because Gardevoir was there. Otherwise, there were things he couldn't possibly manage on his own. Thinking back now, pestering Gardevoir to stay had been the best decision he'd ever made. But Gardevoir's next words made his already moved heart melt even further. It lifted its hand from his head, then clasped his hands gently in its own, smiling with quiet tenderness. Gardevoir. It's all right. Gardevoir. For you, you have many of them. But for most of them, their world consists only of you. So, you are the core of this home. The words struck Hayashi Kaede deeply. He froze in place, lips parting as if to respond, but no words would come. All he could do was watch as Gardevoir slowly released his hands, waved away the psychic barrier in the room, and guided him to the door. Gardevoir. Go get some rest now. Oh, okay. Still in a daze, Hayashi Kaede walked back toward his room. But when he reached the door, he stopped short. A thought had begun to form. Had he overlooked something important? His eyes drifted back toward Gardevoir's room. Then, recalling Jiraki's stories earlier about its past and the people it had met, realization suddenly dawned on him. That's right. His Pokémon aside from Alolan Vulpix, Sir Prior, the Eevees, Pidgey, Pidgeot, the Ndidi siblings, whose histories he was quite familiar with. The others all had their own lives before he caught them. Yet, about the worlds they came from, the experiences they endured, he only knew fragments. Like Gardevoir. It had once mentioned being cursed by Darkrai and rescuing young Pokémon. But before that? What kind of life had it lived? What kind of people and Pokémon had it met? With Dragonite, he only knew it had delivered letters for Mewtwo. But where had it come from originally? Before Team Rocket captured it, where did it belong? Had it made any friends? Salamence and Goodra both had been experimented on by Team Rocket. And Bounsweet. Its mother had been taken, leaving the child behind. Did it still miss her? True, in the wild zone, most solitary Pokémon would part with their offspring once they could survive independently, all for the sake of continuing their species. But there were also Pokémon like Kangaskhan, or Punchame, who chose to raise their young together from the start. I've overlooked quite a bit. A dull ache began to build in Hayashi Kaede's temples. After coming to the plantation, most of his Pokémon had focused on life and work there. However, he hadn't stopped to consider their personal stories. He suddenly understood RYF better. Even with the Viridian power and as a breeder, it was easy to overlook such things. Just as Gardevoir had said to most of them, he was their entire world. But his world contained many of them. Yet, shouldn't everyone's world matter? I need to pay closer attention. He made a silent vow to himself. Even though he had reached his room, he didn't open the door. Instead, he detoured to the plantation. Only after confirming Bounsweet was peacefully asleep did he finally return to his room. October 25. The next morning, Hayashi Kaede rose early as usual. First, he prepared breakfast for all the Pokémon, then took to the skies with Dragonite and Salamence. Today's trip to Nagisuna City would be short, just the morning, before returning. And now, after 2 days of elimination rounds, only 8 contestants remained in the competition. The rules had changed as well, the 5-minute time limit was removed, and in the semi-finals, top 4, each contestant had to bring 2 Pokémon for a 2v2 battle. They also had to accept challenges from the audience. But to be honest, Hayashi Kaede wasn't particularly concerned about any of that. When he arrived at the competitors' area, he immediately walked to the very back, nearest to the spectator stands. Takagi Megami and Jiraki, who had been eliminated yesterday, were already there. It seemed that losing hadn't weighed too heavily on the young girl. After a night of fun, both she and Jiraki were refreshed and cheerful again. As soon as they spotted Hayashi Kaede, Jiraki eagerly pulled out a storage ball. "Jiraki! Look! These are the plus highs Mew and I won from the claw machine yesterday." "Oh!" Hayashi Kaede raised a brow. "What did you get?" He then realized why Mew hadn't been around when Gardevoir was feeding Blaziken last night. So, that's where it had gone out playing with Jiraki. Seeing his interest, Jiraki grew even more excited. "Jiraki! There's Gardevoir, Bounsweet, Blaziken." One by one, it pulled plus highs out of the storage ball. These were all the Pokémon Takagi Megami had taken it and Mew to win. They hadn't used any psychic powers or tricks, just coin after coin, claw after claw. They played until well past 1 AM, finally managing to collect plus highs of all the Pokémon from the breeding house that had shared food with Jiraki that day. They hadn't asked it for wishes, but Jiraki felt this should still bring everyone joy. "Mew!" The invisible Mew lightly bumped Hayashi Kaede's cheek, announcing its presence. "Hee." Takagi Megami, despite the dark circles under her eyes, wore a proud smile. "It took us forever to get them all. I also got ones for my Wartortle and Sprigatito." Admittedly, watching Mew and Jiraki burn through her money on claw machines while failing again and again had made her heart ache. But now, seeing Jiraki so happy and Hayashi Kaede's wide-eyed astonishment, she felt it had been worth every coin. Hayashi Kaede looked on in amazement, accepting plus highs from Jiraki one after another. When his arms could hold no more, he released all the Pokémon he had brought today. Alolan Vulpix, Gudra, the Eevees, Serperior, each received their own little gift. Chapter 217, 8-4, Larvitar. Chapter 217. Jiraki, do you like them? Watching the released Pokémon receive their gifts, Jiraki asked expectantly. "Alcremie, Eevee. Wow, we all got one. Vulpix. Hee, I'm gonna put a little red scarf on it too. That'll be the mark of the Vulpix hero." Clearly, everyone loved Jiraki's gifts. The only one struggling was Gudra, who wasn't sure how to take its plushie because its hands were covered in mucus. If it touched the toy, it would get dirty. In the end, Mew secretly applied a thin layer of psychic energy around the plushie, preventing any mucus from sticking to it. Eevee, thank you, Jiraki. Alcremie, love it. Jiraki, I'm glad everyone likes them. It's just a shame there wasn't a plushie of Brother Kaede, Jiraki said regretfully. Hayashi Kaede. He wasn't famous enough to have personal merchandise made yet. But if something ever was made, wouldn't figurines come first? Alright, the matches are about to start. I'll come back after finishing this one. Checking the time and seeing the spectator stands filling up, Hayashi Kaede gathered his Pokémon and moved to the front of the contestant seating. By now, with only 8 contestants left, everyone had a decent grasp of each other's strength. They all knew what Pokémon the others had. At this stage, no contestant was truly weak, the differences were small. Now, type matchups, move choices, the trainer's commands, and the Pokémon's performance in battle would determine victory. With the matchmaking already set, some trainers who were paired against opponents with a type advantage looked grim, while their opponents seemed far more relaxed. Hayashi Kaede didn't mind. At this point, the Evies no longer had a chance to participate. He might as well let Blaziken speedrun the round. After Alolan Vulpix understood the meaning of why a hero doesn't need to leave their name, it no longer cared about winning the championship. Thinking about this, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but smile. Just then, a girl walked over, causing him to put away his smile. Hello. Mr. Hayashi. What is it? Hearing the familiar form of address, Hayashi Kaede instinctively looked up. The girl in front of him was quite short, around 155 centimeters tall, her hair tied in a bun. Her face showed a mix of timidity and the awkwardness of not knowing how to start. Hayashi Kaede remembered this contestant clearly. Her Pokémon was a Delphox, and it was fairly strong. Why was his impression of her so deep? Because from the first round until now, the only Pokémon she had ever used was Delphox. Unlike the other trainers who had made it this far, she hadn't revealed a second Pokémon. The girl seemed to muster all her courage. I'm your opponent for this round. Hayashi Kaede's heart stirred slightly, but he said nothing yet. It's just. I was wondering if you could, not use Goodra against me. Rosalie forced down her shame to get the words out, even bowing to Hayashi Kaede. Asking an opponent not to use their strongest Pokémon in battle was something that went against etiquette among trainers of the same age, especially in a tournament like this. But she truly wanted to see if she could give it her all in this match. Oh? Why? Hayashi Kaede's interest was piqued. He could see her embarrassment, but even so, she had still come to make such a request. There had to be a reason. Because I can't beat it. Rosalie lifted her head, her voice awkward. Hayashi Kaede pressed further. And then. That reason alone wasn't enough. I want the prize money, to raise my other Pokémon. It eats a lot. By the time Rosalie admitted this, her face was flushed red with embarrassment. Doing something like this for a Pokémon's meals was indeed awkward. Eats a lot. Hayashi Kaede raised an eyebrow, curiosity sparking. Pokémon with big appetites weren't uncommon. The most obvious example was his Blaziken. Then there was Akira's Snorlax. Those things ate endlessly. But usually, even Pokémon with big appetites didn't actually cost that much money. Besides, even if she asked him not to use Goodra, could she really defeat his other Pokémon? Maybe she just wanted to try. What Pokémon is it that eats so much? More than my Blaziken. Seeing that she was still nervous, Hayashi Kaede deliberately used his Blaziken as an example. What ordinary Pokémon could possibly eat more than his Blaziken? Blaziken. Blaziken also tilted its head curiously at the girl, clearly wondering what kind of Pokémon could match its eating habits. It's this one. The girl had clearly watched Hayashi Kaede's channel and knew about Blaziken. Seeing it in person, she couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Realizing it might be impolite, she quickly composed herself and released her second Pokémon. This Pokémon had a prominent, sharp horn on its head. Though small, its eyes held a fierce glint. Its skin was mostly brown, with little hands and feet, and a belly covered in red scales. Larvitar. As soon as it appeared, it nuzzled close to its trainer. Larvitar. Hayashi Kaede's eyes widened slightly the moment he saw it. Yes, it's him. Rosalie nodded. This, how did you get it? From a gacha egg. Looking at the small, round-headed Larvitar, Hayashi Kaede finally understood what kind of Pokémon could eat even more than Blaziken. Chapter 218, Earning food money for yourself. Chapter 218. Goodness, trying to earn its own living expenses. This girl's luck is neither especially good nor especially bad, hey. To actually pull a larvitar from a gacha egg. But clearly, the situation has left her a bit unprepared. After all, raising a larvitar is something most people need to mentally prepare themselves for. Because it's very expensive. This is the larvitar famed for being able to eat through an entire mountain. But this girl got it from a gacha egg. Presumably, after winning the egg, she couldn't bear to give it up. Back and forth, that reluctance turned into attachment, and before long a bond formed, leading to the current situation. Pokémon, larvitar. Gender, male. Ability, guts. Potential, red. IVs, HP, 27, Attack, 28, Defense, 28, SP Def, 26, SP ATK, 27, Speed, 19. Level, 18-19. Moves, Tackle, Sandstorm, Bite, Leer, Payback, Stomping Tantrum. Description, a larvitar that is always hungry. A very good larvitar. But this always hungry description, really does remind one of his Blaziken. Blaziken. Blaziken crouched down, staring at the small larvitar before it, eyes full of puzzlement. Can this little guy really eat that much? As the undisputed representative of big eaters, Blaziken was the most qualified to judge. Especially since the opposing trainer had come to Hayashi Kaede asking for help precisely because her Pokémon ate too much, Blaziken immediately felt sensitive about it. After all, it had once been abandoned for eating too much. This is different. No matter how much you eat, it's still just regular food. But this one, it not only eats a lot, it eats expensive minerals too. Hayashi Kaede patted Blaziken's head, then looked at the girl. What does your family do? Although this larvitar came from a gacha egg, raising it to level 18-19 without signs of malnutrition meant her family background couldn't be ordinary. Rosalie said sheepishly, "We run a food processing factory, but the liquid funds in my dad's factory." She trailed off, glanced down at the larvitar, then gave Hayashi Kaede an awkward smile. Clearly, she didn't want to speak of such difficulties in front of larvitar, lest it develop an inferiority complex. In fact, when she first got the larvitar egg from the gacha, she had hesitated about whether to sell it to a store or keep it. After discussing with her parents, they decided to keep it. But clearly, the whole family had underestimated larvitar's money-burning capacity. Nearby, Blaziken was teasing larvitar. It hooked a claw around larvitar's horn, provoking it to flail its short arms angrily. But the height difference was too great, and Blaziken easily held it back by the body, leaving larvitar unable to reach. In the end, larvitar could only vent its futile rage with a roar. Blaziken burst out laughing. But then it turned to look at Hayashi Kaede. Its gaze was clear. In a way, it saw its own past self reflected in this larvitar. Hayashi Kaede chuckled. At first glance, this request did seem a little unreasonable. After all, Gudra technically met the tournament rules, being under 1 year old. Then again, sending an elite-level Gudra into a junior cup really was a bit much of a bully. And besides, Gudra's strength hadn't even been cultivated by him. He only let Gudra participate to help it overcome its timid nature. Even if the girl hadn't come asking, Hayashi Kaede wouldn't have allowed Gudra to keep bullying others. After seeing this larvitar, he suddenly got an idea. How about this? Forget about Gudra. You need the prize money for its living expenses, right? Then let's not use other Pokémon either. You let it battle, let it earn its own living expenses. Wouldn't that be more meaningful? And Hayashi Kaede called over Little Nine, who was playing tail tag with the Alolan Vulpix nearby. We'll use this EV. How about that? Little Nine was also at level 18-19. EV. The summoned little nine blinked, not knowing what was happening yet. Let's see if we can find you an opponent. Hayashi Kaede pointed at Larvitar. Larvitar. Larvitar, running away from Blaziken, toddled over on its stubby legs and clung to its trainer's leg. Okay. Seeing this, Rosalie nodded quickly in agreement. Relief washed through her. She had mustered a lot of courage to come and make this request all for her Pokémon. Hayashi Kaede's agreement made her feel her effort wasn't wasted. Although the outcome was still unknown, at least she had tried. She bowed once more, thanked him, and then took Larvitar back to her seat. Eevee, am I going to battle? Little Nine's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the captain of the hero squad, even though it was weak, it still carried that pride. And Hayashi Kaede had told it before, one reason it couldn't evolve yet was its insufficient level. So, little captain, do you want to win this battle? Seeing little Nine's eagerness, Hayashi Kaede couldn't help but ask. Eevee. Little Nine tilted its head, puzzled. It's like this. That Larvitar and its trainer. Hayashi Kaede recounted what the girl had told him. Eevee. So, she needs money to buy food for her partner. Little Nine fell into thought. But its focus was strange, how could there be no money to buy food? It had never felt such a thing. The breeding house had such a large berry plantation, you could eat as much as you wanted. No matter how much food was eaten every day, the supply never ran out. Hayashi Kaede nodded. Eevee, well then, all right. It patted the ground with its front paws, then leapt into Hayashi Kaede's arms, eyes turning thoughtful, though who knew what exactly it was thinking. Hayashi Kaede smiled. It's up to you. If you want to win, then win. Down on the field, the third match of the top 8 was underway, and it seemed to be nearing its end. This match featured a Swampert against that same Breloom. The outcome was much like the earlier Wartortle vs Breloom battle. With a type disadvantage, plus the Breloom's trainer being very crafty, making full use of Poison Heal, they opened with Poison Powder, then kept trading blows while sowing Leech Seed and using draining moves like Mega Drain. All sorts of irritating tactics are used. Hayashi Kaede thought this trainer's style was really dirty. The main thing was, they weren't greedy. They didn't rely on high power, super effective moves like Seed Bomb, which could have dealt 4x damage to Swampert. Instead, they chipped away with Poison, Leech Seed, Bullet Seed, and steady attrition. Against an opponent of the same level, if you couldn't finish Breloom quickly, you risked being whittled down. The Swampert's trainer clearly realized this too. But he had no solution. The only option was to wait for the inevitable. After all, Swampert was 4x restraint against Breloom. Chapter 219, Little Nine, He He He. Chapter 219. The final match of the quarter-finals was about to begin. The audience was still basking in the afterglow of the previous battle. So frustrating, really frustrating. If I were that Swampert trainer, I'd just quit and get a desk job. Poisoned, seeded with Leech Seed, and with Poison Heal? Good grief, that's downright evil. Someone bring out a fire type to teach them a lesson already. The fourth match features the trainer with the Blaziken, and his opponent is, with a Delphox. Honestly, whenever I see that contestant named Hayashi Kaede walk onto the stage now, I get excited. Will his opponent surrender again? Please, anyone take down that Breloom for me. Alright, folks. Up next in this quarter-final, we once again welcome contestant Hayashi Kaede. As everyone knows, all his previous opponents have surrendered, proof of just how formidable his Pokémon are. Let's see if his opponent this time will follow suit or put up a real fight. In the commentary box, Ken Satoshi was doing his best to hype up the crowd, his voice full of enthusiasm. But inwardly, he felt a little helpless. Because if everyone kept surrendering, it made his job rather difficult. People came to watch battles, not forfeits. The first surrender might have been novel, but after several, it was starting to feel stale. Please, just let something different happen this time. He muttered the thought to himself. As the two trainers took their positions, he deliberately turned his gaze toward the girl on the opposite side. Coincidentally, Rosalie took a deep breath and called out to him, "Commentator, may I say a few words?" Kin Satoshi raised an eyebrow. "Of course it will be a part of the pre-match build-up. Go ahead." "Thank you." Rosalie shot a grateful glance toward the commentator before bowing slightly to the audience. Under the crowd's curious stares, she began slowly, "Before this match begins, I feel I must first apologize to everyone." Her words immediately captured everyone's attention. Apologize? What's she apologizing to us for? Even Hayashi Kaede looked surprised. She isn't about to mention the agreement we made, is she? Sure enough, right after his moment of surprise, the trainer with the Larvitar began explaining what had happened earlier. She told the audience how she had asked Hayashi Kaede not to use Gudra, and how they had agreed for one to use Eevee and the other Larvitar. She said it expecting criticism. After all, she was basically asking her opponent to throw away a major advantage. But interestingly, instead of backlash, the audience responded with cheers and encouragement. "It's okay, sis. Just the fact that you didn't surrender against this guy is impressive. Go get him. And here I thought it was something serious. That's what you're apologizing for? Have you seen what he's done? Using a pseudo-legendary in a junior cup? Toying with that poor Ponyta using his Blaz icon? Word is, that Ponyta's still traumatized. Eevee vs Larvitar? Nice. Larvitar's a pseudo-legendary too. Getting to see that in action's a treat. Perfect chance to see if this guy's Eevee is as terrifying as the rumors say. Hang in there, big sister. You can do it." Watching the scene unfold, Kin Satoshi brightened up in the commentary box. Well, well. So that's what was going on behind the scenes. It seems the two contestants had a private agreement before the match. And this time, contestant Hayashi Kaede has finally brought out his Eevee. Let's see if it's anything like his Alolan Vulpix, cute on the outside, but utterly ruthless in battle. As his words echoed through the stadium, Hayashi Kaede's expression darkened. Seriously? I skipped just one day of checking the video feeds, and my image has shifted again? He is now the big bad guy now? And to think he was the one who agreed to her request. Even little Nine, who had jumped onto the field beside him, looked completely confused. It had come here to do a good deed, to be a hero. Logically speaking, heroes were supposed to be admired, right? So how had it ended up being treated like a villain? Was this what Alolan Vulpix meant by, heroes are destined to be scorned? Eevee. Hey! It tilted its head toward Hayashi Kaede, as if asking what they should do. Hayashi Kaede could only give a wry smile. Well, looks like we're the villains now. Eevee. Sigh. Little Nine's ears drooped slightly, as if regretting coming onto the field at all, but there was no backing out now. Rosalie hadn't expected things to turn out this way either. Flustered and unsure how to explain, she looked at Hayashi Kaede helplessly. He waved a hand, signaling that it was fine. Most of the audience's comments were clearly in jest, and frankly, he didn't care much about what others thought anyway. Then, as Kin Satoshi finished riling up the crowd, his voice rang out. Let the battle begin. Hayashi Kaede's Eevee officially faced off against Larvitar. If this had been a no-holds-barred fight, Hayashi Kaede wouldn't have been too concerned. Because although Larvitar was a pseudo-legendary, the truth was that until it evolved into Tyranitar, its strength was fairly limited. Just like this Larvitar, its energy level was about the same as Little Nine's, but it only knew a few basic moves. Sand attack, bite, tackle, maybe leer? That suggested its trainer hadn't focused much on move training. Honestly, just managing its daily appetite was probably enough of a headache for her. With that thought, Hayashi Kaede glanced down at Little Nine. Little Nine, do you know how a villain should act? Unexpectedly, the corners of its mouth curled into a mischievous grin. Eevee, a villain? He, of course I do. Hayashi Kaede. Chapter 220, Larvitar, you don't want to. Chapter 220. Eevee. Ha, Larvitar, you wouldn't want to lose this match, would you? Little Nine stepped forward, a smug grin curling on its lips. Hayashi Kaede could only face palm. Who on earth had it learned that from? The hero squad? Apparently, the villain role came naturally to it. Indeed, there was a naturally mischievous, even sly, streak in Little Nine's personality, something it hadn't picked up from Alolan Vulpix but had always possessed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led its two little friends on that running away from home escapade back then. Larvitar. Hey! The opposing Larvitar froze, staring blankly at Eevee. Why was it smiling like that? Wasn't this supposed to be a normal battle? Just then, its trainer shouted, Larvitar, use tackle. Obediently, Larvitar stopped thinking and charged on its short legs toward Little Nine. Hayashi Kaede refocused. Use sand attack right in its face. Eevee. As Larvitar rushed closer, Little Nine braced itself. The moment it was about to collide, it kicked sharply with its hind paws, scraping up a flurry of dirt. A dense cloud of sand exploded outward, shooting straight into Larvitar's face. Pfft! Larvitar! Hey! The sudden burst of sand left Larvitar momentarily disoriented. But being a ground type, it quickly shook itself off, blinking away the grit as it prepared to charge again. However, the next words out of Eevee's mouth stopped it cold. Having easily sidestepped the tackle, Little Nine tilted its head and said mockingly, Eevee! Are you even trying? Eevee! You can't even protect your trainer like this. Guess I'll go for your trainer instead. It lowered its stance as if to dart toward the opposing trainer. Larvitar! Larvitar's eyes went wide. What? Wasn't this supposed to be a fair battle? What did it mean by attacking the trainer? Meanwhile, in the stands, though no one could understand Eevee's words, its expressions and taunting demeanor combined with the audience's prior knowledge of Hayashi Kaede's Pokémon set off a wave of chatter. Just as expected, like trainer, like Pokémon. First Gudra, then Blaziken, and now even his Eevee's like this. Ugh, that poor, cute Eevee. Why is it acting like such a little villain? Give me back my adorable image of Eevee. All those comments drifted to Hayashi Kaede's ears. His expression turned complicated. For the first time, he felt he truly understood how heroes and villains in those anime must feel. Across the field, Rosalie gave her next order. Bite. Snapping back to focus, Hayashi Kaede responded immediately, quick attack to dodge, then use swift. Larvitar, baring its fangs, lunged forward, desperate to bite Eevee, terrified it might actually attack its trainer. But compared to Little Nine, who had already launched into quick attack, its speed was no contest. A flash of white light streaked across the field. Eevee's tail swept through the air, releasing a dazzling burst of glowing stars that shot straight toward Larvitar. Completely off guard, Larvitar, who'd been charging with its mouth open, took the full brunt of the swift, tumbling backward across the ground. All right, Eevee, now's our chance. Use Captivate. Hayashi Kaede called out. Larvitar staggered to its feet, growling in anger, only for Little Nine to suddenly drop into a cute pose, winking playfully. Pink, heart-shaped waves of energy rippled from its eyes, wrapping around Larvitar. V. Larvitar froze. Then, little hearts swirled in its eyes as the once detested Eevee now seemed impossibly adorable. So cute! How could I ever hit something this cute? But then Eevee spoke again. Eevee. TCH, pathetic, pathetic. Eevee, EV. Falling for a simple captivate? And you still think you can protect your trainer? EV, if you don't snap out of it, I'm going for your trainer again. Larvitar. Hey! Larvitar shook its head violently, the taunting tone snapping it out of the trance. Fueled by sheer fury, it roared, fists clenched, and charged without waiting for a command. Retaliate, the user strikes back after being hit. Power doubles if the user was hit first. This. Hayashi Kaede blinked in surprise. Logically, that captivate should have been enough to drain the last of its fighting spirit. But somehow, a few words from Little Nine had broken the effect entirely and reignited its determination. Seriously? Still, there was no time to dwell on it. Dig. Dodge underground. Little Nine's lips curled into a mischievous grin before it dove into the ground, vanishing from sight. Larvitar stopped short, glaring at the hole in frustration. Larvitar! Get out here! In its enraged state, Hayashi Kaede could almost see the energy surging around it, its level rising to around 2022. He went quiet for a moment. EV. Little Nine popped up from another hole only to be startled by the sheer intensity of Larvitar's aura. Was this, the legendary protagonist power-up? Seeing its target reappear, Larvitar grabbed a clump of dirt from the ground. Rock-type energy coursed through it, solidifying it into a jagged boulder. Then it hurled the improvised rock straight at EV. Quick attack! Sensing the danger through its anticipation ability, Little Nine darted forward in a burst of white light, narrowly dodging the projectile. The rock slammed into the ground where it had been a heartbeat ago, shattering on impact. Little Nine gulped, glancing at the crater beside it. That would have hurt. Hayashi Kaede exhaled in relief. Alright, now use return. Chapter 221, The Game is Over, Speculation about Victini. Chapter 221. The sand attack hit Larvitar right in the face. Its accuracy dropped. Larvitar used Bite, but it couldn't get a hold of EV. What's that EV doing now? It lands a swift. Larvitar's getting frustrated, it's using Retaliate. Oh, but EV dodged it. Captivate. EV used Captivate. Just look at those eyes, hard to believe this is the same EV that just used Sand Attack and taunted Larvitar into a rage. EV's talking again. Larvitar's seeing red. Its energy is spiking amazing. It's even learned a new move. What a shame, it still couldn't hit Hayashi Kaede's EV. And EV finishes with return. That move packs real power, fueled by their bond. Larvitar's down for the count. You can truly see the high friendship between EV and Hayashi Kaede. Accompanied by Ken Satoshi's commentary, the audience's perception of the EV on the field began to shift. Cute EV? Yeah, right. As expected, this trainer doesn't have a single ordinary Pokémon. That EV, it actually provoked Larvitar into a complete frenzy. On the field, Hayashi Kaede nodded to the opposing trainer. After a moment of mutual understanding tinged with regret, he picked up Little Nine, who'd only lost a few tufts of fur, and returned to the contestants' area. He gently tugged its ear and asked, "How did it feel?" "EV, it was fun, hee. It was so clueless." Little Nine was still replaying the battle in its head, a playful smile lingering on its face. Seeing this, Hayashi Kaede could only shake his head with a wry smile. "And you say you weren't up to any mischief?" Today, he felt as though he'd gotten to know this EV, the same one who once led its friends on a running away from home adventure, all over again. Little Nine stopped talking, hopped out of his arms, and went to find its friends. After the quarterfinals came the audience challenge segment. Watching the matches so far, some trainers in the crowd who hadn't entered the main tournament were itching to give it a try, thinking, "I could do that too." They began issuing challenges to the top 4 contestants. Interestingly, the other 3 top trainers each received several challengers. Hayashi Kaede, however, had none. Probably because everyone feared he'd pull another unexpected trick. After all the earlier matches, it was clear to everyone that, within the rules, the remaining trainers were the most exceptional young talents in Nagisuna City. Hayashi Kaede was quite content with the peace and quiet. As he listened to the crowd's chatter, his gaze drifted toward Jiraki nearby. So far, Jiraki had been awake for 2.5 days. The problem of how to keep it active remained unsolved. Jiraki required an enormous amount of energy just to stay in this world. After giving Jiraki the rare candies, Hayashi Kaede had already thought of one Pokémon that might hold the answer. Victini, said to possess infinite energy. But where could he find one? The Victini he remembered from his knowledge was far away, thousands of miles distant and trapped within a seal. And while Victini's infinite energy was legendary, Hayashi Kaede believed it represented a specific principle or law, written into its very existence. Jiraki's wish-granting ability was one such law. Victini's infinite energy was likely another. He recalled the events of Victini and the Black/White Hero, where the king had built ceiling pillars around Victini to concentrate its power and stabilize the dragon force. He couldn't be sure which principle would supersede the other. Or rather, without testing, no one could know whether the fundamental rule bestowed upon Victini by Arceus was stronger than the energy rule governing Jiraki's existence. Unless it was tested, of course. Naturally, if one could summon Arceus itself for help, awakening Jiraki would probably be trivial. But the moment the thought of calling upon Arceus crossed Hayashi Kaede's mind, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Victini seemed like a far more plausible hope. So how to summon it? Hayashi Kaede quickly thought of one method, a wish. If Jiraki could summon Rayquaza, then perhaps Victini could also be summoned through a wish. The Victini from the movie, as he recalled, had a particular fondness for macarons. If he wanted to ask for its help, he should prepare some macarons first. With that thought in mind, Hayashi Kaede looked at Jiraki and called out, "Jiraki! Jiraki!" Jiraki, pulled from its focus on the matches, tilted its head in confusion. "Jiraki! What is it?" "It's like this on the evening of the 5th day, I'd like to ask for your help to make a wish." "Okay, okay. What are we wishing for?" Jiraki's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Let's talk about it when the 5th day comes," Hayashi Kaede said with a small smile, keeping the details to himself. There were simply too many uncertainties. He couldn't guarantee Victini would appear, or that it would agree to help provide energy for Jiraki is possible, or that such energy would truly allow Jiraki to live normally. As he pondered this, the sound of a bell pulled him back to the present. He looked up. The audience challenge segment had ended. It was time for the semi-finals. 4 contestants remained. The other trainers' representative Pokémon were all around level 37 in energy. A Breloom, a Swellow, and an Electivire. Facing opponents of this level was a bit awkward. They weren't strong enough to train Blaziken or Alolan Vulpix, but using EV against them didn't seem right either. In the end, Hayashi Kaede had no choice but to send out Blaziken and take them down one by one. Semi-Final 1, Swellow vs Blaziken. Winner, Blaziken. Semi-Final 2, Electivire vs Breloom. Winner, Breloom. Then came the final match. As the audience had hoped, Breloom faced off against the Fire-type Blaziken. Against Blaziken, Breloom's Poison Powder and Leech Seed were practically useless. A single flamethrower burned away most of the spores. When Breloom tried to close in with Fighting-type moves, it found that while Blaziken's technique was slightly rough, its raw strength was overwhelming. Combined with Fire Punch and Blaze Kick, Breloom couldn't last long. The final champion was, naturally, Blaziken. The direct, hard-hitting match was immensely satisfying for the audience to watch. So good. That's how you deal with a Breloom. Show it what happens when it plays dirty. Don't get me wrong, if during its match with Swampert, Breloom had fought head-on like this or used Bullet Seed, I wouldn't have thought its style was so annoying. Next came the post-tournament interview. This part was inevitable. And, of course, the first to be interviewed was the champion himself. At that moment, nearly everyone's eyes in the arena were fixed on Hayashi Kaede. Chapter 222, Serperier's Grassitarian. Chapter 222. After the award ceremony, Ken Satoshi flew over on his Aegis Lash. After seeing the battles of each of your Pokémon, everyone's incredibly curious about you. May I interview you on their behalf? Hayashi Kaede thought for a moment, then smiled. Of course. Ken Satoshi glanced at the list of audience-submitted questions displayed on the Rotom device. Alright, first question. Some viewers believe that with so many powerful Pokémon, you must have traveled extensively. How long have you been journeying as a trainer? Traveling. Hayashi Kaede shook his head lightly. Actually, I'm not a professional trainer. I'm a professional Pokémon breeder. I run my own breeding house. Some people here might know of it. It's located in Aogirite town, within the Nagisuna city area. Since he'd already taken the championship, he figured he might as well slip in a little promotion for his breeding house. His words sent a ripple through the crowd. Some spectators, unfamiliar with the concept of a breeding house, were stunned. A trainer this strong was also a breeder with his own facility? But those who knew couldn't help but start spreading the word. See? You didn't know, hey? Young Master Kaede's a real breeder. My cousin from Aogirite town once brought back some energy cubes from his breeding house. Even my picky Rylula started eating properly after that. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Ken Satoshi quickly pressed on. Second question, some people have spotted you with a Serperior. Why didn't we see you use it during the tournament? He knew this Serperior was less than a year old, yet its size was far beyond normal. Hard to believe that just over 3 months ago, it had been a Snivy. The question electrified the audience. That's right. Since the tournament began, everyone had seen Hayashi Kaede accompanied by a Serperior, waiting eagerly for it to appear in battle, yet the matches ended without it ever taking the field. Caught under their collective gaze, Hayashi Kaede hesitated, looking slightly troubled. Well, that's a bit hard to explain. Oh? Why's that? Ken Satoshi leaned in curiously. As Hayashi Kaede hesitated, the audience began to call out. Tell us. Why didn't you use Serperior? I've been dying to see it. Why does it have such a cool, aloof aura? It's so handsome. Whyy. Seeing the eager crowd, Hayashi Kaede sighed inwardly. Then he released Serperior and had it demonstrate grassy terrain. Grass erupted instantly. The arena, which had endured countless fierce battles, was blanketed in a carpet of lush greenery within seconds. The sheer density of grass-type energy was overwhelming, a living, breathing field of green vitality. Silence fell across the stadium. The grass stood over a meter tall, the vibrant life energy so palpable it made the air hum. Was this another Elite Four level Pokémon? And still less than a year old? The crowd was already reeling, but Ken Satoshi standing right beside Hayashi Kaede was the most stunned of all. He swallowed hard. If they had been shocked by the earlier reveal of Gudra, then this. Just 3 months ago, this Serperior had still needed to evolve into Servine just to stand a chance against a Lapras, and now, it was at Elite Four level? For a moment, Ken Satoshi was speechless, forgetting even his next question. Then, after a brief silence, the stands erupted. He runs a breeding house, you said? Wow! I'm taking my Pokémon there. This is insane. I can feel the grass-type energy from here in the audience. Even the Elite Four member Kaito, watching from the VIP seats above, couldn't help but show visible interest in the Serperior's display below. Just as he suspected, this Serperior was far beyond what a rookie trainer should have. Now, he was even more intrigued by this so-called breeding house. The crowd's reaction far exceeded Hayashi Kaede's expectations. After answering a few more questions, he left the stadium with an excited Takagi Megami. 300,000 poke dollar. The prize money is 300,000 poke dollar. The moment they stepped outside, Takagi Megami couldn't help but stare at the number on her phone, counting the digits as her eyes sparkled. It was the first time she had ever seen so much money. Jiraki. Jiraki floated beside her, peeking curiously. Jiraki. How many claw machine plays can 300,000 poke dollar buy? It understood that money bought things but not how much things cost. Still giggling, Takagi Megami thought to herself that she probably wouldn't have to ask her parents for travel money anymore. Hearing Jiraki's question, she replied, "One play on the claw machine costs 1 coin. You guys played over 100 times yesterday and won more than 20 plus highs, so, calculating it that way, 300,000 poke dollar could buy 60,000." Hayashi Kaede interrupted with a sigh. Yes. 60,000. Wow. Jiraki's eyes widened, sparkling. Jiraki. Then, can Big Brother Kaede's 1 million poke dollar buy even more plus highs? Jiraki looked at Hayashi Kaede with a hopeful glimmer. Hayashi Kaede. Do you want to fill my house with plus highs? No, it's different, Takagi Megami said cheerfully. Big Brother Kaede's really rich. He can raise lots of Pokémon. Alright, enough chatting. Let's head back first. Where are your parents? They stood by the stadium entrance, and if they didn't leave soon, they'd be swept away by the departing crowd. They went back earlier. They said they didn't want to bother you. The girl pouted. She understood her parents' intentions, but couldn't help inwardly grumbling they'd just agreed to head home together yesterday. Hayashi Kaede nodded. What about you? Will you go home for a few days to spend time with them? Though she muttered inwardly, she had already decided. Traveling could wait, family came first. She wanted her parents to meet Sprigotito, Wartortle, and Jiraki. She also missed her mother's Chansey, the Pokémon that had cared for her since childhood. She'd grown up on Chansey's eggs, after all. Now that her mom was on holiday, she wanted to see it again properly. Hayashi Kaede didn't say more. He hailed a taxi to an open area outside the city, then released Dragonite, and they took off toward the breeding house. And so, the 2.5-day Junior Cup, more like a joyful adventure than a competition, came to an end. But Hayashi Kaede knew full well that with the tournament over, the real busy days were just about to begin. Chapter 223, Return to the Plantation. Chapter 223. Aojirai Town, Breeding House. The sky was only just beginning to lighten. Clouds hung low. It was Tuesday, a day when the breeding house didn't host any sky challenges, so the older brother in DD wasn't too busy. At the moment, it was checking the time on a Rotom device. AM, 11:30. Half an hour left. The older brother in DD did a quick calculation in its head, then turned to inform the waiting Alcremie. Alcremie. Alcremie responded softly, then slumped back down dejectedly. Each time a customer entered, it forced a bright smile to recommend its cakes, but as soon as a sale was made, it would sink back into its bowl, quietly counting down the minutes. Hayashi Kaede had promised to return before noon today. So, they had been waiting since early morning. Every second before the promised time was filled with anticipation. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past outside. Alcremie's eyes brightened just as a familiar voice sounded, "Big Brother Kaede, I'm heading back for lunch first." Hayashi Kaede stepped into the breeding house. Alcremie. The Alcremies instantly perked up, greeting him with uncontainable excitement. Asterisk, "Oh, Alcremie. We missed you. Missed you so much." Alright, I'm back." Hayashi Kaede chuckled, scooping up the bowl that held the nearest Alcremie and gently nuzzling its face. Seeing it regain its spark and energy again brought a natural smile to his lips. He realized that every time he came home, his Pokémon would show such joyful expressions. Did that mean they weren't as happy when he wasn't around? The thought flickered briefly before fading. Alcremie, me too. The Alcremie in his arms cried out affectionately, and immediately, the others began to clamor too. Alcremie. It seemed they all only felt truly motivated once Hayashi Kaede was back. Helplessly, he picked up each Alcremie one by one, giving them all a gentle pat and a quick nuzzle before turning to the older brother Indd. Did anything happen today? Indd. The older brother Indd shook its head, the corners of its normally serious mouth lifting slightly as it watched him return. It had believed it could manage the front of the breeding house alone, but after just 2 days without Hayashi Kaede, a quiet worry had crept in. What if a customer came with a request it couldn't handle? What if a Pokémon got injured and it couldn't respond quickly enough? All those concerns disappeared the moment Hayashi Kaede returned, replaced by a deep sense of relief. Hayashi Kaede nodded. Hearing faint noises from the kitchen, he smiled. All right, I'll go help Gardevoir with the cooking. You guys keep an eye on the front, okay? Indeed. Alcremie. After they responded, Hayashi Kaede headed toward the kitchen. It was lunchtime. He had said earlier that he'd be back to cook, but if he hadn't made it, the Pokémon couldn't be left hungry. When he entered the kitchen, Gardevoir and younger sister Indd were already preparing lunch. Hayashi Kaede glanced around. The main dishes were steamed buns and energy cubes, with a variety of fresh vegetables from the plantation. And also some fried fish. Gardevoir skillfully used its psychic power to debone a carp, coat it in flour, and gently drop it into the sizzling oil. It was a little unusual. They hadn't had this much fish before, but recently, more and more had appeared in the reservoir through the water channels. Even after encountering Melodic and Bryon there and being chased off by them, they still wouldn't leave. Maybe it was because of the recent drop in temperature, or perhaps the abundant energy radiating from the buried A-grade water stone. What could they do? In the end, they could only accept them, sometimes welcoming them with a bit of steaming or braising. Though, admittedly, those welcomes often involved cooking them. Gardevoir. You're back. Sensing Hayashi Kaede behind her, Gardevoir glanced over her shoulder. Why not use the new kitchen for the cooking? Hayashi Kaede found it a bit strange. Gardevoir, I've gotten used to this one. Gardevoir replied while maintaining the heat of the oil with her psychic energy. She felt more comfortable here in this familiar space. Nearby, the younger sister Indd was carefully packing freshly steamed buns into storage balls. When she noticed Hayashi Kaede, she gave a soft greeting. Gardevoir. You should go over there. The workers' meal for the construction site isn't ready yet. Gardevoir didn't chat much, nor did she let him help in the kitchen. Instead, she stated her request plainly. All right. Hayashi Kaede nodded. Leaving the kitchen, he crossed the open area between the plantation and the barn and released the Pokémon traveling with him. Vulpix. Haha, we are back home. The moment Alolan Vulpix appeared, it looked up at him with sparkling eyes. After he released Eevee and Goodra as well, Vulpix bounded off toward the garden, joyfully rolling on the grass. Sir Priya returned to the plantation and activated its usual grassy terrain buff. As for Blaziken, the instant it appeared, it caught the aroma of Gardevoir's cooking and couldn't resist sneaking a peek toward the kitchen. Blaziken. Smells amazing. Hayashi Kaede smiled and followed Alolan Vulpix toward the end of the garden. There, Sandshrew was busy loosening the soil and breaking up rocks. After days of work, about half of the large new plantation had already been prepared, with the ground sand and stones properly processed. When it noticed Hayashi Kaede, Sandshrew gave him a simple, earnest smile before quickly returning to work. Near the edge where the plantation met the forest and the Bluestone Trail, members of the construction team and their fighting-type Pokémon were building the new house. Buzz buzz buzz. The air hummed with the sound of nearby combi collecting nectar. Watching the scene, Hayashi Kaede felt a quiet calm settle over his heart. Then, he stepped into the new kitchen.